Good morning, everyone. I call to order this regular meeting of Council for Tuesday, June 6, 2023. In the spirit of truth and reconciliation, I acknowledge that we are gathered here in the heart of Treaty 7 territory of Southern Alberta. This land is home to the Blackfoot Confederacy, consisting of the Siksika, Kainai, and Piikani First Nations, also the Tsuut'ina First Nation, and our most adjacent Indigenous neighbors, the Stoney Nakoda, comprised of the Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Chiniki First Nations. Further, we are located within the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 3. The town of Canmore is committed to working to live in right relations and to advance truth and reconciliation as we acknowledge the many Indigenous people whose footsteps have marked these lands for generations. I'm grateful for the traditional knowledge keepers and elders who are still with us today and those who have gone before us. Turning now to the agenda, I believe, Councillor Graham, you wanted to suggest a change in the order.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I would like to move that we move H1, the Housing Accelerator Fund, to after D2, the minutes. In speaking to this motion, this has the potential to be an incredibly long day. And this is a very important item that I want to make sure that we get to today. And it deserves our best. I would like to see it moved to the front of the meeting or shortly thereafter.
Would you be amenable to after E1, since that's just a small topic as well, just the Canmore Downtown Business Improvement area?
Yes, I can appreciate that.
All right. So the suggestion is to have H1 follow E1. And then we would proceed with the rest of the agenda from there. Seeing nothing else, I move that we adopt the agenda as amended. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now, actually, there was one other thing. There was just a mistake in the wording, and it's just an editorial thing. In section G3, the recommendations there, I think it's G3, don't match the report. It's been a few days since I looked at this, but well, maybe not. Never mind, if we come up with it. Is that correct? Yeah, okay. Yeah, go by the report. Okay, so thank you. All right, so just a note to everyone before we get on with the public hearings, and so you can start to think and plan your day for any that are interested in these public hearings and when we come to the decisions for them. What's likely to happen is that we'll have the public hearings this morning, then we have a couple of matters, including the one that we just moved up. The procedural bylaw actually has an expert coming that will be here at 1. So I expect, depending on the length of the public hearings, I expect we may get to the Three Sisters Drive one this morning. If not, it will be after lunch. And as far as the Trinity Bible Church, as far as the decision goes, at this point, I'm suspecting it will be after lunch sometime. So, but once we're done the public hearings, I'll give you a heads up on what I think the timing will be, so that if you don't want to be sitting around and you want to stretch your legs or get something to eat, you can certainly do so. With that, I will move that we move to the first public hearing, and I call to order the public hearing for Bylaw 2023-02. The purpose of this bylaw is to rezone lands at 231 and 233 Three Sisters Drive from R2 Residential 2-Unit District to R2A Residential Low Density District. Now, the public hearing will proceed as follows. After I provide this introduction, administration will speak briefly to set a context for the hearing. Then the applicant will speak to their application. Council will have opportunity to ask questions of the applicant after their presentation. Then I will invite members of the public to speak. There will be an opportunity for council to ask questions of clarification after each speaker presents. Once anyone who wishes to speak has done so, the municipal clerk will provide names of those who provided written submissions. Then council will again have opportunity to ask questions of the applicant or administration before the public hearing is closed. And so with that, let's move to the administration's brief presentation. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Annika Drust. I'm a development planner with the town. So today I'm here to present to you Bylaw 2023-02, which is the land use amendment proposal for 2 parcels along Three Sisters Drive. This bylaw proposes to redesignate 2 parcels shown on the photo within R2 residential 2-unit district to the R2A residential low-density district. The purpose for the redesignation is to allow the potential construction of townhomes instead of duplex units. And besides the addition of townhouses as a listed use within the R2A district, the R2 and R2A districts are nearly identical. And although we are at the land use amendment stage, there has been some discussion around the specifics of future development on the sites that I would like to address. The applicants initially proposed 8 market units at first reading. The applicant made mention of 12 units, and a jump to 12 units was identified by the applicants as part of the density bonusing provisions of the land use bylaw. Prior to first reading, there had been no discussions with administrations on the potential for 12 units or the potential for density bonusing. The density bonusing policies, which is Section 12 of our land use bylaw, are intended to be primarily applied in new areas of town where neighborhood character is being newly established. While Section 12 provides a ratio of 3 bonus market units for each on-site perpetual housing unit or a PAH unit, the R2A district does not provide a specific unit count maximum. The unit count on the site would therefore be primarily constrained by the development standards and the associated assessment for variance requests. If the units can be accommodated within the building envelope provided, they cannot be, or if the units cannot, rather, be accommodated within the building envelope provided, they cannot be approved. Otherwise, the policy would result in open-ended number of units. The policies also stipulate that all parties, including the developer, CCHC, and the town, shall work collaboratively early on in the design of the project. The town has not been approached to collaborate on the project design and cannot comment on the viability and specifics of such proposal. So the matter before council today is whether it is appropriate to rezone the subject lands from R2 to R2A to allow the addition of mid-block townhomes. If we look at the chart, under current zoning, there could be 4 principal dwelling units with up to 4 accessory dwelling units, so 8 units total. As proposed by the applicants under R2A zoning, there is a potential for 8 principal dwelling units. Whether 12 units can be approved is still unclear. There is no guarantee that development as envisioned by the applicants today will be developed on these sites. At the land use amendment stage, there's simply no commitment required and no legal mechanism in place to hold developers to such commitments. And in the absence of detailed site plans and a complete development permit application, the viability of 12 units on these sites is unclear. It is anticipated that such density would require significant variances to development standards which would need to be evaluated by the file manager at that time. Contemplating 8 or 12 units presupposes the decision of the development authority. The approval of variances of any kind is not a guarantee and may not be supported. Larger variance requests might even exceed the variance powers of the development authority and would have to be refused. It is important to acknowledge that today's proposed bylaw speaks to the land use of the parcels and does not regulate the specifics of future development. I'm fully aware that I'm repeating myself a little bit here, but based on what we have received through public submissions submitted for today's public hearing, there's just a bit of... a bit of information necessary just to clarify this.
So I appreciate that. So basically, in essence, when we're looking at this land use, we have to look at what is allowed and disabuse our minds of those things that would be the result of future conversations and may or may not ever come into existence.
Exactly.
Okay, and I think where we're at now is, I know we didn't know if we should be opening up the wall. I think we're going to have to open up the wall, please. So, Mr. Rost, do you have more to your presentation?
A little bit more, yes.
Okay, so tell you what, you can finish that while they start to gather the chairs. Then we're going to take a very slight break at when you're done to open up the wall. Okay?
Okay. So focusing back on the land use stage, I want to highlight again why administration is not in support of the land use amendment. So although the MDP supports a variety of housing options and increased density, it emphasizes the need for appropriate tools, such as area redevelopment plans, to create comprehensively planned areas and abstain from ad hoc planning that could lead to unintended consequences. The proposed amendment would result in mid-block spot zoning that creates an isolated R2A pocket along a street block face that is entirely designated R2 with duplex units. The subject sites do not reflect unique characteristics that would significantly distinguish them from other similar parcels along Three Sisters Drive and could encourage other landowners in the area to come forward with similar applications. It is administration's opinion that if an overall increase in density along Three Sisters Drive is desired, it should be facilitated by a comprehensively planned process such as through the adoption of an ARP to ensure parcels are adequately serviced and have appropriate access and provide direction for the build form of the area. Such planning would also allow the community to provide input on what they would like to see in terms of density and sets the stage for the long-term sustainable density increase of an area rather than just 2 single lots. So in conclusion, administration is not in support of this application and recommends that council defeat bylaw 2023-02. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rost.
Just in order to, Mayor Crowser, in order to move the wall, we're going to need the back row to vacate their seats so that we can, you'll get them back, but we just need them moved so we can move the wall. Sorry about that.
All right. So we'll just take a 5-minute break. Don't go anywhere. We'll get the wall open and we'll proceed. All right, we're back. Thank you for your cooperation there, and thank you for all of you coming out today. Before we move on to the applicant's presentation, I think that there was a question for administration. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Mr. Rose, for your presentation. With regards to, say, doing an ARP for, say, the Hospital Hill area, what sort of time frame would that involve? I can also go towards Whitney.
Ms. Smithers?
I would imagine I would probably, without having scoped it out, if I were to just do a bit of a order of magnitude estimate, maybe about 1.5 years, just given the community consultation that would be involved. I see Harry nodding his head, so let's go with that. As you would know, such a policy exercise for that area is not on our work plan, so it would also need to come back to council as a project for approval.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that, do we have our volume cranked as much as we can with our system? Yeah.
What are we trying to do, sir?
He wants our mics turned up.
So everybody knows, this room is overdue for a new system, and it will be coming in later this year.
That gives you feedback.
Okay, so if it goes too loud, it's feedback? All right. Councillor Faubert?
I know later today we're considering a housing strategy. Within that, could a comprehensive planning process for infill development throughout the community be considered and would lead to an appropriate process for an application like this to come through?
I'll take that one, Annika, thanks. Potentially, yes, but again, it isn't an approved project, so we would need direction from council and the associated budget to do that. Yeah.
Yes.
I would also say that what is included in the Housing Accelerator Fund, which we might want to hold this conversation until we get to that, because we're at a land use application today, but there is also acknowledgement that we want to take a look at some of the rules of residential land uses generally, so that might be another venue to have that conversation.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions of council, so thank you, Ms. Roast. Now call upon the applicant. Bring that, Ms. Willette. Welcome.
Morning, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I'm just going to pull up our slides so we have them.
You can go ahead while you're pulling up the slides. Hello, Mayor Krauser, Town Council members, and the community of Canmore. My name is Tara, and thank you for listening to us today. Closer? Okay. I also want to thank those who sent in written letters, many of who wanted to be here today, but we all know that taking vacation time is precious. It has been great to feel the community support through this process. Community is why we are here today. My brothers and I bought Lot 231 Three Sisters Drive as an investment property together. It's our attempt at staying in the community that we grew up in. In order to afford the lot, we needed all 4 siblings to pool our money and our parents to co-sign the lease. This is a luxury that many people don't have. It became clear to us then that we have a broken housing market, and by building a 2,500 square foot per side duplex, we would only be contributing to the issue. Rather, we would like to build something with working locals in mind, something that we want to buy. The current average asking price of a place in Canmore is $1.4 million. We believe that the slight increase in density that we are asking for by rezoning from R2 to R2A will increase the diversity of our town by having a variety of smaller units to choose from. The development and construction of affordable market and non-market housing opportunities within existing neighborhoods is supported in the current municipal development plan. Also, our town does not have a ton of space to grow without impacting wildlife. This inclusionary zoning would allow us to grow our town in a sustainable way by using land that already has buildings on it. Moreover, the lots are in a location close to downtown and a Rome bus stop. The easiest thing for us to do would have been to build a duplex, sell it for $2 million aside, and repeat. We have chosen to postpone our build for over a year and try to change the way that we think about developments. We want to do our part in creating an inclusive and vibrant community, and we thank everyone who has supported us along the way.
And I'll pass it off to Michelle.
Thank you, Ms. McConery.
Thank you. So just a real brief recap about the proposal before us this morning is to rezone 2 properties from R2 to R2A. Now, as administration presented, obviously there's no guarantee what the development permit would look like in terms of the result. We understand that. Today we're talking about land use. The question is a row housing or stacked row housing project with the same height and site coverage as the adjacent R2 districts compatible? And the answer there from a built form perspective is yes. The project also has room on the site for 18 parking stalls, so there won't be any issues with parking up to the maybe 12 units on the 2 properties. And so obviously through the development permit process, the owner and the intent here is to work with CCH to add 2 vital homes to the project overall, resulting in some density bonusing, which is allowed for in the zoning bylaw. And I know there was a question around, primarily in new areas versus mature neighborhoods. I don't think that should stop us from leveraging some density bonusing where it will fit on an infill site in town. It's smart growth, it's smart development. It accelerates provision of residential units to the community, which I think is definitely a conversation we've been having wholeheartedly, especially in the past week. So I feel like as a professional planner that this is definitely a really good proposal. And as Tara mentioned, there's no real interest here, as a big land play or anything like that. This is a community member looking to provide a smart growth and gentle density for that site. So just quickly again, on each of those 2 properties, based on an architectural test fit, we think we could do up to 6 per site. We talked to CCH about potentially 1 vital home on each site, giving some gentle density increase with the bonusing allowed for in the land use bylaw. We know we can fit, 18 parking stalls on the site, and the existing R2 district does allow for semi-detached homes with secondary suites in the basements or however they're configured, but based on the market analysis that we've done, and I think just generally everybody's aware that one of those is $1.8 million a side. So that's not really increasing either a market affordable price point, nor is it maybe contributing to adding some vital homes in this project. And then again, the R2 and the R2A have the exact same development footprint, pocket, size, so it's very compatible on the streetscape. I don't think post-development, 5 years from now, we're going to know that that's maybe zoned differently once we've talked about inclusionary zoning or how to gently address the residential housing shortfall in the community. And overall, with the existing statutory planning framework for the town, this project does meet the policies in the municipal development plan, the integrated transportation plan, as well as the council strategic plan. And those 3 documents speak to goals around livability, multimodal transportation options, close to amenities, and infill using existing infrastructure are more the stronger rationale in those documents. That's it from us for now, and thank you for entertaining our public hearing today.
Thank you. Looking to questions from council. Seeing none. I do recognize that the sound bleeds out of here, and so when we get to anybody coming up to speak, if we can get you to really project, even though you're just talking into a mic, we'll do our best to capture it, but it's we're at our max volume, I understand. So thank you. This brings us to the public verbal submissions. Council would like to hear from everyone who wishes to speak today. In that spirit, we will be enforcing a 5-minute time limit on presentations, not including time for questions from council. We'll be using the countdown timer on the wall there to help us stay on track. If you plan to speak, you should be aware that you will appear on live web stream for this hearing, and that a recording of the web stream is published online. While you are speaking, we ask that you direct your comments to council and limit your comments to the subject of the public hearing. Council will be given an opportunity to ask questions of clarification after each presenter has finished speaking. We ask that speakers and members of the gallery join council in supporting the rights of everyone to be treated with dignity, fairness, and respect. That includes not responding with cheering or admonishing, as such will impact the feeling of safety of others who may wish to speak either for or against. As chair, I will intervene if necessary to uphold these principles. Now, I will open the floor to speakers, first based upon those registered. We have one registered speaker. And then, if anyone is present in chambers who wishes to speak, we'll be rotating between those who wish to speak in favor, opposition, or a neutral position. So with that, I look to Teresa Bolton. Ms. Bolton, welcome to the public hearing this morning,
Thank you.
and proceed whenever you're ready.
Perfect. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Teresa Bolton, and I am the Interim Operations Manager for Canmore Community Housing. And I am wishing to speak today on behalf of CCH Administration in support of the rezoning application. We have also submitted a letter in support of this bylaw to the clerk. CCH is aware that this land use application and there is no guarantee what will get built on the land if the rezoning is approved. What we are pretty certain of, however, is that should the zoning remain R2, it is highly likely that the land will be redeveloped in a similar way as the rest of Three Sisters Drive, with large luxury duplexes. The R2A zoning will allow the applicant to construct stacked townhomes, more compact and dense development with similar and smaller unit sizes. This built form will net more units at lower market entry prices than the duplex building form permitted under the R2 zoning. We are familiar with this building form as CCH's Hawks Bend development includes a section of stacked townhomes, which we believe have fit quite well into the R1 neighborhood. CCH has had conversations with the applicant and understand that they will work with the town to provide one or more of the stacked townhomes units to the CCH Vital Homes ownership program. Again, while we realize there is no guarantee this will materialize, we believe it is much more likely to occur under the R2A zoning than if the lands remain under the current R2 zone. We also support in principle the concept of gentle density and construction of smaller unit sizes as an approach to increasing housing supply and affordability. For these reasons, CCH administration is in support of this rezoning application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bolton. Any questions from council? Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. Great to have you here, Ms. Bolton.
You'll
Thanks.
also have to project.
Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Ice cream cone. Ms. Bolton, has there been a formalized agreement between the applicant and CCH with regards to providing CCH housing if they were to move forward?
No, I don't believe that we can go into a formalized agreement until rezoning has been put into place. Because right now there's nothing that we could, as CCH administration, agree to because the land use doesn't allow for the build to be built in the way that they are wishing to build. So we wouldn't be able to go into an agreement.
Thank you.
Councillor Graham?
I was going to follow up on Councillor Ma's questioning. Would it be possible to put an agreement together subject to zoning approval?
That is something that I would have to definitely talk to our lawyer, Jessica, with regards to. I don't know the legalities behind that. And if we can enter into an application or an agreement on something that isn't zoned in the way in which its use is discretionary for. So I don't know. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
I just need to remind council that we're looking at a zoning application, and any agreement between a particular owner doesn't run with the land, and so it may or may not ever come into effect. we have to assume that this land will be owned by someone, but it may not be the applicant. So, thank you. No other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that was in favor. So now I'll be looking to see if there's anyone that would like to speak in opposition to this application. Yes, sir. Yes. Mr. Cascanet, welcome. Okay. If you could just, for the record, just state your name and whenever you're ready.
My name is
proceed.
Jeff Cascanet. Mbwaslich.
Mbwaslich.
That's the Nakota greeting. I think Canmore should adopt it as Canmore's greeting. Yeah. But good morning. My name is Jeff Cascanet. I live with my wife, Karen Halkier, at 227A Three Sisters Drive, just 2 doors away from what you're talking about here. And we've lived in that house for a quarter of a century. We see something has to happen on that property. We invite a creative solution and don't even know what the parameters would be for that creative solution. I wonder, could you make something there that you would sell to people that do not own cars? Is a question that I wonder that you could check out. Presently living there, we have no picture of it, eh? Could I get a picture of it at all? No?
Perhaps.
What the street look like? Presently, if you live there, you'll be, every day you're going to hear 30, 40, 50 times the sound of somebody beeping their horn on that corner. So I hope whatever you do there solves that problem at the same time, because it's always going on there. And the other, so if I look at the picture there, so we're down, if you go down next 2 houses, we're right there. The way we are presently, our driveway goes up to the road, and the way, I'm mostly going to talk about the parking problems that exist presently and hope that they get addressed in the future when we look at this. So we go down, we go up to the road, so we don't sit to the last minute. We had asked planning department sometime before to change it so that there would be no parking really down past the second house, past ours, but no parking anywhere on the corner. Because when cars park there, nobody in the new houses you're proposing, ours or the ones above us, can see the people coming straight down Three Sisters Drive from Hospital Hill and then going straight through. And I'm sure all of us have had some scary moments pulling out when we didn't realize someone was there. So whatever you do, I hope you address the change in the parking. Boom. That's what I got to say. When I hear that you're going to add 18 cars there and think what that's going to do to the congestion of that corner, that's, well, that makes me shake. And I guess we've all wondered why a traffic circle on that corner doesn't solve all problems and couldn't be part of the problem, the proposal that you're making. Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Yeah. Just to add, certainly the applicant said it could hold up to 18. I don't think that that's, that would be with additional units, but that would be subject to a development permit stage. As far as the road goes, that's also probably not part of this particular application, but it's related. Just a side note, only accident I've ever had is right at that intersection. I was stopped at the stop sign behind a truck and it backed up into me. So, thank you, Mr. Cascanet. Looking to see if there's anybody who would like to speak in a neutral position. Yes, sir.
Do you have to be registered?
No. No, you can feel free to. Did you want to speak neutral for? Okay. Okay. Okay, so when we get around to the opposed again, I'll go right to you. Does anybody like to speak in favor of this application? Yep. Oh, there's one couple back there. Okay. Welcome, and if you could please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Susie Wingfield.
If you could step a little bit closer to the mic.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Wingfield.
you.
Thank you for letting me have a say. I'm pretty shy, so.
Welcome.
I just want to say that I thoroughly support this plan, this thought. I've lived here since '94. I've had 2 boys grow up here. It is a huge concern for me, for the youth in the community to be able to stay here, not because they're entitled, just because I think everyone should have that right to have some affordable housing, and I really do believe this idea is amazing. I think it could continue in other areas within the town and make housing affordable and sustainable and keep community members in and invite other members as well from outside of the community. So it's affordable. That's it.
Great. Thank you very much. I don't see any questions from council, so I appreciate that. Sir, you would like to speak opposed? Yeah, we'll all keep going around. Yeah. Sir, if you could state your name for the record and welcome.
Wayne Scott. I've only lived here in that address for half a century, 50 plus years.
Which address is that, sir?
235 Three Sisters Drive.
So right next door?
Right next door.
Okay.
Yeah. I was going to say, speaking is not my forte. I'd like to thank the concerned residents, taxpayers, for this very early morning meeting that we've had to attend. Three Sisters is it's an established R2 district. The problems with this proposed development or zoning, this intersection is, I'd say, probably one of the extremely high traffic volume here. People are confused. To get to that intersection, they don't know what to do. Joanne knows that, Jeff knows that, and the rest of you should know that if you know what's going on. Very complex intersection, especially on the weekend. I'd like clarity on this planner that spoke first about what the administration has indicated. I didn't get clarity there, so I want clarity. Well, I guess I'm halfway through, eh?
You're doing great.
Okay, wisdom. Wisdom is the key. To everything. We spend our lives developing this powerful skill. If you're trying to be a leader, learn learn wisdom from others. This is pocket zoning. It's not right. I know how these things work. The change is not acceptable. It's not right or proper. Okay, to mention areas or subdivisions contributing to this bottleneck. Horizon Village, Devonian, Prospect, Homesteads, Quarry Lake, Nordic Center, Spray Lakes, Prospect Heights, the Peaks, Rundleview, the Cairns, several Three Sisters subdivisions, Stewart Creek Golf Course, plus you get these confused tourists. They come to this intersection. They don't know what the heck to do. So they lock her up. And the horns start going. You guys don't live there. There's elderly people in the Horizon Village, as well as Three Sisters, as well as, was it called Three Sisters Place? Across the, well.
It's a thoroughfare for a lot of neighborhoods. Is there any last point that you'd like to make? Because your time's pretty much up, and we stopped it before it made a terrible buzzing sound.
It's not right. I want clarification on the planner that spoke initially in regards to the town administration's view on this proposal.
Yes, town administration is opposed.
Pardon?
Town administration is opposed.
As they should be.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council?
I'm Bostich. That's Cree.
Okay, seeing none. Looking then to anybody that's wishing to speak in a neutral position. I know that there was someone back there who would like to speak in favor. You could please say your name for the record and welcome.
Thank you. My name is Sue Anderson. I'm speaking in support because I see that the only way to gently densify this area is going to R2A. And there's a bit of a trap that if administration wants to wait until an area structure plan is complete for the area, I believe the lot would be likely redeveloped within the R2 and the $1.8 million homes would result. So I think the way we have to proceed is approve the R2A at this juncture to stop at least those two lots from going to the housing that we don't really need necessarily more of in the community, as much as we need at least the potential to have up to 12 more dwellings in that area for all the reasons stated by the other proponents. So I think it's a very creative way to move us forward in this densification. But I respect the do loop that council gets, and they want to redevelop, but you have to wait, and the owners eventually will choose another path. They can't sit on a lot forever. And I had one more point, and I forget what it was because I'm nervous. Anyway, if I forget, it couldn't have been very important. But I think it's a great creative solution. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Looking to see if there's any questions. Seeing none. I'll now see if there's anybody that would like to speak opposed. Yes. Good morning and welcome. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Karen Halker. I'm Jeff Casconet's wife. And I would like to read you parts of the letter that I wrote because I don't believe that everybody is going to have the opportunity to actually hear what I wrote in February. And I guess I would like to precede that by saying that we met the lovely young lady who came and very graciously talked to everybody on our street to explain to us what they were hoping to accomplish. And my heart goes out to them. I think that they are in the right place, or their heart is in the right place in wanting to achieve greater density for people in our community who need to have lower cost housing. But I cannot mesh that with the lots that they happen to own. So I don't know what the solution is. If the lady who is the developer says that they have parking for 18 vehicles, if it ends up being that, I cannot imagine how that's going to be accomplished on that lot. But additionally, if they have that many units, they're going to have visitors. And their visitors are going to have to park somewhere, and that's going to be in front of where we live, and it is going to complicate even more than we presently deal with the problems with getting out of our driveway. We back into our driveway all the time because it's simply impossible to back onto Three Sisters Drive. And quite literally, when I'm on the top of my driveway, I need to watch cars that are coming down Rundle Drive and count how many people are there, because if there's a car parked toward the intersection from us, along our side of the street, I cannot see who's coming. And I have to pull out absolutely blind. And if it's somebody coming down from Three Sisters Drive, I never get a chance to see them. So I don't know what the solution is. I think that I'm not going to read my letter. I'm just going to finish talking to you.
And we have read it. So.
Oh, you have? Okay.
Yeah,
well, so I guess in conclusion, what I think even if it's developed into potentially 8 units, it's still going to complicate that intersection way too much. There just is not available parking. So my heart goes out to the proposal, but I think it's impractical for where you want it to go. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming forward and sharing your perspective.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll now look to see if there's anybody who would like to speak in a neutral fashion. Is there anybody that would like to speak in favor? Is there anyone else that would like to speak opposed? Yes. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
And please provide your name for the record.
I'm Diane Scott, and I live at 235 Three Sisters Drive. I grew up in that little white house. And when I was a child, even coming out of that driveway was horrendous. And to have so many more units put in is absolutely ridiculous, in my opinion. I can see duplexes, like it's zoned for duplexes, and that's what should go in there, not low cost or affordable housing, because it does not work, in my opinion. Parking is horrendous, traffic is unbelievable, and I'm sorry, there's a lot of cyclists around here, but they come down that Three Sisters Drive, they do not stop. One of these days, somebody's going to get hurt. And the little kids come down that hill. And with all that traffic, something's going to happen sooner or later. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out this morning. I'll look to see if there's anybody wanting to speak in favor. Anyone in a neutral fashion? Anyone else opposed? And I'll ask one last time, is there anybody here that would like to speak to this matter that hasn't done so yet? Okay, well, thank you very much to everyone who presented today. I'll now look to the clerk for our written submissions.
Thank you. The following written submissions were received in favor. Dexter Bateman, Brittany Burr, Canmore Community Housing, Ralph Couturier, David Halliday, Aaron Hitchens, Katie Levesque, Matt Minode, Keith Robinson of the Wildlife Distillery, Logan Ross, Jane Sullivan, Peter White, and Heidi Widmer. That's all.
That's all? Great,
Yeah.
thank you. I would look to see if, based on what was heard, does administration have any closing comments?
I just wanted to note that it is in the applicant's court to sell the parcels or the developed properties as they wish. So even if it was not to be rezoned to R2A and they may not build townhomes, they can still provide duplex units and can sell them at a price range that they would feel affordable.
That's right, thank you.
And that's it.
Thank you. Looking to council, any final questions? Oh.
Mr. Mayor.
Yep. Mr. Schneider.
Yeah, in Ms. Miller's absence, I thought I would add a couple of things as well. It's important to consider in the applicant's presentation that they said up to 18 stalls. They're not guaranteeing 18 stalls. They didn't provide anything more than a very basic site plan and the idea or a traffic study or a parking management study. So none of that has been reviewed by council. The idea of density bonusing is one thing, but that's not applicable until the development permit stage. So really the onus on the applicant here is to see if they can make their original proposal work as per what the zoning land use regulations are. Sorry, sometimes my extra province experience comes back. Administration's position here is that we can't support a proposal that's automatically going to put them in a position where they have to go out and get variances at the development permit stage. That's not setting someone up for failure, but that should be a big signal that they're not able to fit their proposal into what the land use bylaw allows, either within R2 or within R2A. So administration just want to underscore that if they're having to go out and get variances later, this is something that clearly they're not looking at the right land use district.
So just on that, does any R2A, is there any form of R2A that could be built on that site without getting a variance?
Well, this is where discussions about site planning in other locations, in other municipalities, discussions about site planning are done up front as opposed to done later, and that's a procedural issue. That's a greater issue with the land use bylaw, but right now, basically what we're working with is the idea of moving from one built form to another. As Ms. Drost said, the price of a unit can be set by the developer. It's not that the market is coming in and demanding that it has to be X number of dollars. But the other thing is that there's no guarantee that even if these other units are being built, the question and the question comes into my mind as someone who's currently looking for a place to own is this other unit going to be that much more affordable for the average person who wants to come in here? And administration recognizes that this is a question that council is having to deal with over and over and over again.
Great, thank you, sir. Did Ms. Smithers, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, just to your question around what could be possible within the R2A proposal, I would just remind council of the report that was shared at first reading that was based on the site plan provided to administration by the applicant that showed, I think it was 6 units could be accommodated within the R2A district and that they would need variances to go to 8. I think that was your question of how many units, based on the information
No,
submitted.
my question was, is there any form of R2A that could be built there that does not require a variance?
Yeah, so I'm saying based on what the applicant submitted for our evaluation, it looked like they could accommodate 6 units in the R2A without variances.
Okay, great, thank you. Appreciate that. All right. With that then, I'm going to close this public hearing. Now what we're going to do, because some may want to leave or stretch their legs, there'll be a little bit of disruption, so in a moment we'll take a short break. But for those who are interested in this issue, right now there is still a possibility it could come back before the lunch break. Otherwise, it will likely be after the procedural bylaw at 1 o'clock. So you can plan accordingly. And I'll ask us to take just a 5-minute break. This is just so that those who would like to leave can leave, and we'll resume shortly.
I got enough responsibility in my life.
What's that?
Everyone for cooperating with that short break. I now call to order the public hearing for bylaw 2022-14. The purpose of this bylaw is to create the Trinity Bible Church Direct Control District. The public hearing will proceed as follows. Now, many of you have heard this, but I'm going to do it for any that arrived after I mention this. After I provide this introduction, administration will speak briefly to set a context for the hearing. Then the applicant will speak to their application. Council will have opportunity to ask questions of the applicant after their presentation. Then I will invite members of the public to speak. There will be an opportunity for council to ask questions of clarification after each speaker presents. Once anyone present who wishes to speak has done so, the municipal clerk will provide the names of those who provided written submissions. Then council will once again have opportunity to ask questions of the applicant or administration before the public hearing is closed. And so with that, let's move to the administration's presentation. Morning.
Morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Allow me to briefly introduce the public hearing for Bylaw 2022-14. The address has already been mentioned. However, here's an overview of the location for context. The site is adjacent to Harvey Heights. It's a cleared site, consists of a detached dwelling with an accessory building and a driveway. Looking at a summary of the bylaw, this bylaw proposes to redesignate the subject site from Conservation of Wildlands District to a Direct Control District. The purpose of the redesignation is to allow for the Trinity Bible Church to develop a church on the site. Administration is of the opinion that the growth boundary in the MDP must be amended to facilitate this. Growth boundary aside, administration is otherwise supportive of the proposed DC district, including the proposed uses and development regulations. Just a refresher on the growth boundary piece. As mentioned, the site is outside of the MDP's growth boundary. The MDP states that all new urban development will be limited to those areas within the growth boundary. This is generally to avoid leapfrogging development. There are some exceptions to this outlined in section 2.1.4 and 4.1.4 of the MDP, which are up on the screen for council. Section 2.1.4 states that development that is considered to be urban in nature will not be allowed outside of the growth boundary. Urban development generally refers to development that's characteristic of a city or a town. Rural development is generally permitted outside of these areas, things like agricultural uses, outdoor pursuits, those sorts of things that require more space and generally more affordable land. Those uses would need to conform to the conservation policies, because this is a conservation area, which is outlined in section 4.1 of the MDP. In terms of administration's position on this, we, as expressed at first reading, believe that a church is more urban in nature than rural. The applicant believes it can be both. There is direction in section 4.1 that changes in zoning for lands within conservation areas that would allow for new or additional development to those lands shall be discouraged unless there's exceptional community benefit that can be demonstrated. The applicant believes their proposal demonstrates exceptional community benefit. This concludes my introduction to the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gravel. Any questions, Mr. Gravel, at this point? Seeing none, thank you very much. I'll now call forward the applicant. Ms. Willett, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I just will make a few remarks, but not run through the whole presentation, as you've already seen that. So the last time we were here, we had a presentation. The purpose of this direct control bylaw is to facilitate the development of a rural church outside the town of Canmore growth boundary. The growth boundary is there as in my mind, a way to ensure that we have contiguous infrastructure development. So when I read the definition, which I did now, about rural versus urban, urban is definitely something that is a contiguous pattern framework. I call it a fabric of development that is all connected to one system. That's how I interpret the definition that I read in the dictionary. Further to our discussions last time, we were advised that asking for the exemption to the sewerage bylaw through the direct control district wasn't the right way to do things, and that's okay because the CAO is your employee, and I think you can allow some direction there. But we're amicable to that amendment being proposed to remove the direction in the direct control where we're requesting that exemption to the sewerage bylaw. And since that time, I received an email from Nathan Gravel at the town to request a more formal letter, and that Andreas Como, the manager of Public Works, has confirmed that he has the authority to approve a request to be exempted from the sewerage bylaw, and that he's open to approving this request with conditions. So I would expect that once we settle on a land use today, or when we get to second, third reading, when we do a development permit, that's the right time for these types of, if there's a condition around that. One of them would be that the province has to approve any sort of improvements to the existing septic system on site. The second thing I wanted to just clarify is, my mental math skills aren't as quick as some that have an iron ring and they are engineers. And I said that, in the direct control, we're proposing a site coverage of buildings for up to 12%, which gives us a bit of flexibility. However, our test fit, and right now it is a concept, yields about an 8% site coverage for the building. So that's just me being very planner-minded, not engineering-minded with proper math. But at the end of the day, it is a little bit less than what we're proposing. And so when we talk about land use, the question before us is always, is the site suitable for the intended use? Just like the last item we discussed. It's not necessarily a development permit discussion at this stage. We've done some preliminary drawings. We know we can fit that, and that's where we reverse back to coming up with the regulations in the direct control that allows us to produce a modest rural developed church in the future. So I won't take any more time because I know there's a number of folks that would like to speak. I think this map just clearly shows that the existing property at 1717 Bow Valley Trail is where the congregation currently meets. That building has reached its effective life for that purpose, and this proposal is a very good relationship between the land suitability, the site suitability, and the purpose of developing a cultural establishment or a church there. So that's it for my opening comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Councillor Graham.
I wonder if somebody could do the quick math for me. 8% footprint would be roughly how many square feet? 7,000. Thank you very much.
Okay. Looking to see if there are any other questions. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you for your presentation again. Out of curiosity, in the original presentation from May 2nd, it's noted in the staff report, and I understand it's a staff report, but I'm guessing it's your report that's informed the staff report, that daycare might be an option in the future for this property. Are you amenable to having that added as a discretionary use should council approve this development?
I just want to flip to the bylaw in our use classes. When we define cultural establishment in this district, it's a custom definition that we've modified slightly from the base one in the land use bylaw. And this we've suggested includes assembly instruction, cultural or community activity, and includes such uses such as a place for religious assembly, incidental uses, specifically a daycare, a seminary, indoor, outdoor, cultural events are also included so long as they occur generally within and directly related to the cultural establishment. So yes, it's contemplated as a use. There is no formal intent to do any sort of commercial daycare facility at this time. It is something recognized as a potential accessory use to the church use, yeah.
So that would be okay as a discretionary use?
It's included.
Okay, it doesn't seem to be included in the
Yeah,
draft. but-
I think you're correct. If any would like to move that amendment, I
Okay.
think that would be appropriate.
Awesome.
Because it
All
would
right,
match the purpose.
Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Keeps you from having to come back down the road.
Yeah. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much, Ms. Willett. So this brings us to the public verbal submissions. Council would like to hear from everyone who wishes to speak today. In that spirit, we will be enforcing a 5-minute time limit on presentations, not including time for questions from council. We'll be using the countdown timer on the wall to help us stay on track. Now, before I get into if you plan to speak, if you're having difficulty hearing because you're too far back, the sound's not as good back there, there are free seats up here, so if you're straining, feel free to come closer. If you do plan to speak today, you should be aware that you'll appear on the live web stream of this hearing and that a recording of this web stream is published online. While you're speaking, we ask that you direct your comments to council and limit your comments to the subject of the hearing. Council will be given an opportunity to ask questions of clarification after each presenter has finished speaking. Now, we ask that speakers and members of the gallery join council in supporting the rights of everyone to be treated with dignity, fairness, and respect. That includes not responding with either cheering or admonishing, as such will impact the feeling of safety of others who may wish to speak either for or against. As chair, I will intervene if necessary to uphold these principles. Now, I would encourage, I understand at the last hearing that there might have been some muttering. I didn't hear anything. I'd really ask anyone to refrain from muttering in response to other people's comments out of respect for the process and safety for all those who may wish to speak. I will now open the floor to speakers. First, based upon those who are registered, we have 3 registered in favor and 2 neutral or unstated. So we'll go through those first. And then I will ask anyone who is present in chambers if they wish to speak. And it will be in a rotating fashion, in favor, in opposition, or neutral position. So everyone who wants to speak will have an opportunity to speak. So looking to the list then, I will rotate between in favor and neutral. So first, it's Kay Anderson. Ms. Anderson, good morning.
Good morning. Welcome to Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm also a member of Trinity Bible Church, and I'm speaking in support of the application. I'm very proud of the way our church is of exceptional service to our community and its needs. And one way that I can personally speak about is our 13-week grief share program and seminars and surviving the holiday seminars that we host annually. I personally lead those seminars, and most of our attendees don't even attend our church. And this has been of exceptional value to those who have participated. If you've gone through any type of grief after the loss of a loved one, you'll know how important that support is, and processing your grief is invaluable to you. From an environmental standpoint, I was very pleased to read the results of the environmental impact statement, because as I told my husband, I wouldn't support the location if there were any significant issues that arose in the EIS. In the executive summary, it states a few key sentences. 1, the land has been leveled and cleared of native vegetation. It is unlikely that rare plants exist on the already disturbed property. There are no aquatic resources nearby. There will be no direct effect on important wildlife habitat. And 2, the construction and operation of the proposed project is not expected to affect the functionality of the HHRHP or Harvey Heights Regional Habitat Patch. We will also ensure that there will be no wildlife attractants on the property. And as I'm a director on the Bow Valley Engage, I will personally guarantee education and informational signage placed to stop anyone from entering the backside of the property as the HHRP is upslope from the project area. I will consult with WildSmart about the most effective wording and information to include. And as a final note, I'm going to be under time. I figure if the park wardens thought this was an okay place to build their lodging years ago and not hinder our wildlife, it's going to be a great place for our rural church to be. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Looking to see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you very much. Now I'll move to the first of our neutral positions, Ms. Marjorie Bridge. Good morning.
Good morning, Sean.
If you could just move the microphone down. There you go. Perfect. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Marjorie Rose Bridge, and I am the next door neighbour to Kim and Henry, who live at 105 Harvey Heights Road. I live at 101. I've lived on this property for 31 and a half years. I'm in a neutral position on this. I was quite excited about the proposition at first, and whilst I do not absolutely object to this land use change, nor a church being built on the site, I do have some concerns that I would like to address that could affect the enjoyment of my own property and the value of it should I wish to sell. If the following changes are made, then I would be prepared to give my approval. The position of the buildings and the parking. When we were made aware of their plans, the elders of the Trinity Bible Church approached me to discuss their plans. They said that the entrance would be at the far western end, and the parking would be there also. Could we have the map up on the screen?
Sure, Mr. Gravel will help there.
Thank you. Yes, well, that is the furthermost west part. They said, they agreed that that would be the best thing to do. And that's what we thought was going to happen. However, and that they would have to alter the road slightly going in, and they would have to put an entrance there as well. To the parking. It has now been moved, and the existing gateway and parking will, at the front, next to my land, is going to be used. This is what I've seen on the plans. There was not a pastor's house, and I believe the elders said that it was going to be removed. However, my neighbour told me just last Sunday that the house was going to stay, and the garage, and I would like to know what exactly is going to be built and where. The plan that I have from the EIS does not indicate this house being there. The EIS says it will be demolished. There is going to be a problem of dust because of the gravel parking lot, which may affect my health. I have some health concerns with the dust, and also because the wind in the valley blows mainly from west to east, it does tend to blow on my land a lot, and against my windows get coated with dust sometimes. Now, historically, there was a lot of dust on our land. That's the way it was built. However, I have grassed mine over to lessen the dust, but with a huge parking lot full of dust right against my fence, which is on the drawings, it's going to make the situation a lot worse. That's the wildlife. Despite what the planner has recorded, I dispute this. We have lots of wildlife on here: grizzly bears, black bears, cubs, cougar, coyote, elk, white-tailed deer, even a wolf and a fox. We have had 2 dogs, 3 cats, and 1 bird taken. 1 large bear fighting dog was taken in broad daylight by a cougar. We went up the mountain and found the carcass. The bird was taken in daylight by an owl or an eagle. Feathers were everywhere. Now, I'd like to give a word to council about the proposed daycare. Please, I beg you, do not allow children to play outside without at least 2 adults present. I never allowed my small grandchildren to play outside unattended. The fence. Due to the heavy use proposed, I insist that a high wooden fence be put up with landscaping and tall trees behind, as having consulted an architect who is currently working in Canmore and looking at my own proposal to build a house on my land, and that I will be looking out onto a car park and or a very busy establishment, that is not acceptable to me. The road in. This is a numbered town road. This is not a road, actually. It is a lane, and a dirt lane at that. I ask that the town, allowing this project to go ahead, will acknowledge that 2 cars cannot pass. The Trinity Church's Sunday service is at 11 a.m., and so is my church time at another denomination. I will not be able to get out and pass the cars coming in. The town must tarmac and widen this road or make arrangements for the proponents to do it. Every year I have to phone the Public Works to get crush put into the numerous potholes made by large trucks coming down that lane. And they have to turn around at my entrance and make huge potholes there. My cost for shock absorbers will attest to this. All this traffic will make the road a quagmire.
Ms. Bridge, if there's a final point you'd like to make, please do so, because your time is up.
Okay. I do need to mention that the septic system has to be moved 10 feet according to code, and I have checked this with Alberta Environment. So in summary, I would like the buildings to be relocated and the entrance relocated and the road fixed.
Great. So thank you for that. So just to note, at this stage of the process, it's about concept. All of those things that you just described would be determined at a development permit stage, and I'm sure that you'll have opportunity to speak to that, and I would expect that the owners would also be speaking to their neighbors when it gets to that point.
All right.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any time today, or any questions today? No? Sorry. No tonight. No time today. I don't know where that was coming from. I think I was thinking of the counter. Gary Anderson is the next one to registered. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor Krauser and Council. My name is Gary Anderson. I serve on the Board of Elders at Trinity Church, and I support this rezoning application. My comments will focus on the very extensive search that was done for a suitable piece of property. In the admin report, there is a statement that says there are properties available within the growth boundary. At face value, this is a true statement. However, I would like to demonstrate that for a small nonprofit like ourselves, that statement could not be further from the truth. Pre-COVID, our church had gone to 3 services, and we were outgrowing our current building. 3 years ago, we were approached by a developer interested in buying our current property. We explained that as a church, we could not just take the money and run. We would have to find another suitable property on which we could build a new facility. We agreed on a 9-month time frame to search for land. As you all know, my wife Kay and I are very involved in our community, and I engaged friends and acquaintances who are developers, builders, and anyone who owns land. We also engaged several of Canmore's top real estate agents, as well as Frank Koenig. Ron Casey was kind enough to spend a better part of an entire day driving me around Canmore. Ron literally knew every piece of property, the history of it, and focused on ones he thought would be worth pursuing. After that, our team began intensifying our search. We pursued at least 15 properties seriously, as well as many others. Some examples: on Hospital Hill, a property owned by a small division of the Catholic Church headquartered in Ontario, they used the property for a very occasional retreat. They were ultimately not interested in selling. A property on the Bow Valley Trail. I even involved a Calgary law firm specializing in the area of charitable giving to help explain to the landowner the benefits of selling to a nonprofit at a reduced price and the tax benefits that they would receive. This one also fizzled. The Rooster property near the high school. Even though this property was too small, similar to the size of our current property, there was potential available parking at Crossway Thrift Shop, the high school, and even possibly the rec center, all parking lots that are usually empty on Sunday mornings. Price, again, became the stumbling block. I had lengthy discussions with Dr. Vijay Sethi, who owns the property on the Bow Valley Trail east of the Ford dealership, the Yarmaloys, who own numerous properties, several properties in the industrial park, several others in the light industrial area near the high school. We spoke with the owners of Crossy Ranch about a possible sublease. I engaged a neighbor and former MLA to pursue any lands owned by the province. A property in Three Sisters that has been tied up for years in Calgary bankruptcy court. We even considered property in Deadman's. From time to time, I would run properties by Alaric Fish, and he would give me his perspective. When I reflect back on this very frustrating process, by far the biggest issue was price, followed by unwilling sellers. Gradually, I came to understand who our real competition was: various development groups funded by huge foreign money. This was quite shocking to me. With that in mind, I commend both council and administration for your ongoing efforts of somehow providing affordable housing in our town. It is no easy task going up against these formidable market forces, where each property seems to sell for a new record price. Finally, in the 11th hour, we got a very positive response from our letter writing campaign from Kim and Henry Wang, owners of 105 Harvey Heights Road. We were able to negotiate a contract. This is the only piece of property we could remotely afford. In conclusion, when I step back from being in the weeds for so long with this land search, I believe that our application is a win-win for both us and the town. With your approval, Trinity would be afforded the opportunity to continue to grow and further multiply our exceptional benefit to our community. The town would get significant annual tax revenue from the building that would occur on our current site, $250,000 a year, as well as a more uniform and better look to the Bow Valley Trail.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Is there any final point you'd like to make?
In addition, we would like to donate the 3-bedroom bungalow-style house at 105 Harvey Heights Road to Canmore Community Housing. I have spoken with board member Lisa DeSoto, who agreed to discuss our offer at their next board meeting. Thank you.
Just a clarity on that, is that donate it, move it to another site?
Yes, because
it's not to remain on the site.
Right, to donate it and move it, because we've considered other options, and Kim Wang, you know, she's very partial to the house, and she asks me on a regular basis, what's going to happen to my house? So we all know the value of a 3-bedroom house in Canmore, and it would be a wonderful thing if that could somehow be used in a positive fashion.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next person registered in a neutral fashion, Robert Brisky. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Welcome. And if you could just pull the microphone down so that you're speaking right into it, that'd be great. Thank you.
My name is Robert Brisky. I have lived in Canmore since 2002. I am a retired architect, having my own practice for 20 years in St. Albert, Alberta. I was asked by Mrs. Marjorie Bridge, a friend, to speak to this proposed development on the land adjacent to hers. I have no objection to, per se, for the construction of a church on this land. However, a number of issues have surfaced which concerns Mrs. Bridge, and she asked if I would support her in presenting them. I became aware of the Trinity Bible Church's intention to build a church when Mrs. Bridge asked me to attend a meeting with 2 church elders who wanted to advise her on their plans. I must say that the design and site layout of the church is now quite different than what was explained to us a few months ago. Firstly, the entrance and parking areas is now located at the property line with Mrs. Bridges' land, where it was originally said to be behind the church. Secondly, the existing house on the property was to be removed. And now she has been made to understand from the owner that it would be on the site but relocated. We just wondered what's happening. Thirdly, the parking lot is to be gravel, which would create dust. During my years as a practicing architect in St. Albert, a church I designed, the church, in order to save money, decided to have a gravel parking lot. Within 2 months of completion of the building, a paving fund was initiated, and within another 2 months, the lot was paved. Problems occurred when loose gravel damaged cars or windshields. No stall markings resulted in fewer cars being able to park. And difficulty with snow clearing was the other item. Fourthly, it appears that there will be a number of programs which include outdoor activities, uses by other churches, which means daily traffic on Harvey Heights Road and the town road leading to the church and the bridge land. This road is in poor condition and needs to be widened to allow 2 cars to pass each other, which right now is impossible. I would therefore suggest that a solid high fence with landscaping be along the property line provided by the church to mitigate the view of a sea of cars and the slamming of their doors, the noise of outdoor activities, and enable Mrs. Bridge to enjoy the use of her property as she now does. I have been made aware of a number of inaccuracies in the EIS report, which shows to be which should be addressed. There's a lot of wild animals that constantly appear on Mrs. Bridges' land: bears, elks, cougars, wolves, coyotes. I have seen them, and Mrs. Bridge often calls me to tell me of these visitors. The EIS report appears to say that wild animals' appearances are few and far between. Believe me, this is not so. I am sure that if these animals appear on her land, they must appear on the adjacent property as well. I am also amazed that the EIS report does not mention Mrs. Bridges' adjacent property, which has a stream running through it. It is as if she and her property really doesn't exist. No mention of the impact on her property. One last thing. I would like to suggest that the proposed septic field should be kept at least 20 feet away from Mrs. Bridges' property. The land and Mrs. Bridges' land are currently zoned wildland conservation, and if rezoned to direct control, council and the church will be able to address these concerns of hers during the development permit process. And also be able to enact the great Christian principle of to love and respect your neighbor as yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your perfect timing. Looking to see if there are any questions from council. Seeing none, thank you very much, sir, for sharing your perspective today. The last of our registered submissions is Jessica Boshoff. Welcome. Did I pronounce your last name correctly?
My husband's South African and I'm Australian, so I don't even know how to say it.
There you go.
Good morning, Council. My name is Jess, and this is my husband Dale and my daughter Emily. I'm here today to show that I am in support of Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2022-14, Trinity Bible Church Direct Control District. My husband and I came from Australia to Canmore on a 12-month working holiday in 2017. We did not know a single person when we landed and went to Trinity Bible Church shortly after arriving in Canmore. The church allowed us to make friends instantly, got us connected in the community, made us feel welcome, and gave us a sense of belonging. They held events like Christmas dinners, ugly sweater competitions, women's social groups, hiking, and even connected us in the community to events that we otherwise wouldn't have known about. If it weren't for Trinity Bible Church, we would not have applied for permanent residency and come back to live in Canmore. We have just arrived back 2 months ago with our daughter and straight away connected back with the church. We have been welcomed once again and been showered with kindness and already been on many play dates, invited for meals, and given many toys and clothes for our little one. We believe the church is of great benefit to all those in the community. Trinity Bible Church have become our family and made our immigration to this beautiful part of the world a wonderful experience. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here today. Looking to see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you very much, and welcome to Canmore.
Thank you.
All right, so that's all of our registered speakers. So now we have an opportunity for anyone else here, and I will rotate around the different positions since we just heard a position in favor. I'll look to see if there's anybody here that would like to speak in opposition. Would anybody like to speak in opposition? Would anybody like to speak in a neutral position? I will then see if there's anybody who would like to speak in favor. Right at the very back there first, and then Mr. Sellers will be sometime with that. His hand was up first. Good morning, welcome, and if you could state your name for the record, please.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council. My name is Sergey Nikolenko, and this is my wife, Olga Nikolenko. We are Ukrainians, and we have PR studies in Canada. And as you know, what's happening in Ukraine now. So before the war started, we lived in Ukraine for a year and a half, after living in Canada for a while. And my wife, Olga, came to Canada in November 2021 because we were expecting a child. So she came to Canada with our youngest daughter. We have 6 kids altogether. And I stayed in Ukraine with the rest of the kids to let them finish their school year. And then we were planning to join Olga in Canada in May 2022. But when the war started, we had to pack our stuff in 3 hours and get into the car, and we headed to Western Ukraine to the Polish border. So after spending some time in Poland, we arrived in Canada in March 2022. At that time, Olga was staying with our friend here in Canmore at her place, and we joined her, and we started to look for a place to rent, first in Calgary, because we were not that arrogant to planning staying in Canmore because it's so expensive place and accommodations very difficult to find. But unfortunately, we were not able to find anything even in Calgary. And when we arrived, our friend connected us to Trinity Bible Church. And we were very much welcomed there. We felt like being in a family. They provided a lot of support to us. First of all, they accepted us. They provided their friendship and fellowship. And also they provided a lot of other kind of support. I even had to make a list not to forget anything. And I'm sure I missed something because there was so much support. For example, they provided us with food cards, financial help. They provided us with basic household items, and they even gave us advice how to maybe to go on with finding accommodation, which we finally found here in Canmore, for which we are very thankful. And now we are members of this church. We attend it regularly, and again, I just want to repeat how great to come to a new place and find people who feel like a family. So now, having received this much support, we, and being part of this community, we feel that we kind of want to give something back. So on that note, our oldest daughter, she is working now in Elizabeth Rummel School as a teacher's assistant. Also, our kids are very musical, and they play piano, guitar, violin, and since we are here in Canmore, they participated in numerous events, musical events, community events. Here in Canmore, there was one event in Banff. They participated in musical events in the church and the community as well. So another thing, and maybe I will ask Olga to say a few words about that. She is doing bottle drive for helping Ukrainians, and the Trinity Bible Church also gives us a lot of support for that. They have special bins, and members of the church can donate their bottles for that cause. And maybe Olga, you can say a few words.
Well, just totally agree with Sergey. Yeah, for this 12 months, Trinity Bible Church has supported us with bottles, and we made more than $3,000 just from bottles only, which we sent to Ukraine. So what I just want to say, thank you so much for Trinity Bible Church, who provide us with numerous food cards. They just filled as soon as we got place from regional housing. They just even without presents there, they filled it with furniture. Some was bought new, especially for us, being as we have 6 children. So there's no words we can thank enough to Trinity Bible Church for such help. Without them, I don't know what we will do.
Yeah. And just a couple of other things. I'm a professional interpreter. I work with English, Russian, and Ukrainian languages. So now I work with settlement services in the Bow Valley, providing interpretation services for the different events they organize for the Ukrainians. Like
those Ukrainians who just came.
Yeah, Ukrainians who came, and I heard that there are about 200 people registered with settlement services, and more Ukrainians are coming. So I was working with settlement services. Also, I studied English courses for the Ukrainians, which we are doing now in the Lutheran Church, Shepherd of the Valley. But since they are already very much booked with different community events, I approached the leadership of the Trinity Bible Church, and they were very supportive and excited. If more Ukrainians want to learn English, they were very excited to provide their place for these courses.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your perspective today, and welcome to Canmore.
Thank you.
Welcome to Canada.
Thank you.
If you could just stop at the clerk's desk and write out your name, because I don't think I fully caught it, and that might be help with our minutes.
Yeah. Thank
Great,
you.
thank you very much. Okay, so now looking to see if there's anybody that would like to speak in opposition. Would anybody like to speak in a neutral fashion? Okay, Mr. Sellers, we're back to a in favor position. Good morning and welcome, and if you could just say your name for the record, please.
Good morning, Mayor Sean and Council. My name is Steve Sellers, and myself and my family, we're attenders at Trinity Bible Church, and I've lived in the community for almost 20 years now, and 9 of those, actually, I was pastor of a small church. So I have 3 things I want to say in keeping with what pastors normally do, and I thank you for the time clock. But in my tenure as a pastor here, there are probably 4 or 5 congregations like ours that did not have our own facility. And it was a struggle setting up, taking down, of course. But I would like to speak to the exceptional, unique contribution of Trinity Bible Church that has a brick and mortar presence. As a pastor, we certainly wanted to provide for provide a faith community for the somewhat transient community, but we long to provide a brick and mortar home as well. And to my knowledge, none of those 4 or 5 community churches still exist to this day. So the second point I want to make is my role, my job. I'm the sport chaplain for the CSI, the Canadian Sport Institute. That's our Olympic Training Center. And as a sport chaplain, I minister to, Canmore is an incredible place that so many of these athletes call it their home. And they provide inspiration for our community. My own daughter is one of those, and she got inspired by the Canmore residents. And many of these international sport competitors, some of them actually have called Trinity Bible Church their home church, their faith community. And they're traveling throughout the world. And my job, my role, I conduct one-on-one meetings of mentorship and discipleship and small group Bible studies at bobsled tracks and ski tracks and day lodges and things like that. But when they come home from their transient lifestyle, it's really nice for them to be able to come to a faith home. And we've had biathletes, cross-country skiers, alpine skiers that have called Trinity their home. And it's nice for them to come, again, to a brick-and-mortar place that's not just part of a community of people, but a place to set down some roots and be a part of. And then thirdly, I'm also the sport chaplain for our Canmore Junior A Eagles. And Trinity Bible Church has been very open and let me use their facility. Each year I host a rod hockey tournament to introduce our chaplaincy to the guys. Now, it's fun to see these elite young people who've grown up on Xbox try to manage a rod hockey. Maybe you have to be old like me to even know what that is. But that's what we do. And Trinity has always, every year, hosted that event and other places like that. And it's hard to find places to come to use the facility. And Trinity has been very open and letting us use our facilities that way. So that's all I want to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Looking to see if there's any questions. Seeing none, thank you. So once again, anybody wishing to speak in opposition? How about a neutral position? Would anybody else like to speak in favor? Mr. Casey. I know you're in the past you've normally been accustomed to speaking from this mic, but
it's a little different being on this side of the fence. I tell you, it's way more intimidating.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to, but look what happened to my notes. I got pictures of kids instead. That's okay. I'll just throw them away.
Same thing happens with my iPad. Welcome this morning.
Well, thank you. I just want to start out by saying that in sort of a disclosure statement that I'm not part of the Trinity Bible Church, but I know it surprises you. But I have known Gary and Kay since they came to Canmore, and through Gary and Kay, I've become very familiar with the Trinity Bible Church, and through Gary, have met some of the leaders in the church, and you know, they really are a community-minded group. So when we think about development in Canmore, and God knows you guys are exposed to it 24/7, there's very little development that is truly sustainable. Some of it you can argue is sustainable environmentally, but you know, building second homes is a pretty hard argument that it's a sustainable future. Some commercial developments might be sustainable, maybe, if we have the carrying capacity in the valley for the environmental carrying capacity and the social carrying capacity. But what this development is proposing is something that adds a social sustainability piece that is missing in virtually every other proposal that comes forward. If we want to build a strong community, and of course you people do, and the rest of the community I think does too, but we need to provide the basic fundamental pieces, and part of that basic fundamental piece is providing for people to come together, and in this case coming together to worship. Of course we come together in a variety of different ways, but this is different. This is bringing people together to worship in their faith, but to also give back to the community and try to build the community. Their total values are around building this community, sustaining this community, looking after the underprivileged, looking after those that need help. So if there was ever a development that should be outside of the urban growth boundary, it is this one. And if this development had 1 inch of any kind of commercial or for-profit potential, I wouldn't be speaking for it, because I've spoken against every opportunity to move the urban growth boundary when it was simply for-profit. And so in this case, I'm more than happy to be here to try to support them. To me, it's an intensity of use change. The site is not new, right? It's been utilized as a site for, well, I don't know when the ranger station was built, but I'm guessing in the 40s. You know, so the ranger station isn't new. It's not an undisturbed site. If it was an undisturbed site, once again, I would have a more difficult time promoting or supporting this, because again, that goes one step beyond. It's the death by 1,000 cut scenario. You move the urban growth boundary, you allow a little bit of development, then you allow a little bit more, because the argument is, well, development's up to here, so therefore we should be able to just carry on. And eventually we end up looking like in a vale where we just build stuff to the top of the mountains and go home. So I do support this, and I would caution against, I know the staff recommendation is to require a change to the municipal development plan to move the urban growth boundary. But I would caution against that, simply because the death by 1,000 cut scenario. Allowing this development to occur on a previously developed site, because yes, it changes intensity, but that's all it changes. And it does have huge community value. But moving that urban growth boundary then is just one more piece of property, one more chunk that ends up within the urban growth boundary, and that we all know that sooner or later there's going to be huge pressure to have those uses removed and have, well, God knows, just more condos built on it. So I would encourage you to support the land use amendment, and also at the same time to recognize that doing this without moving the urban growth boundary maybe has some merit and is worth considering. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions?
Want to see
Seeing
my
none.
pictures again?
No, I do.
Oh, yeah?
Later. Thank you. So I'll go around the cycle again. Anybody wishing to speak in opposition? Anyone wishing to speak in a neutral position? You've already spoken, Mr. Bridges. And anyone wishing to speak in favor? Okay. Oh, I've got a number here. So tell you what, the gentleman that's coming first, and then the gentleman who is next to him, and then you'll be the third one in line for in favor. Welcome, and if you could please state your name for the record.
Thank you. Your Honorable Mayor, thank you very much for an opportunity to speak on behalf of the proposal. And thank you, Council, for allowing me to do the same. My name is Clarence Rebuka. I'm 1037 Wilson Way here in Canmore. The people of England have found out that there's a relationship between nature and church property. And my research was from The Guardian of May 6th, 2022, entitled God's Own Gardens, Why Churches Are Some of the Wildest Nature's Sites. And Trinity Bible Church has a history of having beautiful sites. I've seen more than once people stop, even in the evenings, taking pictures, family pictures, in front of the sites, mostly roses, that are displayed in front of Trinity, the present site at 1717 Bow Valley Trail. And I don't see any different if the site is moved over to Harvey Heights. And so I'm in favor of that, because if the people of England think that the church sites are good for nature, I don't see why they should be any different here in Canada. I've written a letter, and you have it in your files. Thank you very much for allowing me to make the presentation.
Thank you, sir, for being here today, and looking to see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you. I'll just proceed with those who had identified they wish to speak. So next will be the gentleman at the back there, speaking in favor. Good morning and welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Council. My name is Wayne Robb, and my wife and I are both members of Trinity Bible Church, and I also have the privilege of serving as the church treasurer, and have done for, I guess, 10, 12 years. And others have already probably spoken about the contribution of the church to the community by means of the nursery, the pre-kindergarten Bible studies, Sunday schools, where we have a lot of young families attending the church with young children, so they get a good introduction to a Christian way of life. And we also support a number of charities, both within Canada and outside of Canada, Christian missionaries and whatnot. I would just like to say, as a treasurer, our members are very generous and support the church very well, and have always been very supportive from a financial aspect, and that's the only thing I wanted to mention to the council.
Great, thank you very much, sir.
Any questions?
I don't see any questions. Thank you for being here today.
Thanks.
And this gentleman right here, welcome, and if you could please state your name for the record.
Yeah, you bet. Hi, good morning. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council. My name's Samuel Goche. My wife and I moved to Canmore in October 2021 alongside our 6-month-old daughter Eloise, and we began attending Trinity shortly after. And just immediately the church became a central hub of community and connection for us, as well as like a source of support. You know, in that time we're kind of coming out of COVID, so it was good to, it's just good to get that a little bit of community and that face-to-face and just see people. For my wife, Lindsay, obviously it provided a huge connection. Being a new mother, there was a lot of kind of, like we've heard, young families, so you get that element of support, which is hugely helpful. But it also gave her an important activity outlet, whether that was mountain biking, cross-country skiing, or rock climbing. Obviously being new to the Bow Valley, everyone here is a professional or an Olympian, so sometimes it can be, sometimes it can be intimidating, right? So this
we'll let him continue with his presentation.
No, it gave a nice outlet without that intimidation, which is perfect. It's exactly what somebody needs coming into the valley. And it also gave that strong family connection that benefited all of us, my wife, myself, and our daughter as well. She loves it. So through the church, I've found some meaningful connection, notably with the men. So as a number of us have participated in a program offered at Trinity called Freedom Session. So this program focused on reflection and healing, and it kind of created a safe and vulnerable environment that essentially like fast-tracked bonding with your peers. And it's, you know, though we've only been here a year and a half, I can really say how good the friendships we've developed as a result of this have been. And that same friendship has carried over to the many events offered by the church, one of my favorites being the Monday night bike rides, the trail rides. So that's a dedicated weekly outing where we get to go out, you get to, you know, introduce the extensive trail network here, which is incredible. And you get introduced to like-minded individuals who are enthusiastic for riding, enthusiastic for the outdoors. And kind of on that same subject, it's not intimidating at all. We get all kinds of people joining, you know, whether you have a $13,000 bike or the Costco special. Nothing wrong with that. But it's kind of just the joy of it all. And it's difficult to quantify, but from our first year and a half in Canmore, I can say without a doubt that Trinity has played an immense role in making this valley feel like home. the church's programs, its initiatives, but ultimately it's individuals, the people taking those initiatives. It's incredible. It's made us feel like an extension of family. Obviously, we've left family to come here. I think a lot of young people do. So it's kind of it's good. It's a really, I don't know, beneficial and it's enjoyable being part of the community for sure. Yeah, that's about it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your perspective today. I don't see any questions from council. I'll now open it up to, is there anyone here that has not spoken yet that would like to speak? One last time, anyone wishing to speak? Okay, there we go. Yep. Welcome. Could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Anna Sellers, and I just wanted to start by saying I wasn't planning on speaking today. I just came to support, but just wanted to represent a slightly different community or like age of the community here that hasn't been represented. I'm 23 years old, and I grew up here in Canmore. I'm also a biathlete on the Canadian team training here, and I just want to say that, and as my dad, he spoke before, we've just been a member of the church for a number of years, and they are a family to me and the rest of my family. I've moved away for sport every single time I come back. They just are really, really supportive of me as a young person and just always asking what I'm up to, always really excited to see me. I was able to compete at the IBU Cups in Canmore that happened here last February, and like a huge number of the church came up and watched me every single day. It was so much fun to see the support in the community. So I just wanted to, just represent a slightly different demographic and say how much of a role they play for me and my family and just other people my age. Thanks.
Well, thank you for being here and representing, and thank you for the courage to stand up and listening to that little voice that said, yeah, maybe I should say something. Okay, and so I'll ask again if there's anybody else that also has that niggling that they would like to say something. Yes, sir. Welcome.
Hi.
Please state your name for the record and
yeah,
go
good
ahead.
morning. My name is Arnie, and it's a great opportunity for me to be here to share my privilege.
What's your last name, sorry?
Arnie Fidel. Arnie.
Arnie.
Yeah, like
Okay,
Arnold.
Fidel. Okay.
So yeah, it's been a great opportunity and privilege for me to be here this morning to be part of this, session. And yeah, so I'm in support verbally, personally, in this rezoning application for Trinity Bible Church. Few years back, when this has been my prayer list that the Lord will provide a church for me and my family to attend to, and the Lord answered that prayer. More than just giving me a church, but He gave me and my family a home and extra family members, which is Trinity Bible Church. And I've been with this church for 4 years now, and this church never fails to make me feel home and help in times of needs through ups and downs, to the point that me and my family are always overwhelmed. And so I'm in support in this rezoning application more than just a member of this church, but as a father, as a husband, and a father of 3 kids, because I want to see my kids grow in faith, in love, and in respect to people and God and to this community. So if me and my family felt welcomed and overwhelmed to this church and through all the activities that we're doing, I believe that other younger family like me or young families like me would felt the same way too. So I'm in support in this application of this church. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and sharing your perspective today. And I will ask again, is there anybody else that would like to speak today? Seeing none, I'd like to thank everyone for having come and spoken today. I'll now turn to the clerk's office to tell us about the written submissions.
Thank you. There are several. Gary Anderson, Kay Anderson, Steve Ashton, Steve Bochter, Jessica Boshoff, Betsy Brandt, Sam Brakey, Paul Britton, Ben Branch, Elaine and Rick Brooks, Bev Carrick, Paul Carrick, Rob Cochran, Kathy Corliss, Mary Fedema, Travis Fedema, Cindy Ferguson, Naomi Franklin, Sean Franklin, Mike Fromm-Al, Sharon Fromm-Al, Craig Gunther, J.L. Gunther, Ron Hallam, Lane Hamilton, Randy Hamilton, Fred Highcope, Gail Highcope, Greg and Pam Hillstad, Barbara Youngman, Jin Hyun Kang, Robert Karg, Sandy Kelly, Sarah Jane Klinker, John Crow, Marguerite Laycock, Marilee Marshall-Salt, I'm sorry if I said that wrong, Charles and Susan McNeely, Chris Mink, Lynn Marie and Terry Neufeld, Matthew Newman, Fred and Sandra Oltheis, Graham Parker, Heidi Parker, Helena Perkins, Glennis Raffin, Helen Richard, Christine and Wayne Robb, Craig Robinson, Idell Roth, Vern Roth, Joseph Salisbury, Trevor and Joanne Salisbury, Lydia Satyamurthy, Beulah Schneider, Daryl and Diane Schultz, Sarah Lee Scott, Deb Sellers, Christy Sellers, Steve Sellers, Gary Smith, Sandra Smith, Scott Smith, Rosaline and William Spann, Devin Stevens, Larry and Sharon Stone, Jose Tenga, Ben and Leah Toornstra, Greg Unruh, Scott Vandermeer, Keith and Linda Weaver, Michael and Natalia Wenzel, Stan Williams, Russell Wilson, Carolyn Winterhalt, Clinton Winterhalt, Aaron Winter Crow, Lindsay Yeomans Gauthier, and Daryl Young. Those were all in favor, in case I didn't say that. And we received one written submission in opposition, Melverine McCullough. And I just wanted to mention, this was as of the end of the day yesterday. I noticed there was a few other submissions that were made overnight, so they will be added to the record of public submissions.
Great, thank you very much. Looking to administration, based on what you've heard today, are there any closing comments or anything you'd like to speak to? Okay, seeing none. Any final questions of council at this time? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. Mr. Gravel. In a previous presentation in the public hearing, Mr. Casey mentioned that, and I noticed that later in the agenda, the recommendation is to postpone this until we can bring back an MDP amendment. But Mr. Casey alluded to the fact that there would be the potential to be able to not redraw the urban growth boundary, but still permit a development such as this to happen. Is that within, like, how would that work, or can that work?
Yeah, I think the key here is that council considers the proposed development to include some community benefit that's exceptional, if you will, that meets a certain threshold of council. And the other piece, of course, is the rural, whether it's considered a rural use versus an urban use. Sorry, can everybody hear me? No?
Eat the
okay.
mic.
Even better.
Okay, so the two pieces really are, does it meet the litmus test for exceptional community benefit? And then is it a rural use? Would council put that in the category of a rural use, or is it viewed as strictly urban? So those are really the two pieces that a council would look at to allow for this.
Okay, I guess what I understand that bit. My question is it possible to permit this development to occur without redrawing the urban growth boundary?
Yes.
Okay. And
Based
so
on
that means that
those two
anything
pieces.
outside would continue to have to go through the same process. What would be the consequence of doing that versus not redrawing the urban growth boundary around this particular development?
I think you open up the discussion more about where that exceptional benefit is, what's rural versus urban, so it does open the door.
Oh, so it's about definitions. Interesting.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
It's
I have time to chew that over.
Okay. I mean, basically, outside of the urban growth boundary, you're typically looking for agricultural type uses, recreational type uses, things that require more space, right? You want your new growth to occur within the urban growth boundary is the idea. It allows for more efficient servicing, it prevents leapfrog development, those pieces. The MDP does include a clause there that talks about exceptional benefit for rezoning, and it does talk about these areas of conservation outside of the urban growth boundary to be more for these rural uses, right, that are typically found outside of a city or town. So if you decide not to move the urban growth boundary, then I guess it opens up that discussion more. You're sort of, there's not a hard line in the sand here anymore. It's more of a, okay, what's offering exceptional benefit? What's rural type-ish use? You know, you're really getting into those definitions and that subjectiveness of community benefit.
Okay, thank you very much.
Looking to Dr. Cottle, did you have something? No, you're good. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, I will now close this public hearing. Okay, so here's what's going to happen now is in just a moment we're going to be taking a 10-minute break. Then we're going to come back with continue with our agenda, and I expect that we will get through H1, which was moved forward before our lunch break. And then following the lunch break, we'll move on with our agenda as it is. It will be first the procedural bylaw amendment, and then we will be hearing the Three Sisters issue, and following that, we'll be hearing the Trinity Bible Church issue, and then following that is the 800 3rd Avenue. So those will all be in the afternoon. If you're interested in any of those, please come back. We don't know the exact times, but they are going to be in the afternoon. Okay? So with that, we'll take a 10-minute break, returning at 22 after. All right, we're back. We're back, live and in person. Moving to item D1, approval of the minutes for May 2nd. Looking to see if there are any errors or omissions from the minutes of May 2nd. Seeing none, I move that minutes of May 2nd, 2023, regular meeting of council be approved as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now looking to the minutes of May 16th. Any errors or omissions there? I move approval of the minutes of May 16th, 2023, special meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay.
What is that about? No mistakes. Oh, yeah. We're on the street. Oh, you.
Now.
We're on the street.
All right, order, please. Now moving to item E1. This was the delegation request from the Downtown Business Improvement Area. I will move that the Downtown BIA delegation requests, and are these going to go on screen? Yeah, okay, very good. I move that the Downtown BIA delegation request made at the May 2nd, 2023 regular meeting of council be referred to administration to consider as part of their report to council on paid parking after 1 full year of paid parking in Canmore Town Centre, along with any recommended changes to the program, which must return to council no later than the regular meeting of council on October 3rd, 2023. So in coming up with the timelines for this, I spoke with Mr. Mackay, who indicated that the current plan would be to return with a report on the paid parking possibly by September. And I put the October regular meeting of council just in case there's any delay, and he felt that was workable. So what the expectation is that those requests would be taken as feedback and considered while looking at the paid parking, and to determine if there's any recommended changes to the program as a result of those questions being asked and that feedback from who are obviously very important stakeholders in the town centre. I would request that you support this motion. Would anybody else like to speak to it? Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would happily support your motion. I think the BIA brought forth some interesting ideas that definitely should be considered as we move forward into Parking 2.0 moving forward. Thank you, sir.
Seeing no other council members wishing to speak, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So now we will proceed with item H1 as per the amendment to the agenda earlier. This is the Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan, and we have Ms. Smithers and Ms. Rogers speaking to that. Welcome to council.
Thank you. It's good to be here. Alrighty, so yeah, thank you again. Mayor Cressert and members of council, Ms. Rogers and I are happy to be here today to talk to you about the Housing Accelerator Fund. So first off, what is the Housing Accelerator Fund? It is a federal funding program for housing. It was launched by the Government of Canada and the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation just in the spring of this year. Its objectives are to create more supply of housing at an accelerated pace, enhance certainty in the development process, support the development of complete, affordable, inclusive, equitable, and diverse communities, and support the development of low carbon and climate resilient communities. And we're here today to talk to you about it because participation in the Housing Accelerator Fund requires a council-approved action plan. So what is an action plan? It outlines a housing growth target and identifies specific initiatives to grow housing supply. It looks at the community and housing more holistically than just units on the ground. And the objectives include many of the things I talked about in the previous slide related to affordability, increasing supply, equity and inclusion, climate action, and complete communities. The bigger picture view of housing is important because it speaks to the importance of equity in the town's policy framework and our decision making. Affordability and increasing supply must be considered in the context of town goals on livability and environment across the board. We should be striving to provide everyone in the community with access to the same opportunities. The action plan initiatives aren't necessarily linked to how the funds from the Housing Accelerator Fund can be used. Since Council must approve the action plan, as I said, that's what the focus of the report and today's presentation is on. In short, though, if successful with the Housing Accelerator Fund application, the funding could be directed towards infrastructure to support the development of housing in the community. The funding could also be used for process improvements. However, we do have the development application reserve that's targeted towards that. So most likely we would use the funds for provision of infrastructure for complete communities.
Successive council strategic plans have consistently prioritized affordability, climate action, mode shift, and complete communities. This is important because the housing crisis is having a significant impact on our community, and the approaches that we've taken over the years have seen modest success. Some statistics we gathered from Statistics Canada, just to share with you, to highlight the importance, 26% of dwellings in Canmore are non-owner occupied, and that's compared to 8% non-owner occupied dwellings in the province of Alberta. Monthly shelter costs have increased by 65% since 2006, 37% higher than the Alberta average. And average property values have increased by 80% since 2006, which is twice as high as the Alberta average. So the wicked problems in our community really require bold solutions, and we'll be reviewing those as we go through the rest of the presentation.
Thanks, Therese. So over the recent years, we've seen a lot of change at the town, both administration and the community. This relates to the pandemic, our continued focus on business transformation over the past 5 or so years, and the increasing and consistent growth pressures in the community. We know that change can be difficult, even when you can see it coming. And we know that a number of the initiatives that we're proposing, which we'll get into in a bit, will bring about more change. All of it is targeted on what we've heard from council and in the community, as it relates specifically to creating space for affordability and complete communities. And the action plan supports what we value as a community, particularly as it relates to affordability and attainability of housing, climate action, and again, complete communities. In this slide, I've mentioned insured a couple of times, insured attainable housing, insured affordable housing, because we've seen repeatedly in conversations in the community and in some of the applications that come into the town, there's a lot of talk and reference to affordability and attainability, but with no tools to enforce or require it, it doesn't amount to any certainty. So we are recommending turning our attention to tools that can provide certainty as it relates to affordable and attainable housing for the community. There are a lot of initiatives that could be included in the action plan that the town has been putting attention to for a number of years. These include process and resource improvements in development planning and in engineering, projects, incentives, and resource increases in climate action work, our continued support of Canmore community housing, and investment in transit and other infrastructure to support communities. Specifically, these are some of the types of initiatives provided as examples for an action plan by CMHC, but we've already completed them, so they're ineligible. I'm not going to read the whole list, but I want to reference them here, though, as they are significant, and they speak to the town's focus on this area over a number of years. They're also in your report. And there's quite a bit that we can include in a housing action plan, which we'll go through now. I'll start off by saying the numbers are referencing, they're prefaced with a C for current initiatives that are already underway, P for ones that are already planned by administration and included in our budgets, and then N for new initiatives. I would also say that just given the size of the community, we are required through the action plan application process to have a minimum of 7 initiatives. We have 17. so just for reference. In terms of current initiatives, and you'll be familiar with these because they're underway, but I'll go through them quickly for the audience. The Palliser Area Structure Plan is 9 hectares of provincially and town-owned land, and the intent is to turn that area into a diverse, affordable, and attainable community. It will be a mixed-use neighborhood with opportunities for local serving retail, services, pedestrian connections, and enhanced parks and public spaces where residents can gather. And we're estimating there will be over 1,000 residential units brought on by that development. The next is the development of the recently acquired provincial lands in the Palliser area. That is a 2.3 hectare parcel of provincially owned land intended for affordable and other non-market housing needs. The province has agreed to transfer of land to the town for uses that support community livability and affordability. So that is underway and will be more informed by the area structure plan once that's approved by council. We are improving e-permitting with a dynamic portal. This is in response to feedback we've had from industry over the years, even when we started some of the business transformation work at the town a few years ago. This is launching an online application portal for all building and development permits. It will be a completely digital application process where applications are uploaded and paid for by applicants online and then reviewed by staff all within the same system. And it also enables real-time, up-to-the-minute status updates for applicants on their applications. We are updating our engineering, design, and construction guidelines. The significance there in terms of the action plan is that the guidelines support low-carbon community goals for travel by foot, bicycle, and transit by incorporating new design standards for complete streets to make travel safer, more affordable, and to reduce travel emissions. The engineering, design, and construction guideline update includes new low-impact development details for reduced stormwater runoff, air purification, and reduction of the heat island effect, and new requirements for improved inclusivity, accessibility, and comfort for all road and pathway users. We are reviewing our vacant town land holdings, number C5 up there. The goal of this is to study the development potential of select town-owned sites within Canmore. This is basically dusting off an inventory of town land that was done, I believe, in 2017 or 18, and looking at some of the select sites within that inventory. The study will provide sufficient information in order to understand the viability and feasibility of development on each of those sites to support decision-making regarding future investments in housing. Canmore Community Housing is continuing to work on creation of a residency program. Council will remember this from the discussions around the Lawrence Grassy Middle School Area Redevelopment Plan. And so that is intended to be a pilot project underway where we're hoping there can be replicability throughout town once that model's in place. And then CCH is also developing their lands at Stewart Creek. They're currently seeking a rezoning on the property to maximize the affordable housing development potential of the site. In terms of planned initiatives, we are updating the climate action plan. Council may remember this from the budget discussions of the end of last year. This will result in a new and updated mandate that takes into consideration scientific advances in climate change projections and modeling, and it will ensure the town's efforts on environment and climate change are inclusive and equitable and align with and support international, national, and provincial climate change initiatives, targets, and goals. P2, later this year, we'll be starting off the Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan. We have actually started some consultation with the BIA on what that's going to look like. The Downtown Area Redevelopment Plan will investigate the possibility of a more permanent pedestrianization of a portion of Main Street, and it will include the review of key development standards such as height and parking minimums in order to maximize densification and diversification within the area. The review will evaluate underutilized sites within the area to explore opportunities for expanded residential where feasible. As Council will also remember, through Finance Committee, there was a motion to increase the requisition to Canmore Community Housing, which is a not-for-profit corporation wholly owned by the town of Canmore. So that will be coming forward in the 2024 budget amendment. And P4, Stoneworks Creek flood mitigation construction. The flood mitigation project will sufficiently reduce flood hazards to lands planned for housing in the Palliser area. Construction is planned for 2024 and 2025. Once completed, a large area of land in the Silvertip and Palliser area structure plan areas can be safely and sustainably developed. They're refreshing the Canmore Community Housing Accessory Dwelling Unit Grant Program. So CCH did conclude in 2022 a 3-year pilot program that provided grants of up to $20,000 for homeowners to construct an ADU on their property, accessory dwelling unit. Upon completion, the unit was required to be rented to CCH eligible renters at a minimum of 10% below market rental rates, and CCH intends to refresh and launch that program again in 2024. And then lastly, for planned initiatives, revising the CCH Vital Homes bonusing structure in the land use bylaw. The current approach to provision of CCH managed housing through the bonusing provisions in the land use bylaw doesn't serve the town, CCH, or the building industry, and ultimately our community as well as it could. So we do intend to work with CCH and BOTA to review the current system with the goal of finding ways to improve it. And then for new initiatives, I'll turn it back to Ms. Rogers.
Sorry, we have a different approach. No, it's okay. I can do it. Thank you, though. Ms. Smithers has reviewed the many actions that the town has already taken and is currently undertaking. Despite these efforts, we still have significant housing affordability and availability challenges in Canmore. Council and administration have been working together this past year and a half to explore bold options. Council has been very clear that bold, innovative leadership is required so we can thrive as a vibrant, livable, and diverse mountain community. Exploration of these options should be advanced, we're suggesting, regardless of the outcome of our Housing Accelerator Fund application, as they have the potential to very positively and significantly impact Canmore's housing crisis. This is a global problem. Real estate investment around the world is putting pressure on residents in many communities, and governments are looking for different ways to address empty and underutilized homes and to increase rental housing stock in their communities. The objectives of our program, I'll go through here in a minute. Increases in the assessed values of residential properties as a result of increased demand for housing have contributed to housing affordability challenges in Canmore. Increased demand for vacation homes has decreased the number of dwellings potentially available for permanent residents. And incomes have not kept pace with housing cost increases, creating tremendous pressure for both ownership and rental. And really, the fewer people that can afford to buy, the more people need to rent. So that problem perpetuates itself. We really are suggesting these options to positively impact the housing crisis in Canmore. We're looking to encourage long-term occupancy of our existing housing stock. We're looking to encourage an increase in rental housing supply. And we're trying to find and create a sustainable source of funding to support ongoing affordable housing efforts. I wanted to just start with a couple of definitions, as these terms are often used interchangeably and can sometimes lead to some confusion. Our land use bylaw does define tourist home and visitor accommodation, and those terms can be used in other communities to mean something different. So I just wanted to go through that to set the stage for what's coming next. In terms of tourist home, in Canmore that means a dwelling unit that can be used as a permanent residence or for short-term or long-term stay. There are no time restrictions on renting a tourist home. It does, however, require an annual statutory declaration to declare personal use. So if someone is wishing to use that property for personal use, they're required annually to provide a statutory declaration saying so. These tourist homes are prohibited in the vast majority of our residential districts, and they are part of the residential tax class when used for personal use. Visitor accom, on the other hand, is typically found in purpose-built multi-unit buildings, which are located in commercial districts. They have a 30-day rental maximum and are not intended to be used as a residence or for long-term rental. And they do fall in the commercial tax class. And we hear the word short-term rentals sometimes. That really could be either tourist homes or visitor accommodation, and it's what most people think of when they are referring to potentially an Airbnb or a VRBO. So, on to our recommendations. Although tourist homes have been permitted in some residential areas of Canmore, their use as short-term rentals has eroded the town's inventory of housing stock that might otherwise be available for long-term residential rental purposes or full-time residential purposes. Tourist homes are residential units, as I've described, that may be rented out short or long-term, and the visitor accom, which is not what we're talking about in this particular case, is with the 30-day time limit. And what we are proposing is that we explore a plan to phase out the tourist home designation. This would involve removing tourist homes in the future as a use in the land use bylaw. Existing tourist homes would become or could become legally non-conforming, which means they could continue to operate as a tourist home unless that use ceased for 6 months, at which point they would revert permanently to a residential use. Over time, the statutory declaration would go away. If a tourist home converts to residential use, there's no longer a need for a statutory declaration because they convert permanently to a residential use. In terms of taxation, tourist homes used for personal use could retain that tourist home status as long as they continue to be used as a tourist home. And the town would explore, as part of this work, the possibility of moving them from a residential tax class to a commercial tax class. In addition to this initiative serving to ensure more availability of residential properties for residences, it could also help us improve the town's enforcement abilities, as the number of legal tourist homes would be smaller and more condensed in certain areas. So part of our work moving forward is to understand what's possible and where. Okay. The next item that we are proposing is to help address the lack of long-term rental stock in the community. The investigation of tax policy to incentivize landowners to build purpose-built rentals is what we're recommending here. While under provincial regulation, the municipal land use framework generally prohibits regulation for user and only allows form of tenure versus the use itself, tax policy allows us greater flexibility. And it does allow us to approach incentivizing certain forms of use or certain forms of tenure. Tax incentives can be linked to tenure, so in this case we would be proposing long-term rental. And if a building were to convert to ownership instead of rentals, those tax benefits or tax incentives would cease to apply. So we have some ability to enforce on the tax side that we don't have on the land use side. Next item that we are proposing is that we look at tax structures again to incentivize full-time, long-term occupancy of our current housing stock. Canmore has some of the highest housing costs in Canada, which you know and we've talked about already this morning. And again, that is contributing to the challenges that we're facing as a community. Empty homes and homes that are infrequently occupied further contribute to our housing crisis by removing market opportunities for local residents. So incentives to occupy housing units long-term rather than keep them vacant can help with our housing crisis directly by encouraging full-time occupancy. A property tax structure that would create a surcharge for vacant or under-occupied properties should be investigated for those property owners who choose to keep their property vacant. This type of tax would create a sustainable funding source for continued investment in affordable housing for long-term occupancy. This approach could also include policy to incentivize the development of vacant land. We do have some vacant land privately owned throughout the community, and this may not be another opportunity to encourage development of that. Where am I? Okay, the options I just reviewed, as I'd mentioned, are recommended by administration as likely to have the most impact on improving availability of housing for the local population. We also recognize, however, that there are additional initiatives that could potentially support the provision of more housing units, which may affect availability of housing for town residents. This could include land use bylaw changes potentially related to residential building heights or parking requirements. And we certainly intend to consider such changes if council approves moving forward with this work. And there's the possibility to pilot those potentially in land use districts like the Palliser or with the downtown local area redevelopment plan that we're working on. To support the work required to investigate these options, a new 2023 capital project is being proposed for council's consideration. Our estimate is that we would need $200,000 to help provide some legal support and expertise, on the tax policy side, and also planning to investigate land use bylaw opportunities. And we are proposing to fund $50,000 of that from the General Capital Reserve, the balance from the Development Application Reserve. The Development Application Reserve is anticipated to have a 2023 ending balance of just under $1 million, and the General Capital Reserve projected year-end ending balance of approximately $6.6 million. Now, the Development Application Reserve is used to stabilize our operating budget in terms of when planning work occurs and when fees are collected. It's also used or intended for one-time operating expenditures and to fund capital expenditures related to business enhancements that support the processing of development-related applications. While the tax policy work is not directly related to planning and development applications, administration is taking on this work to address the gaps in housing stock that have been created by private development, and we are exploring land use bylaw options that could positively impact affordable housing. So you'll have seen in your report, we have 5 recommendations that we are proposing council consider today. Approving the Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan as contained in Attachment 2 of your package. Directing administration to explore proposed amendments to the land use bylaw and policy amendments that phase out tourist homes as a use and report back to council with our findings and options. Direct administration to return to council with a report on property tax policy options to incentivize purpose-built rentals and full-time long-term occupancy of residential units. To have administration investigate and report back on changes to residential districts in the land use bylaw that could facilitate provision of additional housing supply. And finally, to approve that new capital project. That concludes our presentation. Whitney or Ms. Smithers and I will go back to the admin table as the CAO and General Manager of Municipal Services may wish to participate in the Q&A.
Very good. Thank you for that. And thank you to both of you for your work on this report and the Housing Accelerator Fund document. And I want to note that, of course, much of this comes from earlier discussions that were had with council since our term began. So I'll now open it up to questions. Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you for the presentation. Under the analysis of alternatives, there's a couple other potential options, but one I just wanted a little further clarity on would be the elimination of architectural guidelines. Just maybe a quick couple pros and cons of why that's a potential alternative. Just what would that exactly entail, and what benefits do we see from doing that?
Ms. Smithers.
Yes, thank you. So we do acknowledge that in Canmore, we do put a pretty high standard on the quality of design of buildings in our community, and really that that's why the architectural guidelines that are in the land use bylaw are fairly extensive. And we do recognize that that's a level of detail that other communities don't necessarily go into. And we believe if we looked at eliminating those architectural guidelines, it could likely speed up the processing of applications. And at the same time, the guidelines are there for a reason, right? They articulate a desire of the community. I do believe that there's likely a correlation between the quality of design and the aesthetic of our community and its attractiveness as a destination and a resort community. So while that did come up as one alternative that we could pursue that may have an impact on affordability and just the timelines for processing development applications, we haven't really had a fulsome investigation of it to the point where we would be confident bringing it forward as something we'd want to look into more. So then that one, as well as the other alternatives that are identified in that section, are ones that we thought, you know, we could go there and they could have a benefit, but we really tried to focus on what are the fewest most important things that we could put our time and resource and effort to have the biggest impact in the shortest period of time, right? So not to say that we wouldn't ever go back to that, but we just haven't researched it enough to know that it would be more impactful than the other recommendations we put forward in the action plan.
Thank you.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you all very much for this report. I think this is a landmark change for Canmore. Should we move in this direction? And I really appreciate all the work that both council and administration have done over this past year and a half. It is greatly appreciated. I wanted to get some clarification on one of the numbers in your presentation. 26% of homes are non-owner occupied. I can read that kind of two ways. The 26% are vacant, or 26% are actually rental units. I'm assuming we're saying it's 1 in 4 units are probably vacant. Is that correct?
Ms. Rogers?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I could have just done this.
2 thumbs up?
Sorry about that. Like, wait.
Thank you. That's a huge amount of inventory that's sitting there underutilized, and I look forward to it being much lower number.
So just on that, I think maybe it's misdescribed. It actually could be non-resident occupied, because I believe that stat directly relates to the census.
Mm-hmm.
We're able to determine how many of our residential units are in fact not occupied by somebody that calls Canmore home. Yeah. So, while I'm talking, I had a question about N4. Within the description of N4, it talks about, and that's the land use bylaw potential amendments, and it talks about building height and parking. And I just wanted to clarify, that would probably be most applicable to purpose-built rentals. Is that correct?
Not necessarily, just from the point of view of through the land use bylaw, we can't regulate owner versus rental units. So it could be most applicable to multi-residential buildings. So just a bit of a nuance there.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's encouraging buildings that could be for purpose-built rentals, and then when combined with the tax policies, that's where you start to
Yeah, there could be a
encourage
layering
rental.
there, absolutely,
Okay.
yeah.
Great, thank you.
And I would say, sorry, just on that one too, another one that we want to investigate, because do we want to look at maximum building heights? Absolutely, and probably that would relate to being more specific on the number of stories in a building.
Yep.
What we don't want to do is create a situation where we create a taller building that really just results in bigger floors that are more marketable for that kind of market
Right.
sale or rent, yeah.
Thank you for that. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your presentation. I also was looking at the alternative analysis, and I guess I'm asking these questions because I'm considering amendments, but wondering if those amendments are just repetitive in terms of the meaning of the overall theme of the of the initiative. So, for instance, and of course, I went looking for what you were talking about. Now I'm lost in the page. Lord love a duck. Okay, I'm just going to wing it. I do that well.
Page 501 of the package, is that what you're looking at?
Oh, 501.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, the item of eliminating detached dwellings, is that, actually, no, I want to rewind. When we talk about affordable and non-market definitions, is the federal government, or CMHC rather, providing us with what their definition of what an affordable housing unit will be? And should we then maybe instead change our vernacular to be more non-market housing? Because I'm guessing that there's going to be a range of initiatives that are going to provide housing on different pinpoints on the affordability scale, which may not necessarily be defined as affordable housing based on a federal government definition.
So there's a lot to that
I know,
answer.
I'm sorry. There's a lot to me.
Yeah, so at a high level, the Housing Accelerator Fund is focused on creating more housing units. The way that they calculate the funding amount available, there's a lift. So the first factor is how many more units are going to be on the ground relative to your projections without the Housing Accelerator Fund. And then there's a lift to the funding available related to how many of those would be affordable or non-market. I forget exactly what the calculation is. Sorry, I don't have it in front of me. So it's not just about the affordable or kind of non-market, near market. It's about just providing more units. I think in Canmore, we have a unique situation where effectively the market is set by the second homeowners. So I think that, and kind of to the point that was made in the presentation, right? We have a pretty big gap in just wealth equity in the community. So for us, it's looking at tools to really get at that affordable, attainable piece, because just providing more units, we suspect is not going to do much for attainable housing for the local population. So you kind of need both, right? You can take a look at the kind of missing middle. It's going to provide more units, but there is a fair amount of research that's starting to emerge that says that doesn't really do much for the kind of low, medium income or kind of medium high income families. Like it provides more units, but they would, in this case, likely just go to more second homeowners. So it's how do we approach the housing crisis from the point of view of not just increasing unit counts, but ensuring that those units, many of them are available for the local population and for the community that might not be at that same kind of market price point. Sorry, that was a big answer.
No, that's great. Basically, what you're saying is that it rewards us for building the units we need, not the units that some people might want.
Yes.
Because needs and wants are two different things, right? We don't need any more $2 million homes. I can tell you that. Okay, perfect. My next question was, these additional items that are listed here in analysis of alternatives, are they not included as part of the action plan simply because of capacity? Or is it about like, we're going to do that next?
Yes, says the CAO. So we'll go with that. No, I think part of it is a capacity thing, but part of it is just we haven't had the time to be able to dig into these to see how appropriate they would be for the community. And again, as I spoke to when I answered Councillor Hillstad, what we've included in the action plan are kind of the fewest, most impactful initiatives at this point. Not to say we will never take these on, but we're not convinced that they would give us the kind of bang for the buck that the stuff that's in the action plan will.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, Councillor McCallum.
Sorry, I had another one. I apologize.
Back to you.
Thank you. And again, the broad-reaching direct administration to investigate and report back on changes to residential districts and land use bylaw that can facilitate provision of additional housing supply. Is that sort of where, well, you've already said that that's where parking conversations would occur. Is that also sort of the space in which changes around parking with suites, sort of going hand in hand with the renewal of the CCH suites incentive? Would those be happening somewhat simultaneously? Because I can tell you that in some cases, in many cases, particularly on my street, the need to provide that parking stall for a suite is having an effect on the neighborhood and having an effect on what the built form is looking like. And so I also know that we are very close to transit, and that there was the previous council contemplated within the land use bylaw a change to parking with suites within 400 meters, I believe, of a bus stop. And I was wondering, since our transit system has matured a bit and so on and so forth, is that something that you would be considering within item 4 of the recommendations?
It could be. I will say that right now, even related to the Palliser area structure plan, we have a parking study currently underway to revisit the parking requirements in our kind of stock medium density districts, as well as building heights actually for that community. So I would imagine that there would be some lessons learned that we could carry through to other districts. And I can certainly take back to the team that looking at ADUs and revisiting the effectiveness of that current parking requirement. Maybe that's something that we could fold into that existing investigation.
Yeah, I guess it's that whole ADU piece and the parking, and then it's also the ability for people to basically pay to get out of building a suite in their home, and how we can mitigate that, which is clearly. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, do I need to make an amendment to direct administration to specifically look at these things, or are these within the sub-lists of the items that you are recommending council approve?
With regard to the parking for ADUs, I can
Parking for ADUs, and then I guess this is in the analysis of alternatives of the eliminating detached dwellings as a use in the land use bylaw.
Yeah, so the parking, I can take back to the team and ask them to be prepared to speak to that when we come back with, later subsequent work. The eliminating detached dwellings isn't something that was on our radar.
Okay.
So if you wanted to go forward with that, that would need a motion.
Okay.
And likely some resource, because that's a pretty substantial piece of work in terms of engagement with industry and communities.
Like what kind of resource?
Let me think about that.
Okay. I'll let other people ask questions. You think about that.
Okay. Does anybody else have a question? Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. While we're continuing these talks about analysis of alternatives, with respect to the piece on reducing maximum house sizes allowed in the land use bylaw, could you guys speak a little further to that? Because I believe our current maximum house size is it 3,000 or 3,500? Yeah, and so what sort of like percentage change was being contemplated at even like a high level at this point?
Again, we didn't get into that research. That's why it's in some alternatives that we thought we could look at, but then it wasn't one of the initiatives that we thought merited inclusion in the action plan at this point, which isn't to say we wouldn't go there at some point in the future, but the correlation between that house size and we just weren't sure it would have the impact that we wanted, and so I can't tell you what a new maximum house size would be. It was just one of the other options that we could look at reducing that. I think there's an affordability piece, and also there's, in terms of council's environmental goal, there's also a greenhouse gas piece to that probably.
For sure. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. And while we're in the analysis of alternatives, can you speak a little bit to what fast-tracking CCH applications may or may not look like?
Processing them more quickly. Again, the analysis of alternatives, we didn't dive into those in a great deal of detail to say this is what that project could look like, right? So is it likely that we could fast-track applications where we, again, to that kind of assurance of attainability or affordability rather than just verbal commitments. If we had some kind of intake process that involved a commitment from with CCH up front, maybe we could. I don't know. We didn't really have a chance to take a look at it. I will say too that as much as fast tracking for affordability is an option, I've also heard, you know, maybe we should fast track for sustainability. So if people provide like tier 3 or 4 of the building code voluntarily, maybe we should fast track that. I think there are a lot of competing, compelling reasons out there on why we might want to fast track things, and we know from industry that they would even just like the current applications coming forward to go quicker as well. So on balance, it's not one that we really did a deep dive into, again, because the initiatives in the action plan are the ones that we thought should take our focus right now.
Dr. Cottle, did you have something to add?
I'll just add to that. I mean, I think I feel like Ms. Smithers is kind of saying the same thing in different ways. And so what we're really trying to do here, the sort of umbrella is, you know, we could do a lot of things, but we have limited resources. And so council could increase the budget and give us more money to hire more consultants, but hiring consultants takes time. You know, we're trying to maximize effectiveness here. So for transparency and the list of all the things we've talked about with council and workshops and we know we could do, we've put them all in the analysis of alternatives. What we're recommending and bringing forward are the things we believe have the most impact and will have the biggest impact on increasing the number of units. There's a lot of things we could do that will have an impact, but they're smaller or incremental, or they require significant time and resource to put in place. So what we tried to prioritize was in that sweet spot. It doesn't mean we can't or won't do any of them, but what we're addressing here are the things that we believe can have the most impact the most quickly, and then we can begin to work down the list. So that's not to say council can't put forward any of the analysis of alternatives, but we haven't done a full analysis of all of them, and likely it would mean reporting back to you on what it would mean to do those things, which will mean that we're spending time researching that, and that delays our ability to advance what we've recommended. So anyway, there's, you know, we can do all the things, but there's a consequence of the timing of that. That's good, he cut me off this time. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation and all the work that went into this. I will move then, and just to give people a heads up, what I'm anticipating is we're going to go through these motions, then we're going to call a 1-hour lunch break, and then we'll resume with the procedural bylaw when we get back. Okay. So I'll move that council approve the Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan as contained in attachment 2. Before speaking to that, is there anybody that was wanting to propose an amendment? It came up a couple of times there. So Councillor McCallum.
Eat the mic. Thank you, Your Worship. I just sent Ms. Regersberg an email to you. Whoosh. And basically, I'd like to include the exploration of elimination of single detached dwelling as a use in the land use bylaw, and I believe that that goes beautifully hand in hand with the reimplementation and of suites. And, you know, we're seeing, I was actually the one in the last council that put forward the motion to eliminate single detached dwelling as a permitted use, hoping that it would really bring us on some suites in the neighborhoods. And even if those suites aren't used right off the hop, those are actually suites that eventually will have a use, because homes don't tend to stay with the same owner their whole life. And of course, we see homes that have been in our community and that are 30 years old, and they're coming down, and they're perfectly good houses, but they are too small in the new owner's mind for the property or for the developer, and something 3 times as large is being put in its place. And so I would prefer to see those units come pre-serviced at minimum, with the ability to house somebody additionally in that home. And so I think this is a perfect match based on what administration is putting forward as part of the application. And I ask my colleagues to join me in approving it. Thank you.
So just for clarity and just about round
Yeah.
process, and I'm going to light up both, everybody. I'm turning on everybody's mic.
Mic is for everyone. We'll give it to Scott. You get a
Are
mic.
you
get a
suggesting
mic.
then that this become like an N5 in the application, a new?
I don't know if I didn't write the application and I didn't read
Because I think
every
there's two
single
ways to go forward.
Yes.
There's one, including it in the application, which would be part of this motion.
Mm-hmm.
Or alternatively, it could be a separate motion at the bottom of this list, right? So what I'm getting from administration, instead of being part of the application, let's hold this amendment, and in fact, let's see. It's going to be a motion arising.
Okay.
And we'll deal with it immediately next.
Okay. It is, I have to say, it's, the application has been written, right? It's already been written and everything else, so for us to amend anything is kind of complicated because
Yeah.
it has been written
Exactly.
already.
So what-
And so I was trying to find a way to include it without having administration have to rewrite the whole application.
And that's what this will do.
Right.
Okay.
But I do believe that if they're doing this work, that this is work that is aligned.
Perfect. So then, going back to the motion, and we're going to just come back to that right after this.
Okay.
Councillor Faubert, did you have something that you wanted to have with respect to the actual action plan that we're approving?
Yes, but it may result in a similar situation as Councillor McCallum's.
Okay, well,
Because-
why don't you just broach the topic and let me know what you were thinking, and then we'll determine if it's a separate motion
Yeah.
or if in fact it's an amendment to the action plan.
Yeah, and this was something I planned on working on at lunch, so thanks for the agenda change. This is why no one saw it before this moment. Do they have my motion? And similar to what Councillor McCallum was thinking, I felt that in the action plan application under land use bylaw changes, and given sort of the public hearing earlier today, and the potential for a comprehensive planning process that could lead to increased density or infill housing, which does fall under the Housing Accelerator Fund in terms of something that we can get, I think, get support. And so if we're looking at building heights and we're looking at parking, I think I would agree with my colleague, we could look at single detached dwellings, but I also think we could look at a process to undertake the work that I heard administration earlier today say is needed in order to have in place comprehensive planning so that when applications come forward for infill, it's not these spot zonings or situations where we run up against planning processes and best practices, especially when we have people in our community who want to be part of the solution. And I know that the missing middle stuff, I hear what administration is saying in terms of the biggest bang for the buck.
Yep.
Ultimately, this might not be it, but if we're already going to look at the land use bylaw for other considerations around the built form and to achieve these objectives, I think we could look at this as well. I want to add as well that I appreciate that this could result in a additional need of funding in the last motion. And so it was my plan to either to potentially table the final motion until the end of the meeting, so admin could advise me on a number that would best capture any additional work. But first, the motion would have to pass. So I'm not going to jump ahead to that because there's no guarantee that, that this is going to be successful, but I really wanted to put it out there because I think it's a really it's something I think that is the conversation, and not just in our community. And there was another point I had in my mind, and I'm forgetting it, so I'll just leave it at that. And thank you for your consideration.
Okay, so we're going to deal with that as a separate matter as well then.
Okay.
We're just going to speak to the motion then on, that's been moved, that council approve the Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan as contained in Attachment 2. These other motions will be additional items that could be explored should they be approved.
I could speak to the motion.
Yeah, so Dr. Cottle, did you have something you wanted to add?
Well, just two options for thinking about this approach, because I don't know about others, but I get hangry.
Yeah.
And my head's not good. But two things. One is to both Councillor McCallum and Faubert's proposed motions is they could be written in a way that asks us to report back at a future council meeting about additional funding. I'm just cognizant of the fact that the planning department has several matters on the agenda this afternoon. So if it were an engineering or a municipal services afternoon, they likely could pull together what's needed. So that would be one approach, is that we, administration report back about what it would mean to include those and any funding requirements.
I really like that. So when we get to them, I'm going to ask for a friendly amendment that it becomes a report back about these things, so that we're proceeding in a more planned and thoughtful manner.
Great.
Okay.
The other option, is that, and I think we can do this, I'm looking to the clerk, is we could break, and we could, when we come back to the meeting, walk through the recommendations. So if people need time to think about this, I'm just not clear where council's at if there's a lot more debate. We're happy to stay. I was joking about the hangry at the start, but it's just another option depending on where you all are at.
You know, I think that we should probably take a break. Yeah. So tell you what. Now, I put a motion on the table. Let's do that one, and then we're going to come back and deal with the rest of them so we don't have a motion on the table. So speaking to the motion about the Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan, I'm excited that this plan captures so much of what we've talked about leading up from many of us in our electoral campaigns to various workshops, through our strategic planning, and now has been captured, and serendipitously is at the same time that we have this Housing Accelerator Fund opportunity. So I will wholeheartedly support approval of the Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum?
Thank you, Your Worship. I too will be happy to support these recommendations. And so are we just talking about the first one, or are we
talking about
the first one? Okay, so I am happy to approve the Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan as contained in Attachment 2. You know, it's really kind of humbling to see the initiatives that we've done so far, and see sort of cumulatively that work in front of your eyes, and realizing that we haven't been doing nothing. But when you pile it all together and then you see these new initiatives that we could take on as well, it's sort of many of the things that I've been talking about in the last 10 years around this horseshoe. So I'm happy to see it consolidated in a report, and I really hope that we have lots of luck with this action plan and with the funding that's attached to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. I will be speaking in favor of the motion. A few weeks ago, I attended an event, and there was a person who was speaking to housing, and they were very passionate. But in their presentation, I became a little frustrated, because the impression I got was that their impression of the work that we do is that we're not doing anything on housing. And this is an attitude in our community that I think is false. I think it's a messaging that is a wedge and is divisive and doesn't actually understand or try to understand behind the scenes, you know, all the work it takes to actually do something. we have over the last 15 years not only developed 300 units of income-appropriate vital homes, rental and home ownership, but we've also massively increased our seniors housing portfolio. And there are plans to continue to increase our subsidized and social housing, which is not the work that we are doing here right now. And then the Housing Accelerator Fund, when I look at everything in this action plan, I think it speaks for itself in the sense that we have spent the last year and a half trying, entirely focused on having a positive change on our housing crisis. And we have limited tools, we have limited land, we have limited funding, but with the Accelerator Fund funding from the federal government, it opens the door for another level, like some more, this additional funding could be a real game changer and help us actually achieve a lot of what we want to do. But, and so I'm really glad that we were able to put this action plan together for this application in the way that we have. And the only reason we were able to do that is because from day one, this council, this administration, and this CAO has been focused on housing. And I think that when we move forward with a lot of these explorations, there's going to be a lot of conversations in the community. And some of these things are not, these are bold, for sure. And we're going to have really good conversations and hopefully some really great solutions. So I'm really grateful that we have been on this since day one, and we're now kind of moving into phase 2 of actioning some of the stuff that we have been discussing. So I'm sorry that I talked so long, because I'm hungry as well. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think Councillor Faubert covered pretty much most of what I had to say. I just want to acknowledge administration for the heavy lift and the big drive to get this done so we can have a timely application, and fingers crossed this goes well. So thank you, team.
Thank you, Councillor Ma. Councillor Hillstad.
Thank you. I will also be in support of this. And to a contrary point of Councillor Faubert, actually had an interaction with a resident about how they just finished building an ADU and how they were thankful for all the work the council has done. So complete opposite interaction there. So some people are taking notice. And again, thanks to admin and all of council for all the hard work that we're putting into this. So, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Mara.
Thank you, Mayor. I, too, agree with everything that everyone has just previously said. I think, too, we've had some discussions saying that we don't enough times pipe our own horn and let the community know what we're doing, and I think we need to do more of that in informing. I think that we already do a great job through our website and that, but even if we tell one person and they tell one person everything that we're doing, that they will, open the conversation among themselves and say, oh, yes, this is happening. And yes, I applaud, and thank you for the heavy lift also to admin, and let's keep our fingers crossed like Councillor Mall said. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Graham.
Thanks. I was going to keep my comments to the other ones, but I just want to echo a huge thank you to administration and all of my fellow councillors who have put a lot of time and effort into the workshops and the discussions that we've had. And if it wasn't for a lot of political will, we wouldn't be moving the needle as significantly as we are about to. I think this is a landmark day for Canmore, and I'm really excited about this entire initiative. Thank you,
Councillor. So echoing, before calling the vote, just echoing what all of you said, and thank you for speaking so well. I do want to add something with the perception by some that the town is doing nothing. I mean, the list is clear. We are doing something, and some people are noticing, which is fantastic. But the reality is that there's two moving parts, at least. There's the town's efforts, and there's also natural economic forces. And that is what has resulted in us being in the housing crisis that we're in, is these natural economic forces that are actually working against us. So I hope that we are funded through this plan, but in any event, what I'm hearing and I know is that we're prepared to take bold action. And whether it's through this fund or otherwise, we're hitting the accelerator so that we can, in fact, try to keep pace or catch up with those natural economic forces that are working against us. So with that, I will call the question. All those in favor? Carried more than unanimously. Okay. Okay, so as mentioned then, we're going to take a break for lunch. We're going to be back at 1:30. Then we will finish off with these motions under the Housing Accelerator Fund, and we will move right into the procedural bylaw. Okay, and we are back live. So we're picking up under H1 because that was moved ahead in the agenda. And we're going to deal with the stated motions first, and then the motions that were brought by Councillor Faubert and McCallum are combined, and they'll be dealt with last. So moving to the second of those motions, I move that Council direct administration to report back to Council with proposed amendments to the land use bylaw and policy amendments to phase out tourist home as a use. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I recollect when tourist homes actually were debated in Canmore as a use, and what they were originally was, I want to go to Italy for 6 weeks. I'd like to rent out my home while I'm gone so I can get some revenue and make my life more livable. And that is not the product that we see right now. And, you know, in its original sort of intent was lovely and wholesome and seemed okay at the time. But as we've seen it grow, it's turned into an administrative beast that the town has to manage. And although it has brought in, you know, marginal amount of tax revenue, the opposite side of that in terms of the cost to community and the cost to our housing issues, it just seems to put fuel on the fire. So I'm happy to support motion 2, amendment 2, motion 2. And I look forward to seeing what options are available to us as a council to see about phasing this use out and bringing those homes back into the housing pool for people to actually live in on a long-term basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else like to speak to the motion? I'll speak to the motion. I am in support, and in addition to what Councillor McCallum brought forward, I'd like to underline that it's incumbent upon us to look at every possible opportunity to deal with our housing crisis. And anything that takes away from our housing inventory needs to be examined. Now, it is important to note, because this is obviously a matter of great interest and financial interest for some. It's important to note that, as Ms. Rogers spoke to earlier, that even as they look at these options, those who are currently operating as a tourist home would very likely be grandfathered. So that's something to keep in mind. Secondly, when something comes back to council for consideration, it's going to be with some recommendations that would then trigger, if council supported them, a change to the land use bylaw, which would have a whole process of public engagement and public hearing associated with that. So when it comes back, it's not going to be a done deal by any means. It's going to be a suggested path forward that we will then consider. And if we give the green light for that path going forward, then it triggers the amendment to the land use bylaw process. So I think that's really important to note. This is something that would take some time and that there would be due process involved. Last call for anybody wanting to speak to the motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Next, I'll move that council direct administration to return to council with a report on property tax policy options to incentivize purpose-built rentals and full-time/long-term occupancy of residential units. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm in full support of this. I've advocated for this for many, many years, and I think this makes a fundamental shift in the nature of our community. 1/4 of the units in town currently are vacant for a period of time of the year. We need that inventory to help with our housing crisis. I want to thank administration for bringing this forward and look forward to the recommendations you bring forward to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? I'll also speak in favor of the motion. We have a problem here. And with some of the housing not being used for long-term purposes, whether rental or by the owner, those houses contribute to the problem. So if they can either be incentivized to be long-term or help pay for the solution, I think that that is something we absolutely have to explore. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Next, I move that Council direct administration to investigate and to report back on changes to the residential districts in the land use bylaw that can facilitate provision of additional housing supply. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think in this current situation where we have a lack of supply, leaving no stone unturned and looking around to see what we do have and what opportunities can arise would be very, very prudent and helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Next, I'll move that Council approve a new 2023 capital project for $200,000 for consulting and legal fees to support bylaw and policy initiatives to positively impact housing affordability and supply, to be funded $50,000 from the General Capital Reserve and $150,000 from the Development Application Reserve. Would anybody like to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And now I will ask, oh, it's right there. So this last motion in this agenda item is the combination of what Councillors McCallum and Faubert wanted to bring forward. And I'll read it. That Council direct administration to report back on options and funding required for adding a comprehensive planning process to establish parameters to consider infill or missing middle housing opportunities in established neighborhoods to the scope of the Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan, and explore options for eliminating single detached dwellings as use under land use bylaw changes. I would seek a friendly amendment if I may, looking to Councillor Faubert. Since we already passed the Housing Action Plan, are you okay if we take out, remove to the scope of the Housing Accelerator Fund Action Plan?
Yes, because clearly we passed it,
Yeah.
even though that, my intent was
Yeah.
to add scope.
So I appreciate that. And of course, the Housing Action Plan just captures a portion of what we're doing, but it doesn't mean that that's everything.
Okay.
There's lots of things outside of that. In fact, it's important what we're doing. That's just simply an application for one particular funding source.
I know.
Okay.
But I think it could be there could be funding for it, which is, but regardless, my objective is to explore this potential, regardless of how it's done. So this is the what,
Okay.
and I'm open to the how.
Right on. So this is a little bit of an unusual way to get to this motion. I will move that motion, but I'd like to allow the opportunity for Councillors McCallum and Faubert to speak to it if there's anything you'd like to add to what you spoke to earlier before having others. Yes.
I think there needs to be one other amendment,
Okay.
because the way I had worded it is that in the action plan thing, there was all the subheads, and land use bylaw changes was an actual section. And so I think it could be, and explore options to eliminate single detached dwellings. And that's it. Or, right? Because both,
Sure.
yeah.
Yeah, because it would in fact result in potentially land use bylaw changes.
Yeah.
All right.
Because both were referencing that plan, and so this kind of is cleaner, and I think when I see this motion, what I hear is that we're asking admin to come back and give us some more information on pursuing these two potential strategies.
Okay, and it's just to explore really what it would look like for them to embark upon this work.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and would any other counselor like to speak to this motion? Give you a moment here because it's the first time you're reading it.
I can provide an example. I know the city of Calgary in the last year and a half has adopted an overlay district in relation to infill housing, and that is kind of like a mechanism that increases density, but it sets out exactly what's required for that. And I feel like when I see situations like we saw in the public hearing earlier today, that it's a potential solution to that need for some more planning before we embark upon considering major infill projects on a one-off basis. So that's kind of where my idea came from. And I know, so I'm not necessarily saying that these are ARPs. There could be a bunch of different options for planning processes for us to consider as a result.
Okay. Councillor Mara?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question. So you just want like a high-level report saying what administration would like or need to move forward with this plan? Is that what you're asking for?
That's what the motion is asking for. What I would like us to do this work, so the motion is asking what do we need to have in place to do the work.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will support this. Coming back from SCM in Toronto at the conference there, missing middle housing is definitely a challenging thing. And so if we can put some more thought towards it, I think that'd be helpful. Also in light of, as Councillor Faubert said this morning, we are seeing some creative solutions coming forth, and to have a bit more of a framework moving forward for perhaps other applications in that vein would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to the motion? I'll speak in favor of the motion. I think it's important to get this information, but just to be clear, I've obviously not prepared to say that I'm in support of eliminating single detached dwellings or that some sort of an overlay is the best way to go. I'd like to get that information before considering that. I'll now call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. All right. We will now move on to item F1, Procedural Bylaw Amendment 2023-16 Omnibus, and the Finance Committee Bylaw Amendment 2023-19 Omnibus. And so, Dr. Cottle, and I know we have a guest here, Mr. Kraus.
Yeah. We need a minute for the panel to reset.
All right.
It wasn't on the lunch break schedule.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just sit in the sit down. You know, this is a, so we've been.
It's like watching a pot boil, waiting for the panel to change, yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Mr. Mayor, tell us one of your favorite dad jokes.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh, there's some good rumors in there. Let's go.
All right.
That was hard, hey? That was hard, yeah.
Did you know that the fastest growing city in the world is the capital of Ireland? It's Dublin every single day. Huh?
Apparently it's listening to them as part of the job description.
One day you look back at these as the good old days. How are we doing there? Here we go. All right, we're back and ready to go. Thank you, everyone, for your patience, and thank you to the clerks for persisting while everybody's watching you.
Good job, clerks, yeah. Mayor Krausert and Council, I'm here to follow up or bring you the procedural bylaw review to a packed house. Everybody's here for this item, I know. So the recommendations today are that Council give 3 readings to the procedural bylaw amendment, 2023-16 omnibus, and the Finance Committee bylaw amendment, 2023-19 omnibus. So in terms of the procedural bylaw review, our regular historic practice has been that whenever there's an election, we work with that council under the existing procedural bylaw for about a year to give the new council a chance to see how it's going, what's working, and where some tweaks might be needed. And we try to keep track of issues or questions that come up during that time. And then we usually hold a workshop with council to review the bylaw and address any identified issues. And that's exactly what we did with you folks. And in March of 2023, we brought a report to council for March in 2023, sorry, was the workshop. And we addressed these 4 issues: amending a published agenda, questions from the public, points of order, and electronic meeting attendance. And then in April, we brought a report to council. There were several members of council who were not present. And since this bylaw impacts how council does your work and how you operate, Mayor Krauser thought it was wise to defer to a later date when all of council was present. And then at that meeting, there was also a request that we get the bylaw, the procedural bylaw and the Finance Committee bylaw reviewed by an independent governance expert. And that in addition to reviewing those 2 bylaws, we also look at alternative methods for the public to be heard by council before or during meetings. And that review is now complete, and I'm here today to speak to that, and it includes the original content from the April report along with our experts' recommendations. So in terms of the independent review, several approaches were considered. We did reach out to Alberta municipalities and to municipal affairs to see if they had somebody, an expert that they could recommend or work with. One had no recommendation, and one did recommend a consultant who we contacted. We also looked at the experts that were quoted around stories around service level and the procedural bylaw in the local paper. The town has had some direct experience with some consultants and agencies who have expertise in governance who we reached out to. And we used Google to see if there was anyone we had missed. So I believe in the end we approached about 12 different organizations or individuals to do this work. We received 3 quotes. The quotes were reviewed by myself, Cheryl Hyde, the municipal clerk, and Therese Rogers, our general manager of corporate services. And we hired Mr. Nolan Kraus to complete the review. And Mr. Kraus is here today to answer any questions that council has. A little bit of background about him. In 2004, he became a councillor in St. Albert, and then he was successfully elected as mayor in 2007, 2010, and 2013. He spent 5.5 years as the chair of the Capital Region Board, which contains 24 municipalities, so imagine running a meeting with 24 council members. I can imagine. And then from 2009 to 2012, he was the chair of that committee's transit committee. He is the 4th longest serving mayor in the history of St. Albert. And before 2004, he was doing a lot of varied and interesting work that if there's a break, I encourage you to ask him about. He's got a fascinating background. Currently, he's a consultant offering a wide range of services, including governance expertise. And as I mentioned, he's here today to answer your questions. So in terms of the review, the first attachment is his document speaking to points of order. And this is the idea that was talked about in the workshop with council, that we make it clear that the CAO and the municipal clerk can be members so that they can speak to various points of order and procedure. And Mr. Kraut supports this recommendation because of the roles and responsibilities for the CAO around a healthy and safe workplace and the clerk around procedural accuracy. Then his full review of the procedural bylaw is attachment 2 to in today's package to your staff report. There are a few small or minor changes that have just been included in the omnibus bylaw, which are attachments 3 and 4. And these are things that are really of no consequence or give any material change to your procedural bylaw. It's a typo fix, a language that formally establishes the Agenda Review Committee and the Committee of the Whole meeting, and some clarifying language around electronic meetings. And those are already added and in your red line. All the rest of the items are really at council's discretion. So administration did not put them in the omnibus bylaw, and we'll leave it to you to make motions and decide as a group if you want to do any of that. So to the point of questions from the public, again, there's a possible motion in the staff report to amend sections 35.1 and 35.2 of your staff report, of your procedural bylaw. And this, Mr. Kraus's review supports the workshop guidance to remove the public question period. It is rarely used, and it's become highly ineffective. It's a holdover from a very different time. There's lots of ways now for people to engage with council that are more productive and much more commonly used. Mr. Kraus provided some examples from other communities, and to the specific motion, I think it was Councillor Faubert's, that we report back on other ways for members of the community to engage. Administration also attached the City of Calgary approach, which is very similar to the current procedure we have, where a member of public can submit a question up to 24 hours in advance of a council meeting with some restrictions. What the suggestion is, if council wants to keep something, it could actually be that it's the member of council who brings something forward. So as you're out engaging with the community or on social media or through email or all the various ways you talk to your constituents, if you're hearing a question in the community that you think is worthy of public airtime, a member of council could submit it in a very similar way to what we have now, and it would be answered as part of the council meeting. So that's administration's suggested approach if council wants to add something. In terms of meeting conduct, Mr. Kraus recommended that you add to section 41.3 something around members shall not text each other during a council meeting, and the motion would be that simple and that straightforward. I do want to note unfortunately, there's an error in the report on that bottom of page 5 or page 6 of my staff report, or page 569 and 570 in the agenda, addressing section 48. This is the one on electronic meetings. I took out the heading, but I didn't take out the paragraph. We actually addressed that in the omnibus bylaw, so my apologies for that. There's an error. Ignore those paragraphs. Around motions and meeting recordings, there's another possible motion for you in section 51, which would be to, Mr. Kraus recommends you remove the section that has the mayor making motions, and instead have the presiding officer follow the same rules as all members of council. And for Mr. Kraus had some suggestions around meeting recordings. We did review this, and we believe that we are already meeting his advice, so we have no recommendations. Council could certainly make one if you felt that there was something we needed to do differently there. And then around first reading of a bylaw, there's a possible motion for you for section 86.1. Mr. Kraus recommends that we remove the ability for the applicant to present at council at first reading. This is a relatively new thing that was actually added not all that long ago. And while Mr. Kraus identifies that it is technically legal, he does believe it potentially puts council at risk for considering information gathered outside of the public hearing. So the recommendation is to end that practice. And then in terms of the Finance Committee bylaw, he recommended 6 changes. 5 of them are very minor, and one of them is just to remove the CAO as the chair of the Finance Committee. And administration supports all of these recommended changes. The 5 minor ones are not significant, so I didn't actually identify them all here. But the current Finance Committee, as it's configured, is historical in practice. And so we're totally open to revising it and making sure we do it effectively. All of Mr. Kraus's changes are in the omnibus bylaw, which are attachments 7 and 8 in your package. The issue of the CAO being chair of the Finance Committee has really only been used when we're doing budget deliberations and council comes down off the DS and actually sits on the floor. And the reason for that was with the previous mayor and CAO was so that the mayor could really listen to the presentations from administration, and then the CAO chaired the meeting to allow the mayor to be fully present as an attendee. So Mr. Kraus recommends that that is not a best practice, and administration is fine to stop it. And then, while not in the bylaw, we had a historical practice during those meetings where the CAO was chairing of having the chair making motions around approving agendas and minutes. You'll recall I was horrible and kept forgetting that to do that. But he recommends that we should stop that as a practice. 1, it's not in the bylaw, and 2, it's not a best practice. And that would end naturally if the CAO is no longer chair. So it'll be easy for me to do. Anyway, that's the high-level summary of Mr. Kraus's report. I'm happy to answer any questions from my staff report, or we can defer questions to Mr. Kraus for his advice.
Thank you. And just for clarity, when we do our budget meetings, we don't actually sit on the floor. We have tables and chairs. Yes. Thank you. So thank you for that presentation, Dr. Cottle, and thank you for being here, Mr. Kraus. The way that we're going to proceed is, first of all, with the questions, and then I know that there's going to be a number of amendments that people are putting forward, so we'll go through those one at a time, and then at the end of it, we'll vote on the whole thing. Okay, so Councillor Faubert, question.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. Thank you, Dr. Cottle, and thank you, Mr. Kraus, for your work and for being here. I had a question I have a couple questions, but I'm going to start with one around public hearing presentations. And I know that you had made a recommendation around the applicant presenting to council prior to the public hearing. And I've found oftentimes, or there are situations where the recommendation from administration and the position of the applicant are opposed. And so I think that from a council perspective, the ability for the applicant to address council at that point was added for procedural fairness reasons. So my question is, do we still, with your recommendation, have admin present? Or would it be better to go through to first hearing, set a public hearing, and not have anything submitted to us even from our own administration?
Yeah, that's a great question. Let's understand And first of all, thank you for having me here, Mayor and Council. What I'm trying to point out is that the public hearing is for the public.
Yeah.
Let's understand that, first of all, and it's called that for a purpose. And so the members of the public on this context include the developer, include the proponent. And so the purest and most legal sense is to simply take first reading and get first reading, and then everyone has equal rights to it. I do understand why you're doing what you're doing, because it depoliticizes the early stages of it. I really do understand that. But from a pure technical point of view, it really is outside the appropriateness of to begin the process. And I call it in the report, it's like having a public hearing before your public hearing. And you know something? I reached out to a lawyer who said I wouldn't do that. I reached out to a couple real professional planners and also to a municipal clerk who used to work for municipal affairs, and all four of them said, you know something, it's really not appropriate. When you start the process, you're starting the process, call it a public hearing, and then move on. I have experienced personally that the first reading fails. I've experienced that, where you can't even get past first reading. Not very common, but I've experienced that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have a follow-up. What's the worst-case scenario of us doing it this way? Is it that someone could appeal it to Queen's Bench? And
I think that's the worst-case scenario, is you're putting yourself at risk in terms of you're getting information that you shouldn't, that's not technically available to everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just to to add to procedurally, that would mean if there was a challenge and we were found to be offside, we would have to redo the process. So it defers the potential decision-making, and it's cumbersome. That's really the worst-case scenario.
Yeah. I think I've been through a couple of situations where technicalities have been used to undermine a process and send it back to square one.
We actually had one where councillors were responding to texting, and we had to reopen the public hearing and disclose what was going on. That was just an example that I was involved in. But thank you for the question. She's absolutely correct.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. To follow up on Councillor Faubert's question a little bit, your thoughts around public hearings before first reading. The MGA does state that is possible, and first reading can be kind of a political process sometimes.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on that procedure?
You're talking about having not public hearing by the MGA per se within a bylaw, or are you talking about public input?
Public hearings scheduled prior to first reading.
So MGA required public hearings, but instead of having it between first and second reading, having it before the first reading, I believe is what the question is.
You know, and so you're hearing from the public. So you haven't opened the public hearing, you're having a public hearing before it's not officially opened.
No.
Okay, I'm not familiar with what you're speaking to, and maybe I don't understand your question. Sorry, go ahead.
I think that in part is an answer to the question. Yeah. It's not normal or regular practice at all. Yeah.
The City of Calgary does do it on a regular basis, and that's why I was looking for the
so
input.
if you don't have experience with it, you might not want to comment, Mr.
That's
Krause,
fair.
but what he's suggesting, I think, is that administration would bring a report to council with an application, and all we would ask council to do is to establish a public hearing. And then the public hearing would be held, and then after the public hearing, we would consider all three readings. And so it's really about the ordering of first reading and then public hearing, or public hearing before.
Thank you, Dr. Cotto.
To establish the public hearing.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that word. That's different than holding a public hearing. It's different than establishing a public hearing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I had a question about, actually, in your report, you talk about section 51, and that's the presiding officer may speak to a motion at any time after it has been moved. And you state, in my opinion, the presiding officer should follow the same rules as all members of council. then you also go on to talk about, and anyone may bring an administration recommended motion forward. So first of all, there is a discrepancy between the numbering of our actual bylaw and this one, because 51 is the one that refers to speaking to a motion at any time after it's been removed, whereas in our bylaw, 51 is the presiding officer making the motion. So I was just wanting some clarification. What was the concern you had? Is it about me, presiding officer speaking or bringing the motion?
Well, both.
Both?
First of
Okay.
all, the way it's worded right now, it says you can speak at any time, which technically you could speak. You could speak at any time. If Councillor Faubert said something, then you could speak. If Councillor Graham said something, then you could speak. That's the way it's worded. So it's just a little bit of if you get a mayor who wants to have full control over every decision, the mayor can speak at any time. I think that's the awkwardness of that, of course.
So in practice, we actually allow councillors to speak more than once as well.
Okay.
You know, so it's actually.
It's a pretty free-flowing.
Yeah, it's pretty free-flowing, and if they punch in their button, they're in the queue.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying is if it has potential to be abused.
It has potential being abused. The second part of that is, what was interesting was the motion. This is a good example. The motion that Councillor Faubert brought forward, I think number 6 on the very last agenda item. You made that motion. Politically, she may have wanted to make that motion because that gets her the opportunity to kind of sell an idea that she brings to council, whereas you make the motion. That was what I was thinking. So any member should be able to bring forward a motion, procedurally and politically.
Yeah.
It's important to her.
So,
that's just the example.
That was a complete exception. What you missed was the first half of the discussion.
Okay.
Both Councillor McCallum and Councillor Faubert brought motions, but we determined that it wasn't actually fitting with the item at hand, and so they were actually combined. Normally, as you will see with an amending motion, people bring their motions and make them. The only one that the presiding officer brings is the one, if somebody's going to recommend or make the motion that's recommended by administration, it's usually the mayor. And the reason we do that is to depoliticize that motion, so somebody's not trying to jump in ahead and they say, oh, it was my motion, and then they claim ownership of it. Secondly, just for efficiency.
Yep.
Because the alternative is I could say, okay, we have an item here, do I have a mover? And then there's a scramble to whoever wants to make that motion. So am I correct that it's probably six
It's
of one,
okay,
half?
one way or the other.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, it's not one that you'd have to be too concerned about. But there are moments when somebody may, Councillor Moss, say, I'd really like to make this motion, Mr. Mayor. It's really that important to me that I make this motion.
Yeah. And we've had that before.
Yeah, and I think that's legitimate etiquette.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Faubert, do you have another question?
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. This one's around electronic meeting attendance. And I believe your recommendation is to have our face clearly visible to be counted towards quorum. I guess my question is, so the way we set up kind of the procedural bylaw is that on occasion, and you've seen some of our technological difficulties,
Yeah.
we can't have everyone on Zoom on camera. And so there was the thought that in a situation, trying to account for all situations and create the opportunity for all councillors to participate, if there was a situation where they had to turn their camera off, how can we ensure they still participate? So would your recommendation be that they show their face for the meeting to be called to order to create quorum? Or that they put their screen on when they vote as well?
I think to create quorum, obviously there's a significant element of trust in this. And so I think it's just, especially to create quorum. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking to council to see if there are any other questions. Councillor McCallum, and then we'll go back to you.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for answering our questions so far, Mr. Kraus. I'm just curious with regards to your recommendation around texting between councillors. What's the reason for that? And I guess the reason why I'm asking is that I don't do it frequently. I have used it when I have felt perhaps a councillor's personal safety was at risk, and I've also used it when perhaps the dignity of a fellow colleague I thought was at risk. But I'm wondering, outside of those reasons, why you would recommend against it.
Well, I can think of two specific reasons, and I won't name names or even the municipalities, but the specific reason would be, and then I'll give you kind of related examples, but if you began texting to find out how you were going to vote on a maybe a 4-3 vote or a 3-4 vote, you might want to get aligned with somebody. That was the intent of it, so you don't become aligned. That was one thing. The second thing is meetings are public, and your textings aren't public. I'll give you just a very specific example. I got FOIP'd over a yellow sticky that I had, and I read off a yellow sticky in a public hearing. Quite frankly, the yellow sticky got FOIP'd, and I ended up having to keep it and submit that through a FOIP request. The two specific examples in Alberta, two municipalities, one was getting advice from his mother, and that caused quite a kerfuffle. Now, that wasn't between council meetings, but it pointed out to the fact that texting can be influenced. This was like a 21, 22-year-old council member who was getting input outside. So it kind of reinforced the importance of texting. The second one was in a municipality not far, well, it doesn't matter where again, that was two people were texting, and it ended up causing significant impact because it was a man and a woman, and the story went on and on and on. And they weren't just texting about business, they were texting about other things, and it caused a significant amount of difficulty at council because the two of them were texting all day. So those were two specific examples. It's a really, really level of purity that you could bring to your procedures. It's not necessarily problematic, but it can be. I mean, you folks are just passing through. You're handing off a legacy of what bylaws should be in the future, and best practices would suggest that.
Right. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Faubert.
So I've prepared a motion to address, sort of related to the meeting conduct section, which relates to the definition of a member and the calling of points of order. And I've had a lot of conversations, and I get some people give me the same answer that you've given in your report, and some people out there didn't like those scenarios. And so my question is, if I put forward a motion under meeting conduct that doesn't relate to members or points of order, but provides admin through the CAO or acting CAO or the clerk or deputy clerk the ability to interrupt the meeting to advise the mayor of a matter of importance, either safety or procedure, would that meet the same intent?
Yes, it would, and absolutely. And let me just, without going into a lot of detail, let me really kind of hit some highlights. Nowhere, the purist in me says the only U7 can call a point of order. That's the purist in me. And I think, and Robert's rules talks about members. It doesn't matter whether it's 5 members or you're in a convention of 1,000 people. Nowhere can you find, anywhere in Roberts that I could find, including experts, that somebody who's not a member could call a point of order. So I look at it and I say, well, there's nowhere that says you can, there's nowhere that says you can't. But there's another element to that, in that you are not employees. You are here at the behest of the public. And so the CAO has an obligation to maintain, she's the steward in this particular case. The CAO is the steward of this building, of this room. She's the steward of this room, not you. So she has to make sure that that safety is dealt with psychological safety, with human safety. Now, that's equally your role. I get that. If there's a fire, you're not going to wait for the mayor and the CAO to have a conversation about it. But similarly, it could be, and with discourse, and especially with bullying in 2023, is the discourse and how we're watching House of Commons and we watch our leaders have this negative discourse toward others, and it's growing itself down into council chambers across Canada. And these folks pay the price for some of that. I call it bullying, call it psychological safety. So there has to be a place, mayor and council, there has to be a place for there to be something. Your motion could be a softer way of doing it. I'd absolutely be okay with that. I mean, I'm not, yeah, it's up to you folks, but it's a good compromise. Because the purist in me says, no darn way. A member is a member is a member. But there's an element of practicality as well.
Thank you for giving everyone an insight into my brain.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Thank you very much for being here and answering our questions.
Great, and good luck with it all. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I do need to say one other thing.
Yeah.
You got a great procedure bylaw. One of the fellows in the room introduced himself to me earlier on, said, I think I wrote that original one. Well, I don't know who it was and what his name was, but my point is, you got a good procedure bylaw, and you should be proud. Your level of sophistication as a community in all kinds of categories are demonstrated in your procedures, finance bylaw, your public input, and the fact that you're asking for input is another level of sophistication you should be proud of. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Thank you. Just going to wait a moment for Mr. Colgan to write that down. So with that, I'm going to move that council give first reading to Procedural Bylaw Amendment 2023-16 Omnibus. And I know that there's a variety of amendments out there. And Councillor Graham, did you have one that you wanted to move, or was that a mistake? Okay. Okay, Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm wondering if the clerks could. Excellent. Slightly off topic, but something that has been growing in the back of my mind for quite some time now. Our agenda packages and the complexity of them hasn't been getting any less. We currently get our agenda packages on Thursdays, and our councils are typically the next Tuesday. This essentially leaves up to 3 days, but as little as a couple of days for this council and the public to digest what is being put in front of us. As we all know, this is supposed to be a part-time job, and I know we all have other things going on in our lives as well. But should there be a long weekend, that goes down to 2 days. I know that I can send messages to administration on the weekends, and in the past they have been very good about getting back to me. However, I am also a firm believer in work-life balance, and I don't feel it's fair to necessarily probe those questions outside of working hours. The public also needs a fair amount of time to digest the complex situations coming before us. Other municipalities such as Banff, Calgary, allow for 5 business days with the publication of their agendas. And with that, I propose this motion and look forward to your comments and hopefully support.
So just to clarify, the motion is being made to the omnibus bylaw, but it will affect section 20 of the procedural bylaw, and it adds "and the public." So members and the public get the agenda at least 5 business days prior to the meeting instead of 3.
Correct.
Correct? All right. So Councillor Faubert, you'd like to speak to that motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Krausert and Councillor Graham. I have 1 point and 1 question for admin. So when I'm looking at the red line version, I see this as section 19, not 20. And I don't know if the municipal clerk, and there were a number of different versions of the bylaw in our package, so I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right one, because if you have the wrong section and you're not amending the right section.
Okay.
Dr. Cottle.
So I'm looking at the red line version on page 49 of 569, and it is section 20 in that one.
Okay, good. And so then my question then is, there's all these processes that lead up to the agenda being released. There is it's all in the procedural bylaw, right? You got the 16 days if you want to submit a report. You got, for public submissions, you have delegation requests. Then you have agenda review, and then the clerks prepare the agenda and it comes out. Does this change push back any of that other process that we have to consider?
Yes. And if council approves this, and it's fine if you do, but we won't be able to do it immediately. We'll need some time to look at what this means and how we'll adapt to it. I'm fairly confident we can get it to council 5 days in advance. The community published online 5 business days, especially if you add in a long weekend. One of our challenges means that would mean the clerks have to publish agendas on Tuesdays. And if we're in council all day on Tuesday, like a day like today, and then we also have to publish an agenda, it means somebody is working, I don't know how late to get, right? And if it's an agenda this size that we're publishing again, so we'd need to really look at what that means and come up with a plan for it. That doesn't mean we can't do it. It just means we need to understand. So we won't be able to do it for your next meeting, for example. And just from the timing perspective, so your next regular business meeting is the first Tuesday in July. Staff are writing those reports this week. And then they're submitted to a senior administration on Monday, and we begin our review, the finance department, the GMs. If the reports are ready in time, I review them before they're put together in agenda review. So it's about a month in advance where staff are working on reports. Of course, we can always make exceptions when there's a last-minute urgent item. We don't belabor process. But when you have an agenda, for example, like the size of today's agenda, which is a big agenda with a lot of meaty items, we've already come across a couple of errors we've made. Some of us were away at a conference. You know, the timing is anyway, we need to think about what it means. And it might be that we can do it within the amended process, but we would have to work with council to change agenda review meetings as an example. So it might not mean that we have to back up when the report is due, but we may need to change our internal process. And we just don't know yet what that would look like.
I have a follow-up.
Okay.
What if instead of amending the procedural bylaw, when I look at these really big agendas, there are there are reports that might be available for council to read prior to the agenda. Could we instead perhaps provide confidentially some of the reports before the agenda is public? And so we can begin reading some of that stuff, and we're not changing the agenda review process at all.
Yep, that might be an option. I don't think it would get at the second part of the first part of Councillor Graham's motion to get it also to the public in advance, because we probably wouldn't be able to do that. But we could, anyway, we could look at getting things to council in pieces instead of as a whole. But that would be harder to do with the public.
Yeah, I think for me, my approach on this one, I agree on us being able to do the work in time. And when you got 600-page agendas and
it's big,
like and it consumes your life for 4 days, and you didn't know that before. So, but thank you for your answers, and that's it for me.
Councillor McCallum, did you want to speak to this amending motion?
My questions were along the line of Councillor Faubert's in terms of internal processes and whether it was actually possible to do. I guess my question through the chair to Councillor Graham is why 5 and not 4? It's funny because it used to come out like the Friday before at night when I first started, and we've managed to ease it out, but I'm just wondering why 5 and not 4? Like, if you would be amenable to 4 to start, to give admin the time if they needed it, but
5 business days is essentially a week. I hadn't contemplated, incrementally moving this. I feel that the summer is a good time to make these changes, and if we're going to do them, Doing them once would be preferred in my mind, instead of having administration make some changes and then next year make some more changes. One-time
Right.
deal.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Mara?
Councillor Graham, and I appreciate you bringing this forward, as I know it is all-consuming, and it's nice to have the extra time. But my first question has been answered, how the ripple effect would be down to administration. And I do like what Councillor Faubert has suggested, if we had opportunity to have some pre-knowledge of what's going to be coming to us. I know in some of this 600-page agenda, there are some reports that we could review and go over first, so I'm sort of sitting on the fence right now, so.
Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, just for context, this is like this current week's agenda.
This isn't typical, though.
No, it's not typical, for sure, fortunately. But having said that, like a lot of times these big ones are the ones that the public really cares about. And if you've got kids, you've got other things going on, or maybe you work a different type of job where you work on the weekend, receiving this on, say, the Thursday, and to try to digest that and to bring meaningful feedback, whether you're a member of the public or a member of council, it can be challenging, so I can understand that. I'm also sympathetic to the cascade effect that admin has talked about, so I'd be really curious to see what's going on with that. But I do feel there's some sort of potential middle ground where we can improve. There are times I have been a little bit reticent to connect with admin because, oh man, it's like a certain time on a Friday or it's a certain time when I'm late on a Monday night. And I really want to get this question across before Tuesday, so it's not a surprise, but it's pretty late on Monday, or et cetera. And sometimes, you might not get through, which can be a little tricky as well. So my thoughts are, I'm quite curious about this, and I could support this, but I would like to understand more deeply the cascade effects that admin may have to deal with.
Councillor Hillstead?
I like the spirit of your motion. More time's always nice. And then again, with how I operate myself, I generally don't even look until Friday anyway. So to me, this literally would not affect me at all because I dedicate my weekends to the agenda. Like that's just generally with all the other things going on in my life, that's just how it plays out anyways. So again, it depends on who's going to be sitting here in the future. 5 days is definitely nice, but also Councillor Faubert's idea of just getting us bits and pieces if there's something really big that they can give us the report a little bit earlier to start digging into. I'm also totally fine with that. And again, depending on what type of person you are, you might procrastinate and put it off till the end anyways. But I worry about the cascading effect of does this actually help admin and us, or is this, just the potential outcome of this is where I get stuck on it right now. But so I'm still figuring that out. So.
Councillor Faubert?
I know that our audience loves talking about the procedural bylaw, and this is all my fault, and I take full responsibility. I love it. I'm going to suggest a friendly amendment, and potentially maybe an amendment to the amendment, which is to change it to at least 3 to 5 business days. That way there is a chunk of time, 3 to 5. It means that administration is able, if they're able to, can hit they find the way to amend the process so that we can hit the 5, then it's successful. But if they're not, they're still within the policy. I think that this is a good first step of trying to maybe move the needle on this one, but let me know. I just, yeah.
Councillor Graham, do you accept that as a friendly amendment or prefer to stick it as it is?
I believe there's wording in the procedure bylaw that we do our best to get it out 3 days, and if we have to fall over for some reason, we can. Is that?
It says the agenda shall be made available, so to me.
And what happens if you can't?
It is, I have never once seen the agenda not available at least 3 days, business days before the meeting, right? Because that's what it says now.
It does, we do have a section 21 saying failure to meet the deadlines imposed in section 20 does not invalidate the agenda.
Exactly.
That will be the case either way, though.
Okay.
Unless that is amended.
Yeah. I'm going to stick to my
Okay.
5 on this one. Thank
So
you very much for
Councillor
your
Faubert,
suggestion.
did you want to?
I'm not going to, I won't put forward an amendment to the amendment.
Okay. All right. So, boy, I was hoping that the 6 of you would give me a little bit more help, since I am not the part-time one, I'm the full-time one, and I do get a chance to review them. And when I was councillor, I always looked at it Thursday, see if there's anything brought issues so that I could ask on the Friday, and then I typically spent the weekend looking over it. You know, I have not heard a compelling reason to change it, because I don't think it's going to actually have an impact other than creating a ripple effect with administration. So I won't be supporting the motion. Would you like to say anything to close?
I thank you all for your input and your feedback. I know this one kind of came to you at the last minute. I do believe that this allows those of us that do have a lot going on in our lives a little bit more time to deal with it. But I actually don't think that that's the most important piece. I think the most important piece here is transparency to the public. They deserve time to fully digest what it is we are doing at this council chambers. It will have a little bit of a ripple effect for the first little while within administration, and I appreciate that, which is why I wasn't willing to go the middle ground of 4. I think this adds efficiency. It gives us the ability to dive into these complicated issues more effectively, and I hope for your support on this.
So just a follow-up question, Councillor Graham. As far as accountability with regards to the public, anything that we provide, get input from the public on, they typically have about a month. When we set the public hearings, that sort of thing, we'll set it, and then there's a month to digest that in order to come back and provide their input. Everything else is for us, and there's not like public input opportunity or anything like that.
I think councillors interact with the public quite frequently, not just at public hearings. And I appreciate hearing from them.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. With that, I will call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? It's the motion is rejected with Councillors Ma and Graham in favor. Okay, Councillor Faubert, you had an amending motion.
I know that there's some things that might have overlap with Councillor Hillstad's, but it's kind of tomato-tomato.
Yep.
This is what I had asked Mr. Kraus about, in that,
So you're looking at the 48.1?
yeah. Under meeting conduct, the chief administrative officer, acting CAO, municipal clerk, or deputy municipal clerk may at any time interrupt proceedings to advise the presiding officer regarding a matter of importance to be raised. I kept it a fairly general statement because that could apply to a procedural issue. It could apply to a health and safety issue for staff. It could apply to general conduct of the meeting, because that's the section. Yeah, that's my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking to your motion, I can support that. I was going to bring a motion that basically said, for the purpose of Section 46, that the CAO and municipal clerk would be considered a member just for those elements. But I like the separation. It fits with more of the purist view, as well as recognizing the practical elements necessary. So I can support the motion. Councillor Hillstad?
I can support the motion. This is going to be a friendly amendment to the section, because we already have a section 48.1 under electronic meeting attendance.
Oh,
So
yes.
it should actually probably fit either section 46.1 or somewhere before 48.1, because we already have a 48.1. So I think Mayor Cousert's original amendment, which we may not see if this one passes, was 46.1. So
Sure.
that would
I
be
think
my suggestion.
I think that makes sense at 46.1, because then it goes before the rulings part of it. Oh, sorry.
I forgot to ask advice from the clerks on numbering. So please, I accept any friendly amendment on what the numbering should be.
Okay, so you'll be following section 46. It'll be 46.1. Good catch. Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Hillstead, given that we've just passed that motion, and I know you've got an amendment that you wanted to do around the CAO being a member of the Finance Committee or not? Let's do that. Let's do that one next then.
Yeah. And
Councillor
mine was
Faubert?
also related to the definition of a member,
Yeah.
which is related to the finance, so.
Yeah.
They overlap
Yeah.
completely.
I think this.
Mine just has a little bit extra because it jumps into the Finance Committee bylaw to remove the CAO as a member.
So let's
in
deal
that
with,
section.
let's deal with the procedural bylaw amendment first. The Finance Committee amendment will have to follow when the Finance Committee bylaw is on the table.
So it could be mine or Councillor Forbert's, because they're the same ones, so.
Yeah. So would you like to speak to what this means?
This was just because we've now given the power to interrupt the meetings to some of our admin. There's no real reason to have the CEO as on the Finance Committee, because they were originally there to chair the meeting. We decided that we're not doing that anymore. So this just cleans up the bylaw. It makes it very plain and simple that council members are the members, and plain and simple.
Great, thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to this motion? Okay, I support this motion for exactly the reasons that you stated. And of course, there is a corresponding change then in the Finance Committee bylaw that would be coming up as well. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. All right, I'm going to move a couple of really, hopefully quick procedural type ones, or almost editorial type ones. Yes. So we have a couple of phrases being added. One is here and one is later about the Finance Committee, creating the Agenda Review Committee, creating the Finance Committee, Committee of the Whole. And the numbering that is being used is 15.0 and being inserted ahead of 15, which is probably correct from the municipal clerk numbering system, but I find it confusing to have a 15.0 and a 15. So I'm simply seeking to what was being inserted as 15.0, just being inserted as an introductory sentence under the current section 15. So for this one, it's inserting a committee is hereby established by this procedural bylaw and shall be named the Agenda Review Committee, and agenda shall be prepared under the direction of the Agenda Review Committee. So, and I had put a period and there's a semicolon there, but it could be, it's just inserted so we don't have the duplicate, what I see as a duplicate numbering that could be a cause of confusion. Is that clear as mud? Yeah, would anybody like to speak to that motion? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. So similarly then, under section 14 of the bylaw, it deals with section 83.0, it creates a 83.0, and that's before section 83. So in the similar vein, saying that a committee is hereby established by this procedural bylaw and shall be named the committee of the whole. The business of the committee of the whole meeting shall include. Same rationale. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Does anybody else have an amending motion? I have some others, but I want to open it up. Councillor Ma?
This is just one for 91.2, and it's a person or group may submit their presentation using a pre-recorded video or audio, provided that the video is shown by a representative. I think we should just change that to provided the recording is shown by a representative who's present in the council chamber or via electronic attendance. This is a clerical editorial piece.
I'm sorry, what section was that again?
That was under
91?
section, yeah, and under public hearings procedure, number 91.2.
91.2.
Yeah, strike out video and replace with the word recording.
Okay, because it could be an audio recording.
Correct.
Okay. So do we need this written up on the screen? We can certainly do so. It's simply under section 91.2, replacing the word, the second occurrence of the word video with recording. Does anybody need that up right there? Yeah, the second video appears twice in that clause. So the second, yeah, the second occurrence of video with the word recording. Would anybody like to speak to this motion? So none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, I will present another amending motion then. Okay, so under, let's see, section 7 of the actual, section 11 of the actual bylaw. I'm just going to see where this refers to here. There we go. Okay, so section 11 of the amending bylaw deals with sections 48.1.1 and 48.1.2. And it talks about counselors' attendance and that you could attend by video, but you can not do so more than 25% of the time. Given that we may all be involved in a video, that shouldn't be calculated towards that number. So I would like to, in section 48.1.2, in front of regular council meetings, put in person, and then also in person before committee of the whole meetings. So really the only calculation is when you're missing the in-person meetings by video, it's counting against you with regards to the 25%. And it just clarifies, because we could otherwise all be off if we had a COVID again and we get a run of we're all on video. So, yeah. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Or do you understand it? Yeah. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I would also like to, now my amending motion with regards to striking 86.1E and 86.1G. Would be further down. There we go. So this follows Mr. Krause's recommendation that we strike out 86.1E and 86.1G so that the applicant does not make a presentation at first reading. The applicant will then be making a presentation at public hearing. I especially resonated with this because recently when we've had public hearings and there's been an application at first reading, the tendency is to be a little bit more brief in the public hearing, and because we've heard it before. But in fact, the public doesn't gain that information, and they also don't hear the questions from council that were, sure, they could watch the video, but they don't see the questions from council that were asked at first reading. And so we're operating by a certain amount of knowledge, and the public is wondering why we're not asking that question. That's obvious. And so it allows it all to happen together in real time. So I very much appreciated that suggestion by Mr. Kraus, and I would ask that you support this amendment. Would anybody like to speak to it? Councillor Hillstadt.
I will support that. And then just section F now gets kind of hung out there because it has here a presentation from administration, comma, and, so we should have some amendment. Or maybe it's a clerical thing, so it doesn't need an amendment, but
I think that's a clerical, and it just becomes
just want to
part
make
of.
sure that gets covered.
It becomes part of the sentence that
Yeah.
leads into it. And then it also avoids breaking up those two lettered sections. Okay. Seeing no other comments, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I will just see if anybody has any other amending motions that they'd like to bring. Okay, we're back to the main motion then. So this is the procedural bylaw amendment 2023-16 omnibus for first reading as amended. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor Faubert?
I'll be brief. I really am grateful for this process. I'm grateful for Mr. Kraus, and I want to thank everyone for their helping me get better at the procedural bylaw, because I'm a bit of a nerd. So this has been really valuable. I understand better now some of the things that I was struggling with, and I think that Mr. Kraus is right. We can be proud of the fact that we have robust procedures in place. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I echo your comments and appreciate that we've gone through this process. Anybody else like to speak to the motion? No, you're faking me out there. Okay. All right. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give second reading to procedural bylaw amendment 2023-16 omnibus. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now seek leave from council to go to third reading of procedural bylaw amendment 2023-16 omnibus. Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I'll move the council give third reading to procedural bylaw amendment 2023-16 omnibus. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give first reading to Finance Committee bylaw amendment 2023-19 omnibus. Councillor Hillstadt.
Yes, thank you. So I just have a small amendment somewhere. It's coming. I think it was back up. Oh, no, it's down here. Never mind. So yes, this just within our bylaw, section 3.4, just the committee shall be comprised of the mayor and all councilors and the chief administrative officer. And then section 3.5, the mayor, councilors, and chief administrative officer are members of the committee. So because we've now removed the CAO as a member and they aren't acting in the role of chair, there's really no point for them to be part of the committee because there's nothing for them to do there. So this is just to clean up the finance committee bylaw.
So in the omnibus, section 7 will be replaced by I'm having trouble following
So
that.
section, so that part is the actual amending bylaw speaks to section 7. It says section 3.5 is amended by striking out throughout their term in office.
Right.
So we were going to strike out something, so now we're replacing that section with striking out the whole 3.4B and 3.5. So
okay.
It was already in there, striking out a small chunk of it, and now we're just striking out a
So
little. We're backing up the red line a little further.
Section 7 will now say strike out sections 3.4B and 3.5.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I understand that. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Are there any other proposed amendments for this bylaw? Seeing none, we're back to the original motion, which is first reading. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll move that council give second reading to Finance Committee Bylaw Amendment 2023-19 Omnibus. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now seek leave for council to go to third reading of Finance Committee Bylaw Amendment 2023-19 Omnibus. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I'll move that council give third reading to Finance Committee Bylaw Amendment 2023-19 Omnibus. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we are going to take a 10-minute break, and then we are going to item G1, Land Use Bylaw Amendment for 231 and 233 Three Sisters Drive. Yeah. That we're back on. Okay, we are back. The next item is item G1, Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2023-02 for 231 and 233 Three Sisters Drive. All right, so we've already had a presentation on this morning. The administration recommendation will be put up on the screen. And before we get to making a motion, I would just look to council to see if there are any questions of administration before we move into the motion. And the motion will be for second reading. There's the recommendation. Okay, I don't see anybody. Oh. You can once I. You know what? You can actually. Let me just seek clarification from the clerk's office. If Councillor Ma would like to bring a postponing motion, can he bring it at this time, or do I have to wait till I put second reading on the table?
Postponing motion.
You can bring it down.
Yeah. Yeah, now it's fine? Okay, you might as well do that. So if you would like to, Councillor Ma?
Thank you, Your Worship. Ms. Hyde, Ms. Ragersberg, do you have the motion to put up?
Yes.
Okay.
October 3rd, 2022.
223.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the motion is that second and third reading of bylaw 2023-02 be postponed to the October 3rd, 2023 regular meeting of council in order for the applicant to explore options for reaching an agreement with CCH, Canmore Community Housing, on the number of units to be purchased for either Vital Homes or our newly done residency program, should the land use amendment be approved. Speaking to this, I think what happens is I really like a lot of things that are coming forward with this application. I think it's super creative, blending the two units together and trying to build more housing. I also see the people, the proponents for this project, a lot of you guys are like the next generation of Canmore, for sure. And I do want to find ways for you guys to stay here. I do feel that this other piece, though, with regards to the CCH thing, which is very appealing to me, I would like that to be crystallized a little bit further, and with that, getting some more clarity, and then coming back, postponing till October. And I look forward to what my other fellow councillors and Mayor feel. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Ma. I won't be able to support the postponing motion for reasons that I alluded to earlier today. This doesn't go to the zoning, and that's the topic of this matter right now. This goes to basically an in personam agreement between the current owner and CCH, but the zoning is going to apply to whatever owner. And the current owner could sell. And while I appreciate the sentiment behind that and trying to make sure that there's some affordable housing, I don't think that that's actually something that we can ask them to do. So I will not be supporting the motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's my understanding that we're actually not allowed to do this, Councillor Ma. It's my understanding that we cannot hold approvals over an applicant's head based on what we want them to give us. And that's basically what this motion is doing. I get the impression from several presentations from the applicant that they are looking to do this no matter, and they're looking to find more ways. But I'm not prepared to support your motion at this time.
So I'll tell you what I'm going to do, actually, and there is an opportunity for you to appeal if you don't agree with it. But I am going to declare the postponing motion out of order because of exactly as Councillor McCallum and I have spoken to, that it's actually something that we can't ask the owner to do. So if you would like to appeal it, then we can seek some other information. But I don't think that it's actually a valid motion. Yeah. It's beyond our scope of jurisdiction. So I will then move that council, let me just open this up here. Let me just put your mind at ease, though, too. Just on a straw poll, who would have supported the motion? I don't think it would have gone anywhere. Okay. Okay, so I will now move. Okay, Councillor Mara.
I just wanted to say a reason to not support would also be for the reasons that you just said. I was just going to say that's where my mind went when you're doing the straw poll. So.
Yeah, great, thank you. But once again, thank you for your thoughtfulness in trying to achieve something there. Okay, I am just going to go, where is it, right here. Okay, I will move that council give second reading to bylaw 2023-02. It's a land use amendment for 231 and 233 Three Sisters Drive. Speaking to the motion, I really see this as, on its face, not an increase in density. There was 8 potential units through duplex and ADUs, and 8 potential units under the new zoning if it's approved. Albeit future discussions could result in some density bonusing that could impact that density. And while it's not a certainty, this change holds a potential of providing more ownership units to the market at a lower price than the current zoning. I think that this is a creative use of a lot to potentially increase density gently. During the public hearing, we heard a lot about the problem with the road and the intersection. And while somewhat related, I actually think that those are separate issues. The intersection, the road, the parking, those are all things that can be dealt with and perhaps should be dealt with separately. So I see similar density, I see similar built form, I see similar footprint, and the only possibility of a different result than really expensive duplexes is to approve the zoning. And I ask myself, of the choices before me, which are more likely to contribute to a housing crisis solution? And approving is the answer to that question for me. Councillor Mara.
Thank you, Your Worship. As Councillor Hillstead says, ditto, for everything that you have just said. I think this is creative. I think it's nice to know that the next generation is actually thinking and doing forward thinking. I think the idea before with Councillor Ma was more to give clarity and to have more in-depth and know what was really, more what was proposed or could go on there. But what's come forward, we're doing a land zoning, and I do see that whole area has some different, a lot going on there and different types of build. And yes, the road is a different issue, and I know that admin will have a good look at that, so I will support.
Councillor Faubert.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Krausert. There are no easy issues in front of us today, and I think this one is another example of a situation where what's been presented by administration, I understand and I agree with. And what's been presented by the applicant, I understand and I agree with. And it's tough because from a process and principled planning perspective, it's not, this isn't the way we'd like to see something get a higher zoning. And that's kind of where my question had arisen during the presentation around sort of that need for a comprehensive planning process to look at how we might increase density in situations like this in the future. And I'm really glad that the motion combined with Councillor McCallum's related to the housing strategy passed, because for me, you know, one of the things that was raised around approving this, if we approved it, is that it puts the cart before the horse. And that's true, but only if we actually plan on letting the horse out of the barn. And if we have no intention on doing comprehensive planning for missing middle or infill density as part of our strategy, then I might not be in support of this. But because I believe that that's a direction that we need to head as a community, I will vote in support of this, because and one of the concerns I heard is that this could this could lead other landowners to consider doing similar things. And I think that that's that snowball effect. But if we're doing that comprehensive planning process, if we start doing that work and we come up with the solutions, then we're not going to be in this situation again. What we're going to have is a framework for people to come forward with proposals like this. And I can imagine a future where we approve this now, we go through a process for comprehensive planning for missing middle and infill housing, and this proposal actually ultimately fits within it. So, and that's right, so it's like cart and horse, and then I end up in the same situation as the mayor. And when I'm thinking about my duty as a councillor and making decisions in the welfare of the community, and what's been proposed versus what is currently allowed does lead to what could be solutions for some people for housing. And so ultimately, I can't vote against it as a result of that. So now that I've done my stream of consciousness, I really appreciate all of the discussion and all of the presentations, and I really, really, really value the advice that we get from administration. It makes it harder to do our job, but I think that we need to be challenged, and we need to make good decisions, and we need to understand planning processes. So because we're doing that housing strategy and we're doing that other work potentially, I can support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. In general, I'm not a fan of spot zoning. I don't want the one-offs coming down the pipe, and I do believe in comprehensive planning. Having said that, if we were to deny this application, that comprehensive planning process that we're talking about is 1.5 years out. And it's likely that this owner moves on from this property and somebody else takes it, and we end up with another $2 million duplex, which is not what this town needs more of. I really appreciate the creativity that you brought to the table. I do sincerely hope that there is something to be done with CCH, and I think that's what Councillor Ma was looking for earlier, and I would have appreciated that, but I understand where the process is and our power in such a position. So with all that said, I appreciate what you brought forward. I appreciate administration's perspective and that need for a comprehensive plan. We need to think more about this as we go forward, and I hope that we have those conversations here in the near future. We're all really worried today. I'll get off the mic. Thank you very much.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Hospital Hill is my hood. It's been my hood for as long as I've lived in Canmore. And, the last 4 years, you hear your constituents talk about change, and then you see it happen, and it's happened really quick on our street. And every time a new duplex, and we built one ourselves, like, we're just as guilty, but when a new duplex comes on, you're not seeing a car in the driveway anymore half the time, I would say. That being said, you know, I'm normally a great defender of planning processes, and so I hear us all making excuses for how we're going to vote today, and it is what it is. You know, the planning department or the planning team is in the business of defending the land use bylaw. That's their job. And it is council's role to take a look at the defense of the land use bylaw and decide whether we think it's in the best interest of the community at that moment. And in that situation, this is a lot by lot sort of situation. I don't know if this would work in another area of Three Sisters Drive and duplicated. But the reason why I'm going to be voting in favor of this today is some of the similar comments that the mayor has said. You know, should they produce the 8 units, that will yield as many doors as the existing zoning would provide. But it would ensure that that basement suite isn't a basement suite and that it's actually used and lived in. And that's really important, because that is some of the arguments we hear with regards to basement suites. So you can't ensure that somebody lives there. Well, if it's titled and it's separate and it's not a suite, it's a unit, then that's possible. I believe that those number of doors would therefore garner the same number of cars. So the car and the traffic issue then is absent in my mind, because the traffic is going to be the same, whether it's a duplex there with suites or there is no duplex there with suites. Or if it's 4 units per side. We're getting to the point of the day where my brain and my mouth are not connecting properly. I apologize. And this is housing that is being created in a neighborhood that is ready for housing. It's appropriate for housing. Meaning that there's playground and there's a bus stop not far along, and there's green space and trails, and it's an appropriate place for people to live, which is also really important. But I also want to say that there's been some worry that this could encourage other people to come up with ideas for that particular neighborhood, to bring forward similar plans. And I say bring it. I say bring it. I have seen 2 lots divvied into 3, then turned into duplexes that are being sold at $2 million. That doesn't make sense in this town, and it doesn't make sense for our workforce, and it doesn't make sense for the sustainability of our future. And so I will stop pontificating now, and I will state that I will be voting in favor of this land use change. Thank you. And one thing I want to say is I want to thank the applicant. Developers don't tend to live in their end product. They tend to build something and then sell it and move away. Not always, but in many cases that's the case. And in this case, these folks are looking at their limited capital, and they're like, how can I make change in my community with my limited capital? And I think that's pretty amazing, because not a lot of people are doing that with their limited capital. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you. So I too have been struggling with certain aspects of this, again with the spot zoning. So I decided to look up the definition of spot zoning, and there's a lot of different definitions, but I think this one sums it up pretty good. Spot zoning is the application of zoning to a specific parcel or parcel of lands within a larger zoned area when the rezoning is usually at odds with the city's master plan and current zoning restrictions. Some talk about spot zoning being going from residential to an industrial purpose or commercial purpose. This, to me, is technically spot zoning, but at the same time it's not, because it's not at odds with the current zoning restrictions. It only changes, you can still have a duplex on this site under this current zoning, Or if you go to R2A, you can still have a duplex technically, or you have an option for townhouses. So it just gives a slightly larger option. Is it the creative option we need? It may be. Again, we'll have to see how it plays out, but at worst case, you'll have maybe more than 8 units, but it could be that you have 6. It could be that you have 8 units, whether it was a duplex or townhouses. So to me, it's not the true sense of spot zoning of a radical change. It's changing one small item of a duplex to a potential townhouse from the street. It may look exactly the same, and no one would have any idea. So that's going to be my rationale for why I can support this. And yes, it's making an excuse, but I think it's a fair one. Again, if this was an industrial use that was coming forward, yeah, I don't think I would support that, because that to me is extreme spot zoning. So to me, this flows with the neighborhood. You probably at the end of the day won't even know there's a difference, because currently right now it looks a lot different than everything else anyway. So it's just going from one change to a different change. So
Thank you. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. Bunch of thoughts on this one. I too live on Hospital Hill, and I'm pretty chagrined at how expensive those duplexes are and how they continually get more and more expensive. And I think part of one thing that I struggled with is I got my administrative report and I'm seeing an 8-plex. And then between the administrative report and the presentation we had, it became a 12-plex, which with potential CCH offerings. So that for me was a little bit of a curveball. I had to wrap my head around that. I do feel that the proponents here are bringing like a creative, innovative idea. I really hope you guys pull it off. I think there's some interesting examples of innovation here and locals trying to do something for locals. I really hope you also carry forward that example of innovation towards carrying forward with the CCH piece as well too. Thank you. And so with that, I will probably be voting in support.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move third reading for bylaw amendment 2023-02 for 231 and 233 Three Sisters Drive. Does anybody have anything that they'd like to add in speaking to this motion? Councillor Graham.
I have one thing I would like to add. Throughout the public hearing, we had a lot of comments about parking and street parking. And I think it's time, as a town, we had a larger discussion around required parking for developers. This is a lot that I could foresee zero parking on. It's a very walkable neighborhood. It's close to transit. I think it's time we had that discussion. And again, I just want to thank the applicant for their input so far.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. And we'll be having that discussion as part of the piece we first approved earlier today with the Acceleration Fund, I believe. I just actually wanted to also talk about parking, and one thing that came to mind with this application is the shared right-of-way that the two parcels are planning on sharing in terms of the driveway in and out, and how if that property were developed as it is permitted right now, there would be 4 driveways, and now there will be 1. And so in terms of conflict with pedestrians and traffic, that's actually going to bring those conflicts down. And I know that that wasn't necessarily the intent. That just kind of makes sense based on how the properties and the parcels are shaped. But that was something that came to me during the public hearing, that that will be funneled and it will actually be a benefit to the neighborhood as opposed to how it's originally been planned.
That's a good point. Councillor Faubert. Oh, okay. All right. Seeing no others wishing to speak to the motion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, we'll now move on to item G2. This is Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2022-14 Trinity Bible Church Direct Control District. So as with the previous item, we already heard a presentation this morning. The recommendation is, first of all, there's an amendment being requested of the items put forward. So my intent is to move second reading and then make that amendment. And then the recommendation from administration is postponed, subject to an application for moving the growth boundary, so an MDP amendment. So before putting the reading on the table, are there any questions of council at this time? Seeing none, I'll move that council give second reading to Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2022-14, Trinity Bible Church Direct Control District. And as I just stated, I will make the proposed amendment that Schedule B of Bylaw 2022-14 be amended by striking out Section 14.41.6. This basically takes the water servicing element out because, and I thought it was described very well in the administrative report, a discretion has been, or a delegation of the decision has been made to the CAO or her delegate, and it would be improper for council then to insert its own judgment when there is a process already approved. So I would ask that you support this amendment. Would anybody else like to speak to the amending motion? Councillor McCallum.
No, I have my own motion, sorry.
Okay. Okay. Seeing none, I'll call the question on this amending motion. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. All right, Councillor McCallum, you had an amendment?
Hate this thing. I do, I've sent it to the clerk. She's like, you did? It's pretty simple. It's just adding daycare as a discretionary use, as one of the uses.
Okay.
And it was, I understand it can be covered under the cultural definition, but as it's something that has been alluded to in their report and presentation and keeps them from having to come back potentially, and I made it discretionary because it tends to be a discretionary use in most areas. It's all pretty simple.
Okay. So this is within the bylaw itself, adding daycare to the discretionary uses. That matches the purpose statement that is set out there. And so I think as you noted, perhaps you don't need to come back again. I would be willing to support this amendment. Anybody else wishing to speak to the amending motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Just checking, are there any other amending motions before we speak to the second reading? Seeing none, I would like to say that I think that this is a solution. I believe that it's rural in nature, and so we have discretion to allow it without moving the urban growth boundary. I believe that there is a community benefit. There's a community benefit of all sorts of nonprofit organizations, many of whom are looking to find space, and many of whom have gone through a process, much like Mr. Anderson described, a frustrating process of not being able to afford what's out there. Mr. Casey spoke to how this adds to the sustainability of a community. And so I think there's community benefit in that alone. There's also community benefit in having their current site be more aligned with Bow Valley Trail, tourism type uses where it is. So between the community benefit and being rural in nature, this being what I think is essentially a gentle repurposing, I don't think that we need to have the discussion about extending the growth boundary. I wouldn't actually like to have that discussion with regards to this particular development. And I think that this works out to be a win for the community and a win for the applicant. So I am in support of this application and will be supporting second reading. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. I'm leaning towards supporting the bylaw. And I'm really, like, this application and the sort of debate around the urban growth boundary really challenged me, because my idea of what, in my mind, what the urban growth boundary is before this process is different to what I think about it now. And I think that that's really a beneficial process for us to go through as a community and a council, because as a land use planning tool, I think in other communities, the urban growth boundary is a different thing than what we use it for here in Canmore. And I think that for the longest time, you know, it's been this way to ensure that as stewards of this space, we do not let development grow in an unrestricted way. That it's not, you know, that growth is managed, growth is something that we have an eye on, and we're not, it's not like if you were in a flat area and you didn't have mountains, I don't think we'd be having similar conversations around our urban growth boundary. I would have originally agreed with administration that the boundary would need to be moved in order to even consider an application. And I think that what stretched my mind a bit is this idea of how are we defining growth and how are we defining urban versus rural. And I'll start with growth. In terms of growth, and I look at this little corner of our community, I don't want to grow there. I don't want to grow beyond there. I don't think that's where the growth of our community occurs, but you have these two parcels that are in our town limits, having been annexed a long time ago, but they're outside of the urban growth boundary, and that has presented a conflict and multiple applications over time to sort of bring to, it just feels like it's one of those things that's just, we haven't been able to settle. What happens into the future on these lands if we don't consider them appropriate for future urban growth, considering that they have current development on them? And I think that the church, the Trinity Church proposal presents that perfect opportunity, because it's not, I wouldn't consider this development or growth, right? Because it's not a commercial proposal, it's a community proposal. And if we put it in the growth boundary, that would lead to, in the future, a different owner potentially being able to do different things, which is what I don't want to happen. And so the whole like rural versus urban argument was very interesting as well, because I think a church can fit in both contexts. A church can be in a rural setting, a church can be very appropriately in a urban setting. And so if this land was in the neighboring municipal district, I think that there would be much more alignment in terms of the land use planning there that would see this happen. So the conclusion I reached ultimately was that the urban growth boundary should stay where it is, and we should limit development and urban growth in that corner of our community. And at the same time, I think that this church proposal maintains a rural nature, is not commercial development, and provides, the church builds community in our community, and I think that's exceptional. Now, does that define it as an exceptional benefit? I think maybe 50, 60 years ago, no. But today, I think that there's exceptional benefit to a strong church community. And so though, for those reasons, I will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I've struggled with some of the similar thoughts that you have, Councillor Faubert. You know, I don't know if any of you remember this, but a couple of years ago we went through, was it 6.5 days of public hearings? And one of the subject matters was moving the urban growth boundary. And so y'all did a great job of implanting that in my mind. And I too, like Mr. Casey, have struggled with every application that has come before us is about expansion, is about intensification, and is about money. In many cases, it's about the financialization of housing. And I've really struggled with that and pushed back against that, and understanding that in a lot of ways we need to like live within our land means to a certain extent, if that makes sense. And that means having really tough conversations about what our land should and should not do and who it is and is not for. I am not a churchgoer. I was as a child. But I was saying to my colleague here that I really appreciate church bodies that are kind of like community centers disguised as a church. I have a few friends who have homes like that their home is like a community center disguised as a single detached dwelling. I like that. And so I really appreciated learning more about this church body and understanding some of the work that they do in and out of community with people who are faith-based and not faith-based. And does that provide exceptional benefit, as you've asked that question? And I think it does. I think because we are not looking at a financialization of land, I think that does. And I appreciate Mr. Casey highlighting to me the idea that the urban growth boundary doesn't necessarily need to be changed, because I think that that would bring us unintended consequences and bring us back more of those applications that I have not been able to vote in favor of in the past. So as of last night, I was not going to be voting in favor of this today, but I can have my mind changed. It's a surprising thing. Thank you.
Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've been on the site. I've ridden my bike by there. I've walked it a little bit. And it does have that sort of interesting feel of being on the boundary. I do feel the proposal by the proponent will be rural in nature. I feel the proponents are going to be respectful of that, as well as the various habitat patch environment considerations. This is also a unique opportunity. I feel the current owners of the home, the Wang family, they could have easily done a totally different transaction and flipped this to someone else, led it to a different sort of process, and as Councillor McCallum said, we could be doing a bit more of a financialization scenario. So the fact that we can actually move a church from its current location on Bow Valley Trail, which is probably not ideal and certainly not homogenous with the rest of the process of that road, and putting them in this bucolic setting, and also hopefully assure like continued prosperity and success for the church there. I think that's a huge win. And likewise, bringing more consistency to Bow Valley Trail will be helpful as well too. So I will be in support.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hillstead.
I will also be in support of this application, to many of the reasons that my colleagues have spoken to already. It does feel very rural out there. You can almost not even tell that Canmore's just a stone throw away. Like if you're out on the path there, going towards Harvey Heights, it feels pretty out there. So I definitely think it meets the definition of rural. I think today was very obvious that it does provide an exceptional community benefit. We heard from a lot of different people with a lot of different stories, and yeah, they're doing good things, and hopefully with this, they'll be able to do even better things and open that space up to all of the community, to those nonprofits that are looking for some place to go. Hopefully there'll be openings, and they'll be able to help not just their church, but any other nonprofits in the community that may need space to operate or just put on an event. So I will be in support.
Thank you. Councillor Merrill.
Thank you. I echo all my fellow councillors in their comments that they've said. I'm not sure if everybody knows this. It was brought up to me by my father-in-law that the park gate used to be very close to there. So it was already in a rural setting. And as growing up, I used to also ride my horse along the back of that property. So to me, it's always been removed in a way in rural, in my mind. I do know that, or feel from the public hearing and hearing from community members, that this community church, like you have said, Councillor McCallum, that it's community. And I have felt that today during the public hearing. They're willing to work with people that are not also part of their church. So I see a very big community benefit for us. So I will be in support of this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Graham.
Thank you to my fellow councillors for all of your comments earlier, and I echo and share them. The piece for me that was really important actually came about today, and it was Councillor McCallum's addition of the daycare into the bylaw, and that is something that is sorely needed in this community. I sincerely hope that that opportunity comes knocking one day, that we can help families of this community. I live outside of a daycare, and I watch how many families go in and out of there, and I know how many families are in need of that sort of service. I hope when that opportunity knocks that it is opened up. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move third reading of Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2022-14, Trinity Bible Church Direct Control District. Would anybody else like to add anything? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We're going to take an 8-minute break. We're going to return at 3:50. We've got lots of stuff to do, so please come back on time. But if you need it, get some fresh air or anything like that.
Thanks for your grace with that.
Yeah. I tried to give it cleaner, and then I actually didn't see the wording until then, and then I realized, oh crap, what if people actually supported this? We're not actually allowed to do this. So we're not actually, we're not actually allowed to do this. Then we'd have to be walking like that. So that's why we have to decide on that. But I do appreciate you thinking of it, right? And I give you kudos for bringing it forward, because that's what you're supposed to do.
I also appreciate your
Great, thank you. Okay, so just as we're about to go into item G3, I just want to note, and it was brought to my attention that some might be here for the housing action plan that was moved earlier in the day. So we have already dealt with H1. So now with G3, which is bylaw 2022-09 and 2022-10. This is 800 3rd Avenue, Municipal Development Plan and Land Use Bylaw Amendments. And Ms. Miller, you're joining us via Zoom, and thank you for being able to be here while you're away.
Can you hear me?
Yes? Yep, go ahead.
So I'm not sure how the queues will work. Like, I think I have to wait for the clerk to mute
Yeah,
them.
no, I think you're
Then
good.
I talk.
You're-
If someone could just
Yeah, you're good
give me a
now.
little bit of insight, that would be helpful.
Okay, so can you hear me? Okay, yeah, okay. So we can hear you. We heard you perfectly well when you were described in there. And so now, because we've had to adjust to a different system here. We've actually got Brennan toggling here back and forth. So feel free, the floor is yours to present on this matter.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen and hopefully you'll see the slides and not my presenter view, but if you see presenter view, someone flail their arms so I'll know.
Looks good.
Can you see the slides or presenter view? You can see the slides?
Just the slides, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm going to proceed and, again, look for flailing arms along the way. So good afternoon. I am here to provide a refresher for an application that Council is familiar with. This is bylaw 2022-09 and bylaw 2022-10, which is a municipal plan and LUB amendment for the parcel located at 800 3rd Avenue. So let's refresh ourselves with what's being proposed. The subject site is an 8.27 hectare privately owned parcel located at the end of 3rd Avenue in South Canmore. The parcel is located in an area identified as a habitat patch in a municipal development plan and is currently zoned FD, which is future development. The application proposes dividing the parcel into 4 sub-districts. Sub-district A would be for a palliative care facility. Sub-districts B, C, and D would allow for low-density residential development with a varying number of dwellings on each of those parcels. To enable the proposed development, amendments to the MDP and the creation of a new land use bylaw district or direct control district are being proposed. So the application was brought forward for first reading on May 3rd of 2022, and a public hearing was scheduled and held on May 24th, 2022. In discussions amongst council prior to second reading, 5 motions were approved, directing administration to work with the applicant to address the following: to discuss or work with the applicant on limiting house size, developing a legal instrument to protect the lands from further development, minimizing distance between the buildings in Area B, and revisions to Area C, along with limiting maximum building height. So we will walk through each of the motions and what changes, if any, were made by the applicant to address these. However, I'd like to note that administration's conversations with the applicant focused only on these matters. The applicant brought forward what they felt was their best attempt to address council's concerns. And so administration's discussions revolved around that proposal, which is what's before us today. So starting with the first motion, which had to do with house size. At the May 24th public hearing, neither of the sub-districts that allowed for low-density residential development included a maximum house size. At our meeting today, the language has been added by the applicant in the sub-districts that allow for low-density residential development that aligns with the house size limitations that are found in other districts within the land use bylaw. So specifically, Area B includes language that is found in the land use bylaw. Area D has similar language, but slightly nuanced because it caps the building size at 750 meters squared because of the large size of lots in Area D. Administration is satisfied with these changes and feel that they do address council's concerns about house sizes within the subject area. Now, moving on to the next motion regarding the legal method of protecting the subject lands from further development beyond the initial proposal, the applicants have put forward a legal instrument, a conservation easement, for council's consideration that addresses two of the three parts of this motion. Now, if council would like to pursue this legal instrument further, it is worth noting that it will be the first of its kind in Canmore, where the town is identified as the grantee. Therefore, this will be somewhat of a pilot/test case for the town on how it may or may not want to use such instruments in the future. So with that, because it is a legal instrument and I am not a lawyer, I will now ask Mr. Drisik to come to the podium and explain the details of the proposed legal instrument.
Mr. Drisik.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Adam Drisik, Town Solicitor. I'll speak to really what a conservation easement is, what a letter of intent is, and the recommendation that this is directed at. The recommendation is that council excuse me, direct the administration to execute the letter of intent dated May 11th, 2023, respecting a conservation easement that's included in the agenda package. So a letter of intent is a preliminary document that both parties would sign. It's not the conservation easement itself. It's more of a higher level statement of what the parties are intending to do or looking to do to guide their future action, and it will be as binding or non-binding as it presents itself to be. So the applicants have already signed off. They're asking the town to do the same. The administration is seeking council's direction to do so. As some background here, a conservation easement is a voluntary agreement between a landowner and a qualified organization. The party who holds the easement is typically referred to as the grantee. As to who can hold the easement, the purposes that conservation easements can be used for, and the compatible uses of the conservation easement lands, those things are all set out in the Alberta Land Stewardship Act. So this is really entirely outside of the planning part of the Municipal Government Act. It's a contractual matter enabled by other legislation, which is how it ended up coming to me. And I understand that that we're asked you to save all questions until the very end because there are a number of chunks to present on here, and then I'll be available if they're to be directed at me. So basically, the letter of intent here responds to the resolution that the applicants provide something, a legal instrument, to protect lands in perpetuity. And it would also address the part of the resolution that looked for no trails or roads connecting through Spring Creek, because the terms of the easement could set things like allowable roads and fences as negotiated. It doesn't respond to the resolution seeking a form of reversion where lands would revert to the current owner if there was no palliative care facility built. That, well, one, is outside the purpose of conservation easements, and two, speaks to who the landowners are as opposed to the uses of the land. So I'm comfortable with this letter of intent being scoped as it currently is around protecting land in perpetuity and having an easement speak to the allowable uses. So basically, the purpose of this conservation easement would be to, to assure that the South Canmore local habitat patch is a functioning component of the wildlife corridors and habitat patches for the Bow Valley as described in the Wildlife Corridor and Habitat Patch Guidelines for the Bow Valley, updated in 2012, the BC Ag Report. The purpose of the conservation easement is wildlife conservation. That's very clear. The intention here for the easement is that public access to the easement lands would be forbidden apart from sponsored educational activities for grade school children. And my personal comment is this type of really clear, specific purpose for conservation easements is good because it assists with monitoring and review of the easement and enforcement. These things last in perpetuity, so after we're all long gone, the staff, municipal staff of the future and the parties to the easement and the courts or the arbitrators who have to review these things will be able to understand what this is about. What it does mean, however, is that it can't be all things to all people. The purpose is wildlife conservation. Public access will be prohibited, and that is the letter of intent that the town is being asked to sign. As to the next chunk of this letter here, it indicates that the landowners will be solely responsible for monitoring and enforcing public use. And that basically, the conservation easement's a comprehensive scheme for the easement area where it's the private landowners present and going forward who would be responsible for maintaining, monitoring, and enforcing against prohibited public use. And the role of the grantee in a conservation easement is to monitor and enforce, if necessary, the easement against the landowners of the day. So I flag this for you because it does indicate that there wouldn't be an administrative burden of that nature on the municipality if the municipality was to be the grantee. Next chunk I'll flag for you here in the letter is that it notes that the functionality of the habitat patch is dependent on adjacent land uses and linkages to Bow Valley wildlife networks, and that the conservation easement will remain in perpetuity unless conditions of the wildlife habitat patch would change, and the conservation easement will be reviewed on a periodic basis to ensure that it remains effective for that purpose and it may be terminated if it no longer serves its intended purpose. So I flag this for you because perpetual doesn't mean forever. Perpetual, legally speaking, means that there's no set end date, but it is possible for easements to be terminated according to their own terms, and the proposal here is for this easement to have a review provision where the parties can look at whether it's still serving its purpose. And if it doesn't serve its purpose, then the intention is that it would be terminatable. So that is consistent with the purpose of the easement. Is for something very specific. If that purpose is no longer being served, then it would be possible for this easement to be terminated. And then, as alluded to, it's anticipated that the town will be the grantee. Now, that's slightly open-ended. People who are qualified to hold conservation easements, qualified organizations include government agencies, municipalities, and land trusts, and easements can be assigned. So the original grantee could hold the easement for a period until another appropriate grantee is identified and then assign the easement to that other qualified organization. But council should anticipate that if the administration is directed to enter this agreement, that the town will be asked to be the grantee, and that will be proceeding to review and negotiate terms of the actual easement on short order after that. The letter of intent proposes that if an easement is not entered within 1 year of the date of the letter, then this letter itself would terminate. So as to the effect of this letter, it states that it does not constitute a binding commitment with respect to granting an easement. That step would still have to be taken, and it indicates that it does not fetter the discretion of the subdivision and development authorities under the Municipal Government Act, because there will still be matters that the subdivision authority will have to determine around municipal reserves versus environmental reserve easements. And then, of course, the approval and permitting functions would not be affected by this letter. That's it in a nutshell, and what I feel is some of the key considerations for your decision. And again, I'm happy to stay as part of the delegation here and respond to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Driedzik.
Thank you.
And back to you, Ms. Miller.
I'm going to attempt to reshare my presentation. Can you see it? Okay, thank you. All right. Oh boy, I just need to flip something around here. Sorry, technical difficulty. Try this again. Okay. So moving on to the third motion regarding the distance between the buildings in Area B and concerns about wildlife movement, the applicant did not make any changes to the yard setbacks proposed in Area B. The lot sizes and development standards proposed for this subdistrict are in an effort to align with the recommendation from the applicant's biologist to avoid development along a straight line along the street, as this would be problematic for wildlife and potentially create what is called a cul-de-sac effect. The applicants want to encourage a nonlinear pattern to allow for permeability between homes that would allow line of sight for wildlife to move through freely. Now, administration has noted for the applicant that the proposed wording will not require staggered building placement along the street in order to address this concern about wildlife movement. The concern that was raised by the biologist is difficult to address at this stage in the process, since the lots have yet to be created. And without establishing lots, you can establish a separate development standard for each lot that would stagger the front yard setback. Without that, developers won't have a requirement to push buildings deeper into the lot than what is currently the minimum setback. It will be the responsibility of the applicant to work with future purchasers of these lots in order to ensure this nonlinear effect is achieved, because the wording as proposed will not do so. The fourth motion dealt with removing development in Subdistrict C and pursuing a servicing agreement with Spring Creek for the palliative care facility. As what's been proposed, brought forward back from the applicant today, they have removed all development from Subdistrict C. However, the servicing of the palliative care facility was not a matter that Spring Creek felt that they could support. And so the applicant is continuing to move forward with the application and will bear the cost of the servicing for all of the proposed development within this area. The final motion was with regard to maximum building height, particularly in Subdistrict D. The applicant is proposing the inclusion of language in sections 1440.18.6 that establishes a maximum building height that is in alignment with what is currently permissible in other low-density residential districts, which is 9.5 meters. This is a reduction of 2.5 meters from what was proposed at first reading. However, it is worth reiterating that with this reduction, this will mean that both the principal dwelling and the accessory dwelling unit will be allowed to be the same height. Now, this concern was noted at first reading. A motion was not specifically made by council to address the maximum building height of ADUs, so no further conversations were had on this matter with the applicant. However, since we're here talking about height, I wanted to reiterate and ensure council understood that the wording as proposed could potentially result with 2 dwelling units on one site being the same height in Area B and D. Also wanted to note a couple points of clarification on this matter. The references made in the report under the subheading limiting maximum building height are off by 1 number in their numbering due to administrative numbering updates that were made after the report was finalized. So the report references should be 14.40.10.7 instead of 0.6 and 14.40.18.6 instead of 0.5. We have lots of reports on today's agenda if you hadn't noticed, so a couple things slipped through the cracks. I'd also like to note the change in 14.40.10.7, which is the maximum height in Area B, remains unchanged. It was proposed at 9.5 meters at first reading and remains at 9.5 meters today. But the wording regarding the maximum number of stories was removed to align with standard wording in the LUB. In rewatching the May 24th meeting, I noted that there was some discussion regarding the inclusion of the word height so as to read maximum building height instead of just maximum height, particularly in 14.40.18.6 in Area D. It does not include the word building, so if that remains an important element for council to have, a motion will need to be made to add that word. Okay. So with that, administration recommends that both bylaws be given second and third reading and that administration be directed to execute the letter of intent dated May 11th, 2023. I would also like to note one other potential amendment to the bylaw, specifically bylaw 2022-09. There was a reference that was made that was incorrect in section 3 under provisions. It references the wrong bylaw number for the MDP. It currently references 2018-16 when it should say 2016-3. So if a member of council would like to make that motion moving forward, that would be appreciated. So with that, that concludes my presentation. Myself and Mr. Drietzig are here to answer any questions that we can, should council have any.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. I really appreciate walking us through and going from where we were to what is now being proposed. And so I would just like to note to council that when I do put second reading on the table, I will be bringing an amending motion to replace the previous Schedule B with the new one, so that we are in fact dealing with these proposed changes that came as a result of the motions that we passed previously. So I look to council to see if there are any questions. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wonder if administration could comment on the impact of a reduction of the house in Area D from 750 square meters down to 325 square meters.
So in Area D, that's not what's currently proposed. They have set a maximum house size that wasn't previously included, but they've capped it at 750 meters squared. So that'd be the equivalent of 8,072 square feet. did raise this matter with the applicant, considering that it is almost double the size of the maximum house size allowed in other areas. However, the applicant felt that this was a reasonable size given the size of the parcel, and this is what they wanted to move forward with.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question for our legal counsel, Mr. Dryzik. I'll just wait for Adam to come over. With regards to the conservation easement, I understand the difference between perpetuity and forever. If the agreement were to cease, would that be a unilateral agreement between both the grantee, such as us, the town, and the landowner, or can one group annul the contract?
The agreement would provide terms for it to be reviewed and terminated. And what I would anticipate is it would set a review schedule, and either party on that review schedule, say every so many years, 5 years or so, could provide notice to the other party if they felt that the easement no longer served its purpose of maintaining the functional wildlife patch. And at that time, if the parties were to agree that that was the case, then the easement itself would state that it could be terminated. And this reflects the Alberta Land Stewardship Act itself, which says that conservation easements can be terminated by agreement between the parties. And the parties in that case would be the grantee, whether that's the town or another qualified organization in the future, and the landowner at the material time could agree that, okay, the easement has ceased to serve its purpose and it will be terminated according to its own terms.
Okay, thank you.
So it would last indefinitely unless there was a triggering event, and then it would state for how it would come to an end.
Okay.
But it wouldn't be, in a typical conservation easement, the landowner of the future is, well, he's stuck with it. It's registered on title, and they cannot unilaterally remove it.
Okay.
The grantee may have more flex in unilaterally ending an easement, but the landowner cannot, and that's why the land is deemed to be secured.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful, because this may be our first time that the town enters an agreement like this. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, so I had a question. I'm just trying to get to it here. Okay, here we go. Okay, under the purpose section, I think that there's some wording missing. And it keeps going away from here. Let me just try opening this up again. Yeah, good question. All right. Bear with me here. Sorry, I'm having trouble bouncing between the two documents, and I had it right in front of me here. Okay, here we go. On page 443 of the agenda package, this is the red line version as a result of the proposed changes. And the very last section of that first paragraph is "and other residential neighborhood." And that doesn't make sense to me. I'm wondering if it's meant to be something else, or if there's a word missing, or... Okay, so... Yeah. Okay, can we go to Lauren? I'm sorry, can you repeat yourself?
Page number of the agenda?
Yes, page 443.
Okay. And so there was a question about the purpose of,
Well, so the purpose statement as amended ends with "and other residential neighborhood," and that doesn't make sense to me. And so I was wondering if it should be other residential uses or
other residential uses could be appropriate as well. I would say maybe the applicant was trying to summarize all of the things that would be occurring within the sub-district, which would include, you know, a bit of a residential neighborhood component as well as agricultural. So,
okay. I think just for reading, like, I'm just thinking it's a grammatical thing. It just doesn't make sense to say another residential neighborhood. So I would think it would be uses. Okay, so I will make an amendment to change neighborhood to uses. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Faubert.
I was just noticing within the purpose that, that those 4 words are in the red line as well, so it might have been a copy paste. Because it says units and other compatible residential neighborhood uses and to provide for agricultural pursuits. So I think you're on the right track.
Yeah, okay, so I'll just
Yep.
add
Yep.
uses. Yeah, okay. Okay, great, thank you. Any other questions? All right then. Oh, Councillor Ma.
Sorry, Your Worship, kind of got you at the last second there. Question for Ms. Miller. This is something I've heard some concern from the community. With regards to Sub-District A, which is the palliative care lands, if the group is unable to provide a facility, could you clarify what happens to those lands moving forward? My assumption is it stays zoned as for a care facility.
sorry, so the audio is a little bit difficult, so I'm going to try to repeat the parts that I heard. The question was, if they don't move forward with a palliative care facility, what could potentially be done with the lot?
Essentially, is that the concern I've heard from the community. So if we could just put that on the public record, that'd be great. Thank you. Yeah.
While the intent is for a palliative care facility, there are other uses listed within the sub-district A that could be pursued. I know that the applicant has a strong working relationship with the Palliative Care Society within Canmore, and there's an eager desire to get moving on a palliative care facility. But should something happen and a direction change occur, there are other listed uses that could be pursued.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much, Ms. Miller, Mr. Drazik. I will now move. Where are we here? I will now move that council gives second reading. Now we're going to deal with the municipal development plan first. The council gives second reading bylaw 2022-09, which is the 800 3rd Avenue Municipal Development Plan amendments. And I'm going to, actually, I'll speak to the whole motion because I think they're going to be tied together with the land use bylaw. So if we approve this, then we're on our way to approving the other. Oh, that's the one that has the error in it. Okay, right. Okay, so, okay, let's do the amendment first. Councillor Hillstad, did you want to make that amendment since you found it?
I'm amending that we correct the title, well, the numbering for the municipal development plan. It should be 2016-03 instead of 2018-17 or 16.
Great, thank you. Anyone wishing to speak to that motion? sorry, what's the page number?
419.
419. It's just a numbering issue to make it consistent. Seeing no one wishing to speak to the motion, I will call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, so now it's the second reading of the MDP amendment bylaw as amended. You know, this piece of land has represented a quagmire of sorts, a problem that keeps coming back to council, and the reason it's a problem is because there's these contradictory forces. It's zoned future development. It's privately owned. It's outside the growth boundary, and it's located in a habitat patch. So these forces have really caused some complexity of how to deal with this land, and I'm hoping today we resolve that problem. I hope that we resolve it by accepting this proposal. I believe that the test for moving the growth boundary is met. There's a community benefit. I believe that there's, through this very low density development, we are in fact enhancing environmental protection. I appreciate the changes that were proposed and results of the questions that we asked. Having no development in Section C is a huge, huge benefit. And then protecting it was something that was not foreseen, but I think incredibly important. The palliative care facility that's proposed there, I believe, provides a huge community benefit, and I think we heard that at the public hearing. Even those who would oppose the application spoke to support for palliative care. We've seen other applications for this area, well, not this council, but previous councils, and they've been much more dense. They've been quite inappropriate for in a habitat. I think that this is a very low density, very non-intrusive, incredibly thoughtful application that will provide protection in perpetuity unless the parties agree that it's no longer serves a purpose. And that's not just one person calling it off, it's the parties agreeing. And as a result, we have the resolution of a problem that will just keep coming back to us again and again. I think that we heard the environmental expert when I asked, you know, could this enhance the protection? And it was an immediate, for sure. I believe that the houses in Section B will match the neighborhood and thereby forming somewhat of a barrier. Then through the conservation efforts, hopefully we can reduce the amount of human use in the area. That is, as in most cases, the problem with protecting our environmentally sensitive areas is that people and their dogs and whatnot tend to be the ones that are causing the main disturbance. So I would encourage supporting this MDP amendment. It solves a problem for the community. I saw very clearly that council had concerns after the first reading and after the public hearing, which is why I asked put some motions forward to see if we can find some solutions that would be palatable. And I think that what's come back to us is you know, putting those limits on the house side for the ones in Section B, the additional protection in C and D, and really, I think resulting at the end of the day in a project that solves a problem, and because of the conservation easement, we don't need to be concerned about a death by 1,000 cuts. I'd ask for your support for this. Councillor Hillstad. Oh, I'm putting you on the spot because you had hit your button there, but you're online.
I know, I see that now.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to decide, so I'm going to listen to my fellow councillors and get some more input.
Sounds good.
Because I'm a little on the fence on this.
Councillor Graham.
Actually, I've got a procedural question.
Okay.
I had a proposed amendment for the house size in section D. Is that appropriate now, or is it appropriate
No,
after this?
it would have to be when that bylaw is on the
Right.
table.
Okay, just want to make sure that I wasn't missing that one.
Yeah.
Well, I got my mic on, so.
Okay. Do you want to pass it on to somebody else, or are you good to go?
Nah, let's do this.
Do it.
To me, this was a question of exceptional benefit to the community. And I personally don't see enough exceptional benefit to the community in this proposal to move the urban growth boundary. I hear that we would like to put this to bed, that we would like to not have to deal with this anymore. However, is this the proposal that I'm willing to do that on? And personally, for me, it's not. We've pontificated a lot today. I don't need to go down the line too much further. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right. I'm wondering where the exceptional benefit comes from. Because it's community benefit is the test.
Exceptional community benefit, correct?
That was in a different section. Yeah, different section. But, all right. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Faubert.
I'll have my go. I've been, thinking of Tina Turner lately and how, with her passing, and I just love the song Proud Mary. And it comes to mind because the way she starts out kind of is like, we just don't do things easy here. And I think that when it comes to this proposal and where we're at on it and this particular property, it hasn't been easy. In the last 15 years, I've seen multiple proposals come forward for this parcel, and including this one. And at every stage, there's had to be a question around, when and how do we move that urban growth boundary? And what would be appropriate development should we do that? And I think that as opposed to the last consideration of this boundary today, the location of this is right on the edge of where development leads all the way up to it. And for a development to occur, we do need to move the boundary. And we would need a district in order to make that happen. And I remember a time when there was no qualifications in any way whatsoever. There was nothing to test moving the boundary. And with the last MDP, council put in place a process to consider when and how we amend our urban growth boundary. Because like I said before, we use it as a tool different than other communities. For us, it's a stewardship line. It's not, or like, that's my impression. It's less about managing development and growth traditionally to grow, but to limit our growth within a capacity that also preserves the space that we're in. And the palliative care proposal, I think, is really impressive. And what I've seen is a group of people organize and drive towards a shared vision of what they want their community to be, in terms of supporting its members in their most vulnerable moments, right? At the end of life. And I see the passion and I hear the passion. I think I even remember sitting down years ago with Martin at Community, and just kind of the initial kind of like idea of what could be possible, and to see it reach this point, I think really speaks to a drive within the palliative care society and the community that supports it, to see this as a level of service in our community, to provide dignity and end-of-life care in Canmore. And so I think that there is definitely room to debate around the subjectivity of if that's a benefit. I think there's also room to debate about whether or not, from a public health planning perspective, do we need this facility in our community? But beyond that, I see the vision and the work of our community members to meet a need, to build community, and to find solutions, not just in terms of finding a location for their vision, but also providing a solution for this parcel, like the mayor said. In my lifetime, there's been 3 particular urban growth boundary locations that have been touch points. And today, we have 2 of them in front of us, which I think is a lot to consider. And so when we saw this last, I think council wanted to maybe push a little more to get the proposal, I think, a little bit more in line with what our vision is as well for the future of our community. And I think a lot has been achieved. I like the reorganization of the layout on the site. I like that a unit has been, there's one less house, right? Because that's less built form. I like that if the palliative care facility doesn't go forward, that doesn't mean it's open for anything else to happen. I struggle with large homes in a community with a housing crisis, but that's the trade-off. And if there's one thing I've learned in this role, it's that you can't always get everything that you want, but you can get some of what you want if you work together.
Yeah. Right on.
Right? And so what was the compromise? And what I've seen is the applicants come forward and meet our request for a compromise with compromise. So I think I will be voting in support of this motion. It's not perfect, but nothing ever is. Yeah. So, and I'm really grateful for all the work that everyone has done, because I know this hasn't been an easy process. I know it's been long. I know we've pushed back. There's debate. But at the end of the day, I think that it leads to a better decision for our community in the future. So thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Councillor. And I just want to correct myself. We actually have 2 tests at play, and exceptional community benefit does come in on one of those tests. So thank you for that. I would therefore just add to my comments that I believe that the having a conservation easement, having a land dedicated for palliative care, which is the exact same thing that we're talking about, is tough for these sorts of organizations to find land, and they went through a long process as well. And having a solution to a long-standing community issue is actually beyond exceptional community benefit, in my opinion. Now, Councillor Hillstad, were you wanting to speak to that correction, or you actually want to speak to? Okay, you want to speak? Go ahead.
I won't call it any of your corrections. That's fine. As Councillor Faubert had just stated, is it perfect? No. Was there some movement? Yes. With the community benefit, palliative care, if someone needs to go through that and the facility's there, that will be a community benefit to that person and their family. Is it necessarily going to be all Canmore residents? Maybe not. But it's still going to be affecting those that are, at least for a short time, in our community. If they are from outside, they'll be in our community. It'll be affecting them. I think it is a benefit. I struggle with the house size as well. You know, would 325 be better? I think so, but again, they did move down a little bit. The conservation, the easement is in some ways a benefit, in some ways not, depending on who you're talking to. Those dog walkers are going to find it's not, because now they can't go walking their dogs there, but they shouldn't have been anyways. So it's a benefit to our wildlife and our environment. So in the end, it's a community benefit. So right now, I think I'm leaning in support. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Councillor McCallum.
It was interesting. I was chatting with somebody the other day. I can't remember who it was. Anyways, and we were talking about the wastewater treatment plant. And it was actually somebody that had lived here for a while, and they had referred to this project, and then they wanted to know what was going in behind that project between their lands and the wastewater treatment plant. And it really kind of hit home that people see our wild spaces as quite fluid. So the palliative care group are a very impressive group of people. They're very well resourced. They are very well educated. They have worked very hard to get to this point. And I applaud them for, as you've pointed out, Councillor Faubert, their shared vision and their ability to move that shared vision forward. But I really, as I had mentioned earlier, I'm going to struggle to get past the point where we're being asked to move the urban growth boundary. The palliative care group will get a piece of land from that, and there will be 4 other people that will get a really large, beautiful property and in a very hyper-exclusive part of Canmore within a habitat patch. So I will not be able to support the MDP amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Mara.
Thank you. Is this perfect? No. But does it tick several boxes and not completely tick those boxes? For me, yes. I echo everything everyone has said. The palliative care group, also very impressed with. They've been very open and willing to answer any of our questions. I do like the idea that there's limited footprint, so that the applicant has come that far. And I think that's a community benefit also. So I'll just leave it at that for the moment, just echoing what everyone else has said.
Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is one of those big ones that keeps me up at night. Looking at this, yes, there is benefit from the palliative care group. It's a lot of work to get where you guys come from. I admire that vision. I think the challenge for me is that, I appreciate that the proponent has come with the conservation easements. Thank you, especially for Section C. I thought that brought vision. I was a little chagrined that Section B went from 3 homes back and bumped back up to 4. And from when I look at it from that lens, there is a bit of a cumulative impact piece that's starting to offset the exceptional benefit piece. So when I'm looking at environment versus the palliative care, I feel that the additional home piece makes that challenging for me. And so because of that, I don't think I'll be able to support. Thank you.
So just a question on that. There's 1 less home.
Yeah, but I was hoping for 2 less homes.
Okay. All right, would anybody else like to speak to the motion? I'll Call the question then. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried with Councillors Graham, Maw, and McCallum opposed. I will now move third reading of the Municipal Development Plan amending bylaw 2022-09, 800 3rd Avenue. And I think the rest of them, there's duplication. So I'll move the third reading. Would anybody else like to speak to it? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Graham, Maw, has carried. Councillors Graham, Maw, and McCallum oppose. So now we'll move to, I'll put on the table that council gives second reading to Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2022-10, 800 3rd Avenue Direct Control District. And I will first make an amending motion. This is about Schedule B, or Schedule A. The council amend Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2022-10 by repealing Schedule A as approved at first reading and substituting Schedule A as submitted by the applicant on June 6, 2023. I think that goes without saying that that's what we're dealing with here. So would anybody like to speak to this amending motion? None. Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And then I would like to amend the purpose statement. And I would, yeah, I'll need help from the clerk.
429?
Yeah. Yes. And other residential. Yeah. So this would be page 437. Attachment 4, it's just in the purpose statement, adding the word uses to the end of that first paragraph. Yeah. Would anyone like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor Graham, were you wanting to bring an amending? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate the concession to come down from 14,000 square feet to 8,000 square feet. However, I simply can't support a house of that size, honestly. And so I'm looking to go down to 325 square feet, which is 300. 325 square meters, my apologies, which is 350 square, it's been a long day, 3,500 square feet, which is more in line with the rest of the community. Earlier today, we heard that the church proposal was 7,000 square feet. We are in a housing crisis, and homes of this size, I don't feel are appropriate in this day and age. I look forward to your comments and hopefully your support. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor McCallum.
Question through the chair to administration. Can you confirm for me, and I just don't have my land use bylaw with me, that the 325 meters is exclusive of garage, ADU, all that stuff? It's just literally the plate of the home.
Am I looking at Ms. Smithers or Ms. Miller or Mr. Schneider? Oh, Well, there's Ms. Miller.
Ms. Miller?
Sorry, could you repeat that question, Councilor McCallum?
Yeah, of course. My question was, could you confirm for me that within the land use bylaw, the measurement of 325 meters is exclusive of both, is exclusive of garage, ADU, et cetera? It's just the living space of the home, correct?
Correct.
Right. So we're basically, with this amendment, would be approving the 325 square feet for the home, but that does not include garage, ADU, or anything. So that's the plate. Perfect.
That is correct. There are regulations regarding accessory buildings as well as accessory dwelling units included in the sub-districts that are allowing for residential development.
Perfect. Thank you. I'd be happy to support your amendment, Councillor Graham.
Councillor Hillstead.
Question through the chair to administration. In our R1 neighborhoods, it is 0.35 FAR for lots greater than or equal to 930 meters square. So what's the number again? How big, if they didn't have that maximum 750, what size are we looking at if they actually went to the 0.35 meter or FAR on a?
Ms. Miller?
I don't have that calculation at my fingertips. It's a very large lot. I see Ms. Van Rooyen in the audience, and I think that parcel was over 6,000. I wrote the number down on a sticky pad in my office, and now I'm in Ontario. So if somebody wants to run into my office and grab the sticky note, but it would be a significantly larger home than 750 square meters.
Thank you.
I'm just taking a look. I think it might have been in the first report.
I saw it somewhere, but I couldn't find it quickly.
14,714 square feet was what was in the report. Okay, Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question for Ms. Miller as well, building off of which Councillor McCallum was referring to. Because of this district, I think there might be some agricultural uses. They're not precluded from doing, say, like stable or barn setup, because I think the proponent might have some of those intents as well. That would not be locked down by this proposal by Councillor Graham of the 325 square meters, correct?
No, those would be considered accessory structures. So they, as I noted, they have separate development standards included within the district. The 325 square meters would be applicable to the principal dwelling.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure the accessory structures are not affected by that. Thank you.
Okay, speaking to the motion, the amending motion, I won't be able to support it. Well, I don't disagree about the statements made about large houses. You know, if you look at this as a whole, and I think you have to look at this as a whole, to actually get that land with conservation easement, get palliative care, get the lowest density application that I've seen on this land, and have this problem resolved, as Councillor Faubert said, that's the cost. I would also be hypocritical because I also have a problem with minimum or maximum home sizes. If we're looking at development, and if you're looking at how you can get perhaps more, you know, in other developments, if you want to get some more entry level or non-market, you have to allow something at the other end. And, you know, given this location, it's separate and apart on the size of the piece of land, and it's just one home. And, you know, I hearken back to what Councillor McCallum says often, and Councillor Faubert referred to, is, you know, you can have some of what you want or you can have none of what you want. But I think that it's just being a little bit too, when we look at the big picture, to squabble over the size of one of the homes, I think is just asking a bit much. Councillor Hillstead.
I also don't think I can support this one. If this was an R1 district, 0.35 FAR for lots greater than or equal to 930 meters squared, they could get a way bigger house than 750 meters squared. So being consistent with that, it's not as if we've capped it at 325 everywhere. We've capped it at 325 if it's smaller than 930 meters squared. We give a FAR. They've decided to put a maximum on that. So again, bigger than what we may want to see, but still smaller than what they could have done. So I cannot support it.
Anybody else speaking to this amending motion? Councillor McCallum?
I'd just like to point out that Councillor Graham's amendment is the sum of what I want.
Okay. Any other comments? We'll call the question then. All those in favor of the amending motion? All those opposed? Motion's defeated with Councillors Graham, Maw, and McCallum in favor. Any other amending motions then? Seeing none, we're back to the main motion, which is second reading of the Land Use Bylaw Amendment as amended. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? I know many of us spoke to both earlier on, but if there's anything else you'd like to add? Okay, I'll call the motion, or call the question then. All those in favor? Opposed? So it is carried with Councillors Graham and McCallum opposed. And now I will move the council give third reading to Bylaw 2022. Actually, I should read it from here. Council give third reading to Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2022-10, 800 3rd Avenue Direct Control District. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Oh, Councillor McCallum, did you want to say something?
Yeah. I just, I wanted to hearken back to sort of something I'd said previously with the approval of the Trinity Bible Church land use. And it's about sort of that whole idea of living within our land means. And I feel like we continue to keep our side eye on spaces like our habitat patches and our wildlife corridors and, you know, perhaps places that aren't suitable for housing like industrial lands to accommodate the housing that we want as opposed to the housing that we need. And so I just want to, I guess I'm really disappointed today. I'm really disappointed that it was so easy for us to move the urban growth boundary after having defended it so valiantly after so many years, over so many years. Me personally, for the last 12 and a half. And I guess I just want to remind council that we do have a limited land base and that we need to live within our land means, and that means having really tough conversations. And I don't know if we had that conversation today on this particular amendment, or sorry, project. But yeah, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
I want to echo Councillor McCallum's comments. I am not saying no development on this piece of land. I'm saying I would like to see a much more modest development proposed. You get what you ask for. If this council isn't willing to ask for certain things well within our purview to do, I'm a little bit of a loss as to what we're doing here. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, and it's Councillor Maw.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would echo like Councillors Graham and McCallum over where they're coming from. I was looking for a more modest proposal. I think modest is one of those words that the definition has just changed greatly for me over this last year and a bit. I've had modest and I've seen modest. Having said that, because it looks like I'm on the losing side of this one, I do wish the palliative care people success with their project, and I hope they'd pull this off. Thank you.
Thank you. Just in response to what was said, I think that what we're seeing here is a different perspective on some aspects of the decision-making. With regards to the municipal growth boundary, I have not shared Councillor McCallum's feelings with regards to that. There's a test put in place that means you can move the municipal growth boundary if you meet certain conditions. And we've already passed that, and so obviously the will of council is that it's met those conditions. In the big picture around protection of lands, I actually think, and I know not everyone will agree, but I actually think we have moved to enhance the protection of these lands. I believe that these lands will be better, more functional as a habitat patch where it was stated most of the activity takes place because of this development. So contrary to thinking we're keeping it out of the side of our eye, my eye is looking directly at it. And that's why I asked the question, can we, through this development, in fact, enhance protection? And I believe that's what's happening. Third reading is on the table. Anybody else wishing to say anything? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillors Graham, Maw, and McCallum opposed. Now, we're at our 5 o'clock mark. What's that? Oh, the letter of intent. I have to do the letter of intent. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Well, let's finish this one item. That council directed administration to execute the letter of intent dated May 11th, 2023, respecting a conservation easement. This pretty much flows from that which council has already approved. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, so we've reached 5 o'clock. I would like to see if council is willing to stay to deal with G4, and we could put H2 to the July 4th meeting. But G4 is a timely matter before Canada Day. And so, Dr. Cottle, you look like you would like to say something.
Well, your procedural bylaw allows for a 9-hour meeting, so technically you can go till 6. And I'm not saying you need to deal with both remaining items, but you could do you could take a break now, which I would recommend, and then go on to the fireworks item, and then decide at that time what you want to do about the last item.
Okay, I thought it was 5 o'clock.
No, you have 9 hours.
Thank you for that.
Or 6 hours. Yeah, 9 hours.
Okay, then
6 o'clock.
Then what we will do is we're going to take a 10-minute break. 5:15 we'll return. We'll deal at least with one, and we'll talk about the other, see how people are doing. we are going to deal with item G4 because there's a time element or time-sensitive element to it, and then afterwards we're going to postpone what is it, H2 to July 4th. So I'll make that motion then. So turning now to G4, this is the Fireworks Ban Bylaw 2023-23. I wrote this report. What I noticed, I'll take that as a compliment. What we have is the Canada Day organization is dissolved, so there actually is no fireworks planned for Canada Day this year. We also have the earliest start that I can recall to the fire season, and the numbers of fires being burned in Alberta and across the country are phenomenal in a terrible, terrible sense. I have long held the, well, it's more than a belief. I truly think that fireworks, well, I love them. I love to watch fireworks. In a valley full of wildlife and full of trees, it's not a good idea because I believe that both are terribly adversely affected. This goes all the way back to 1999. I was the co-director of the First Night Festival in Banff, and we took away the fireworks because of for that very reason, and went to a very small indoor pyrotechnic thing, all contained within the amphitheater at the Banff Centre. I'm hoping that we can now take the step to ban them for at least the non-winter months of the year, because I think that they're incredibly dangerous with respect to wildfires, and they also are a disturbance to the animals. It's our duty to keep the community safe. I've provided the background for that. Our strategic plan, of course, has an environmental goal. Currently, our fire bylaw says that no person shall offer fireworks for sale and no person shall discharge fireworks unless the person has been issued a permit. We know that people let fireworks go at certain times of the year, and they don't all have permits. With no fireworks being on Canada Day this year, I'm really concerned that there may be more rogue fireworks. And so we have to send a message that A, this is not allowed, and put a big fine on it so that people really think twice about whether or not that's a good idea. So what I'm proposing is a bylaw that essentially bans fireworks from April 1st through November 30th. These I would describe as the non-winter months. While fireworks at any time, I believe, is a disturbance to animals, during these months especially, they're also a potential fire hazard. If you take a look at the article that I provided just from the National Fire Protection Association in the United States, I mean, the number of fireworks that were in 1 year, the fireworks-related fires in 1 year was over 19,000. Let me get the exact number here, sorry. Yes, it was an estimated 19,500 fires started by fireworks were reported to local U.S. fire departments in 2018. The fires caused 5 civilian deaths, 46 civilian injuries, and $105 million in direct property damage. There's a graph, I think it shows about 2/3 resulted in wildfires, and that's not included in those statistics there. So I think it's really important that we ban these fireworks and we send a message to the community. I have included an alternative clause if anybody wanted to move for a year-round ban. It's a suggested clause there. That would be an amendment. I can tell you that there is one amendment that I will be making after this is tabled because adding the definition of peace officer. And that was a late suggestion from municipal enforcement. I did write this bylaw and I did have it reviewed by the clerk's office and agenda review. And so I would ask if you have any questions. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just curious, will bylaw officers or peace officers have to actually witness somebody lighting off fireworks? Or if you see somebody doing it and you take a photograph as a public member, member of the public, is that, like, how does enforcement and all of that work?
It's a great question. I'm wondering if Mr. Mackay has any enlightenment as to whether a reporting will be sufficient or...
Enlightenment.
Well, I can take a stab to say that there need to be sufficient evidence provided before a ticket or a charge could be brought forward. So I don't want to speculate as to exactly what that would be, but sufficient evidence is the key.
Okay.
I would add that the why a $5,000 fine? What's the cost of our valley?
I think it's a pretty low fine, actually.
Well, I had thought about 10,000, which is our max.
What's the fine for arson?
I think it's 2,000.
Yeah.
I think you can beat. I think there's a criminal code offense.
Yeah. I was making the point. That's the point I was trying to make.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. That was my question.
Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm in support of this. As you know, I'm on emergency planning with yourself, and it does seem like when we're shooting fireworks on some of the driest times of our season, it seems like we are literally playing with fire. With regards to timing and tempo, I'd also, it's quite possible that fellow Councillor Mara will be bringing this up. I'm not too sure. I'll see where she comes from, but I would actually be curious about having a ban year-round exclusive of December 31st for New Year's Eve.
Okay.
And part of my rationale too is also, I was just checking our Alberta website here, and typically wildfire season does start March 1st. So, yeah. So if there's not a agreement for going year-round exclusive of New Year's Eve, I would do a friendly amendment to align with March 1st, the beginning of wildfire season for Alberta. Thank you.
Okay. So we're speaking questions right now, right? Because there's nothing tabled. Did you want to ask a question, or are you going to your amendment?
No, I was just going to make a comment.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
I was thinking of putting a motion forward, but after your comment about how many fires are started by fireworks, and especially after your conversation regarding, even under controlled circumstances, we know fires can continue on, and what's the value of our valley. So I look forward to seeing what's going to happen with this motion, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor McCallum, did you have anything else, or you were turning off? Okay. Councillor Graham? You didn't as well?
No.
Okay. An amendment? Okay. Councillor Faber, did you have a question? Okay. Councillor Hillstad, did you have a question?
Getting ahead of myself.
Okay, so tell you what.
I have a question.
Oh, you do have a question now. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Through the chair to administration, talking to you, Scott. Could you please provide a definition of the difference between fireworks and pyrotechnics? Because they're used, as you know, interchangeably, and
Not off the top of my head.
I can answer that. I've included a definition that includes all
did I?
pyrotechnics.
Okay, sorry. Did I miss that then? All right, sorry.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so tell you what, I think we're all anxious to debate and determine if there's any amendments. So I am going to move that council give first reading to the Fireworks Ban Bylaw 2023-23. And I'm going to, first of all, move an amending motion that's on the screen. And this is amend the bylaw by adding the following definition: peace officer means by law enforcement officer appointed by the chief CAO to do any act or perform any duties under this bylaw, includes a member of the RCMP, and when authorized, a peace officer under the Peace Officer Act. So this was a request by municipal enforcement. Would anybody like to speak to this amending motion? Councillor Hillstead, did you want to speak to it? Okay.
Do we want to add that this is, I'm assuming you want this under interpretation, because we don't actually have a definition section with how you've written your bylaw. So you have under interpretation in this bylaw. So just to be super nitpicky.
Sure. Let's do that.
Yeah, that's all. Otherwise, yeah, that's totally fine.
Okay, and so we will add it to the interpretation section and just change the lettering accordingly. Okay. Under the interpretation section. Very good. Thank you. Anybody else on this amending motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I will also I think I need to make it by amending motion rather than a friendly amendment, just because it's out there. But I will put an amending motion just to capture the fire season. So move it from March 1st. So that's section 3, changing April 1st to March 1st. Or, yeah, changing April 1st to March 1st. Actually, I'd look to the clerk. Can I just make that as a friendly amendment? No, okay. No. Okay, I'm on the right track. Okay. Okay. Would anybody like to speak to that? Councillor Faubert? Okay.
So in a general, I'm going to speak in a general way. I agree with a lot of what you're putting forward. I am a little bit cautious around the effect of drawing conclusions around that, basically the anthropomorphization of wildlife, because I don't know what the actual measured effect is of fireworks on wildlife, but I agree that loud sounds creates disturbance for wildlife. And a disturbance for wildlife is something that can use up a caloric intake, which is necessary for their survival. But I do just have some caution around that. And because of that, I feel like there is a middle ground where fireworks in our community related to two significant community events I would be okay with, which is Canada Day and New Year's Eve. And so the way I would like to see it is that there's a full-on fireworks ban for anyone other than the municipality on those two dates. So January 1st to January, it's just no one else other than us can do fireworks, and there's only 2 times we could if we wanted to. That's what I'd like to see, because I think those two cultural events are really important. I think New Year's is less disturbance for wildlife because it's in the winter, and I think Canada Day is just such an important event for our community and our country. It's Canada Day, and it's just over time it has been a big part of celebrating that here in this town. And so it just feels like a part of Canada Day for me as a person who's grown up in Canmore. So I just feel like those are the 2 exceptions I'd like. So I can support this amendment. I can basically support any time frame because I'm in support of banning fireworks being used by anybody in the public whatsoever. So as for the other two things, I think that that can come out of it. I don't think we're going to have fireworks. We won't have fireworks this year for Canada Day, so it doesn't even matter this kind of way that I would like to see this go. And I know Karen might have an amendment. I don't know, but I'll support the amendment, and I can support the motion overall. But if, in terms of where I would like to see things go, that's kind of my vision for the future.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to withdraw this amendment because I want to leave the opening for a bigger amendment if somebody wants to move it, and if that's defeated, I'll come back to this one.
Okay.
Okay, so in that being the case, this is withdrawn. We are now back to our main motion, which is first reading as amended. Councillor Mara, did you have an amendment you wanted to put forward or no? No? Okay. Councillor Faubert, you had an amendment you want to put forward?
I'll put forward the alternative amendment.
Okay, so that.
468, it states that council amend section 3 of bylaw 2023-22 by striking out between the dates of April 1st and November 1st of each year.
All right, so an amendment is on the table. Now that would include New Year's and Canada Day, right?
I know, yep. So, procedural question.
You can add to that amendment. It's your motion if you want to say accepting.
So go from, what?
Do this one and then do another one.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, we
Yep.
could do that. We could, yeah, we'll allow that because I'm thinking that there's two components. I'm thinking that if you're wanting to allow a certain time of year, it's not by the general public, it's going to be in a certain controlled, very specific way.
That was my procedural question, is
Okay.
that this is a bylaw that is for everyone, and I think an exemption could be added for us after this.
Okay, so the motion's on the, amending motion's on the table, the council amends section 3 of bylaw 2023 dash, well, it says 22 there, but it should be 23, I think, by striking out between the dates of April 1st and November 1st of each year. So that basically just bans it. There's no time frame. I can support this motion, given that the disturbance, and I don't think I'm giving human characteristics to animals. I believe that there is an impact. I provided some information in that regard. And in fact, I was advised that it might even be more of an impact on the wildlife in the winter. So I can support that amending motion. Anybody else? Councillor Hillstad? If that was a legacy one? Okay,
Well,
go ahead. Okay.
I'll speak to it anyways. So I can support a year-round ban, but I also had the similar idea to Councillor Faubert that I would like to see an exemption put in place that basically the municipality can put on a fireworks show on July 1st and New Year's, or if that didn't work, maybe just on New Year's. But because again, I do think that I want to eliminate rogue fireworks. I don't. In all honesty, I always thought as a kid that since we never sold fireworks in Canmore, that you just couldn't have fireworks. I always just assumed you weren't allowed. So, or go anywhere, like go to northern Alberta or somewhere else. But yeah, so to me, that's kind of how I always thought things were anyways. But I still think that fireworks can be an important community event, and that, yes, there can be some drawbacks. And then it's that whole question of weighing, technically everything we do as humans is a drawback to wildlife. So it's just finding that balance. And again, I still feel like there's a big enough community benefit for just having those type of events. But that's just how I feel. Again, I haven't actually gone to a fireworks show in quite some time, so.
Now, we're debating a motion. Dr. Cottle, did you have a procedural issue that you wanted to bring up?
Are you still just debating this motion?
Yeah.
Okay, then no.
Okay.
So as I said, I can be in support of a year-round ban, but I would like to see an exemption potentially, so.
Councillor Graham?
Thank you. I, too, will support this motion. Late last night, I got an email from WildSmart with 7 different science-based articles on the effects of wildlife and fireworks. There is a significant impact from fireworks on wildlife, and the winter is a critical time in which we need to be cognizant of our friends that don't live in homes. So I will happily support this motion at this point in time, and we'll see where we get after this.
Okay. Councillor Ma?
Yep, happy to support, Your Worship. As noted, wildfire season starts in March, but as we move further down the road, it could be stretching out even more. Because by having this year-round ban, it allows us to then work on, if we did want to do fireworks, perhaps that could be done at the town's discretion, and we can choose at that point. But it also prevents rogue fireworks from other folks. Thank you.
Councillor Morrow?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was wondering here, is this where you could make a friendly amendment or addition to, or no?
Well, you could. It's an amending motion
amending
put forward
motion.
by Councillor Faubert. So you
If you would be willing to add, with the exception of December 31st. Okay, I'll let her make it.
What's that?
That's what I'm, yeah.
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 So
We're good.
would you accept that as a
Would
friendly?
you accept that?
Or would you like to vote? Oh, sorry.
So the way that, so both options I think are legit. I had sent the shared clerks a second follow-up motion because I felt that perhaps there might be some on council who supported a full year ban but didn't support the events being an exemption. And I wanted the exemption to be a second clause in the same section. So if you want, the clerk can put up the second motion after this. And, it's in my email. It's just that to amend section 3 of this bylaw to add that the municipal government, or the municipal government is exempt for community events held on.
Yeah, I would like to separate them out myself.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. We're good. Do you want me to pull mine back?
Well, you just
Yeah.
asked for a friendly amendment,
okay.
and she said no because it
Okay,
could
good. No, it's good.
come
Okay,
later.
good.
Okay, so
Oh, yeah, oh my God.
okay.
That's what
Okay,
time
so
of
we
day.
we'll go to that one next.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going back.
Just thanks, Liz. Do you want to scroll back to that one that you were adding to?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
there we
just
go.
take out with the exemption.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go.
Okay, I think we've all spoken to this. This is an amending motion on the table by Councillor Faubert. I'd like to ask the question. All those in favor? Okay, carried unanimously. Now, let's explore the possible exemption. So now you're bringing an amending motion.
And I think that it could be exempt from the restrictions of this bylaw. The wording maybe we don't add anything, but yeah.
Okay. So
I
basically,
put it together really quick, but it captures what I want, and I'll accept friendly amendments to make it more clear or appropriate.
So basically, Section 3 now says that it's banned, but you're seeking to add to it that the town of Canmore is exempt from this restriction of this bylaw for the purpose of delivering fireworks as part of the community event December 31st or July 1st each year.
Yep.
Okay, would you like to speak to that motion?
Thank you for catching my typo. I don't know what day the end of the year is on. It's apparently, it's February. I think that, this motion for me shouldn't come as a surprise because I tried through another method to achieve the same result through the Finance Committee budget process. Essentially, I believe that we should be restricting fireworks here, not only because of our location and the sensitivity of wildlife. And I'll just, and I wasn't trying to be critical when I talked about anthropomorphizing, but it was words like extremely traumatizing. So disturbance, yes, but the traumatizing thing would catch me up a bit, but I'm also a really, get hung up on words.
Yep.
So I apologize if that came across as a criticism, but I fully agree that the disturbance on wildlife is something that we should seek to avoid. I think that the wildfire issue is also at play, and I think just disturbance, quality of life. I, like Councillor Hillstad, never thought that you could just set off fireworks. You go to other provinces, there's just like stands on the side of the road just selling fireworks. And so I just feel like that's already part of our community culture for long-term residents, that this isn't something we do here. And so, and I know in the past that when events have come and applied to do fireworks permits, the one thing that they never do is community notification. And that's the thing that I think we need. If we're going to have fireworks, we need to know when they're happening. They need to be predictable, just like, and because of the effect on people's quality of life and their pets, because and that's why, like, when they do the avalanche control on Eeyore, they let everyone know now, right? So private fireworks displays have no notice requirement for the community, and that to me has created a conflict. I live near Silvertip, and right off of the wedding grounds, people are set off fireworks all the time. And so I believe I don't think that we need private fireworks in our community. And then I think that I definitely support the controlled fireworks displays that we have as community events. And if they're pyrotechnics, which, we have switched to the lower impact ones, and, it's great. And I think that we are on the path. But I think that it's worth the exemption for a community celebration.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Cottle, did you have a procedural thing that you were wanting to bring up?
Yes. I don't know if it's procedural, to be totally honest, but I think this is what I'm supposed to do in these moments. So you tell me if not. So just a couple of technicalities to make this effective. So the town of Canmore does not deliver fireworks on December 31st. So I think we might want to play with that wording to say something like the town of Canmore and town of Canmore approved events, or something like that, to give us a little bit of wiggle room. Mr. Mackay pointed out, usually, historically, New Year's Eve, we do deliver fireworks on January 1st, because they're at midnight. So it would be December 31st, January 1st, or July 1st of each year. And then we may want to, so then the other thing I was thinking about is that every once in a while there's a special occasion event. There's, I don't know, Olympics or something happens, and there might be event planning that includes some kind of display, and maybe the fact that maybe we would just come to council for approval for that special event, so we don't need to worry about that, sorry. But then the other thought I had was maybe we want to say, instead of delivering fireworks, is delivering pyrotechnics, or if it is all encompassed by, but we have moved to the lower impact. So, do we want to, are we okay with fireworks, or does the definition of the bylaw cover it? Just wanted some clarity on that.
Definition includes
pyrotechnics, yeah. Okay, so maybe that's not an issue. Then I think these two changes, if accepted by Councillor Faubert, should cover it.
Okay, so I see that those are accepted as a friendly amendment, and thank you for, I think that was something you were supposed to poke up with, because you're just providing information that made the motion go forward. Councillor Hillstad?
I was actually going to bring up those exact things, but I was going to just change it to part of the community events as on New Year's, or community event of New Year's celebration and Canada Day celebration. So that way, because the whole January 31st, or December 31st, January 1st, because sometimes we do the early show for kids, and then we do it right at 12, which is then technically January 1st. So, but again, this is fine
Okay.
too. It's just,
All right.
that was, yeah.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Councillor Faubert, for this. Unfortunately, I won't be able to support it for a few reasons. Why is it okay for the town of Canmore to set off fireworks, but not anybody else? We might do it better than some.
Councillor Graham has the mic.
Thank you. I know it's been a long day, everyone. The negative impacts of fireworks can be significant, and those are, in my opinion, year-round, heightened by fire in the summer. I don't mind watching the fireworks, you know, the pretty lights, et cetera, but sometimes we hold on to traditions that that we shouldn't. And it is my opinion that the negative impacts of fireworks on wildlife, on the community, on our pets, is significant. And I don't know why it's okay for just the town to do it. I get that, you know, we probably do it a little bit better and maybe we do it a little bit more controlled, and I appreciate the fact that we're going to get notice. And I also recognize that this is, you know, a Canada Day thing, and I don't want to be anti-patriotic, but, you know, maybe it's time to do different things. What other things could we do with this money other than set fire to the sky? It's really been a long day.
Yeah. Okay.
Go
ahead.
Thank you. I won't be able to support this one.
Councillor McCallum.
So I'm totally in support of this. I think that this, I won't say it's baby steps. It's much bigger than baby steps. I'll tell you what the difference between the town of Canmore setting off fireworks and other people setting off fireworks is the fire department. So I actually had a pyro license in another life, and I used to set up pyrotechnics displays in another life. Fireworks displays, not pyrotechnics displays, fireworks displays. And I used to do them on the sides of ski hills, and we used to go get up at 6 in the morning and pick up the shrapnel in the dark on skis, which was not a pretty sight because I'm not a great skier. But that is really the difference, is that you professionals lay out the charges, and then once they're finished laying it all out, the fire department comes and inspects your work, making sure you're not going to light your town on fire. And that is the difference between domestic or, like, you know, non-professional fireworks and professional fireworks. And I would agree, actually, before the mayor had messaged us about this in May, I was in Hamilton, and it was Victoria Day weekend, and that's when they do pyro. They don't do it on Canada Day in Hamilton that way. And I was in this fairly dense neighborhood, old neighborhood. The frontages of the house might be 25 feet, 20 feet, with brick houses and everything else, and all these beautiful trees in the backyards of these long lots, and people blowing up pyro next to the babies sleeping in the house next door, the dog's losing its mind. Like, there was nothing controlled about it in any way, shape, or form. And I just thought, my God, can you imagine being that person's neighbor? And well, I don't want that to happen in this here. I don't want, I saw it going through trees, and I was just like, oh my goodness, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The wild, wild west apparently is in the north end of Hamilton. And so I was grateful for your text. I didn't know we were talking about wildlife at the time. I thought we were just talking about fire impact, which is kind of where my head is at today. And I'm glad that we're taking these extra steps to sort of limit it year-round. I do appreciate the regularity, like we know it happens on these days as opposed to it happening on any day without any notice.
But we all know that generally on July 1st, there's pyro, and on December 31st. And we know to keep our dogs inside when it happens, and we know to keep our babies in the basement, and all those things. So I think that someday we will get to perhaps where you are at, and maybe that will be as technology comes along as well. But I do believe that, pyro is beautiful to look at. And I'm glad that, fireworks is beautiful to look at. I'm glad that we've gone to the lower impact of pyro, where there's less snaps, bangs, and fire risk. And I think that this is a good amendment, so thank you.
Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just curious about this amendment here, because by putting down July 1st as a date, it feels like we're kind of we could be potentially setting forth an expectation within the community that will happen, which is also, I feel, kind of walking back the intent of your prior initial motion of not having fireworks on Canada Day. So I'm just flagging that there.
So, would you like to move an amending motion to the amendment to remove July 1st? Councillor Faubert?
So this is not about this year. This is in the bylaw for every year in the future. There is no way possible on this earth for us to get a pyrotechnics display organized for Canada Day as the town of Canmore. No way. And so if anyone's going to look at this motion and think that this year we're having fireworks, they would be wrong. So I just want to make sure, I do not believe that this motion would create an expectation in the public that this year we're going to have fireworks. I think it's been pretty clear the Canada Day Committee is done. There are no fireworks this year for our community, and we're not the only community making that choice. But I appreciate you bringing that up, and I think that it would have to come around messaging and communication. However, that being said, if we wanted to debate only having an exemption for New Year's Eve, I think that's fair.
I would go that route.
That's fair.
Yeah, okay. I would say.
So is that a friendly amendment that you're removing July 1st, or would like to have an amending motion?
I would prefer an amending motion.
Okay, so.
Because I want to be here till 7.
Okay, Councillor Ma.
Yeah, so my amending a motion would be like scratch off Canada Day, and so we're dealing
Okay.
with December 30th,
So,
December 31st,
Amending
and January
motion
1st.
to
Yeah.
delete or July 1st each year.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody like to speak to that motion? Councillor Graham? Go ahead.
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Bob, but what you're saying is next year, if the fire hazard is high, we may not have an event. Not just this year, but future years.
Yeah.
This is every year. This applies, this.
For every year. This is not time specific.
Right, so what I'm reading right now is we are not going to have one on July 1st,
Correct,
ever.
correct.
Okay.
That's the proposed amendment. That is the proposed amendment.
Okay.
I think it should just be or July 1st and not each year there, because then it remains community event December 31st, January 1st each year.
Okay. So,
Yeah, on the amending motion. It's removing July 1, and it does result in every year if it's approved. Okay.
wow, this is a long day.
Okay, Councillor Hillstad?
So I can't support the amending motion of deleting July 1st. And also, this just gives us the opportunity if we choose to have fireworks. This doesn't say we're going to. This just says if the town or an organization the town approves of, or an event, that we can have them on these days. Doesn't say we're going to, just says that we can. So just if there's any confusion there, that's how I read this motion, and so I can't support the amending motion.
Okay, Councillor Mara?
Okay, thank you. I was of the same mind as Councillor Hill said. I think it's approved event, so it would have to be approved before it would even become an event. So for that reason, I can't support the delete July 1st. I don't think I will be able to support that one, but I think it's covered in approved events.
Okay. I would like to ask a question of administration. I'm not sure if this is Dr. Cottle or Mr. Mackay. Can you speak to the protective measures that are taken around July 1st or New Year's Eve event?
When you say the protective measures, the mitigations put in place to prevent damage to the community?
Yeah, fires.
I can't speak in detail to it, but Ms. McLeod is here. I know they're robust, but I don't have the details.
Yeah, so at a starting point, we only hire certified professional pyrotechnic technicians. They set up at a certain distance from people, so making sure that people are nowhere near the fall zone. Also make sure that they do a review of the area that fireworks has come down in, taking into consideration wind as well on the days that they discharge. So there's a whole technical document and safety plan that is put in place, and as well fires department is on standby for community events as well.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I originally was not going to be in support of any Canada Day or New Year's Eve events. But considering the safety factors taken into account, and if they're low impact, what I'm going to do after this amending motion is seek a friendly motion about them being low impact fireworks. And rather than it just be the town of Canmore and the town of Canmore approved events, I'd say events approved by the town of Canmore are exempt. And then it's not saying that it's about town of Canmore putting them on. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, in some ways it feels like sucking and blowing to allow it on those 2 days, but given the safety measures that are put in place for those particular events, and it still eliminates all the rogue, I won't support the motion. Anybody else wishing to speak to the amending motion or the amending motion? Councillor Graham?
I will support this motion. Again, in my conversations with some wildlife experts in the past 24 hours, this is just after calving season, which is a crucial point in time for our local habitat or local wildlife. And in my opinion, it's not appropriate to have fireworks at this time of year. Councillor Ma, I will support this amending motion to remove July 1st from the motion.
You want to flip me with that. Does anybody else want to speak to the amending motion, or should I call the question?
Call it.
Okay, so we have, this is amendment to the amendment, deleting July 1st. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion, the amending motion is defeated with Councillors Graham and Ma and Mayor Krausert opposed. So now we are back to the motion there. I'd like to suggest a couple of friendly amendments, if I could. So, okay, events approved by the town of Canmore are exempt from the restrictions of the bylaw for the purposes of delivering low-impact fireworks as part of a community event, December 31st, January, or July 1st. All right. Any other discussion on this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? You got to vote. You got to vote, or else you're off council. You'll be disqualified. Okay, okay, so the motion is carried with Councillor Graham opposed. What's that? He was Hatless. Yeah. All right, so we're back to the main motion, which is first reading, as amended. Anything else? Okay, I think we've all spoken to it. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. Carried. I'm not understanding your voting, man. You voted in favor to the last one. Okay, that's what threw me for a loop. Okay, the motion was carried with Councillors Graham and Ma opposed. I'll now move the council give second reading to Fireworks Ban Bylaw 2023-23. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried with Councillors Graham and Ma opposed. I'll now seek leave, and please. The council give leave to go to third reading of Fireworks Ban Bylaw 2023-23, given that we want to make sure that there's fines in place to stop rogue fire. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I now move the council give third reading to Fireworks Ban Bylaw 2023-23. Anybody speaking to the motion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried with Councillors Graham and Ma opposed. I will now move, given that we are, I will move that item H2 be postponed to the July 4th regular meeting of council due to running out of time in this council meeting. Is that, and I got thumbs up that that was appropriate wording. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I will now move adjournment. All in favor?